Hey, hey, SBG, solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharon Bracy in the waters. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, give a salute, Brownsville, SBG, solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? Woo! Storm started last night. Rain everywhere. We had a couple of great, beautiful days. So, gotta enjoy it while we can. So, you know how we like to start the show. When I say good day to you, make sure you say it back because I could feel that great, productive energy. Thank you, Bismillah. I appreciate you. Shout out to the average debater. Hopefully she's saying nothing but great and beautiful things about Sharon. What's up, Corinne Mackey? Good day to you. What's up, Miss J? Good day, beautiful. Yeah, that storm is not playing, Byron Turner. Yeah. Hopefully you stay dry. Man, so we got Donald Trump in Kentucky. He did a Donald Trump, What up, Tessie K? Good day to you. I see he was in Kentucky. He was in Hebron. What's the name of the city, Tessie? Hebron, Kentucky. He couldn't even say. He was at Kentucky. We have people passing out at the rally. We had people had to get medical attention to the people. Shit. We got Jake Paul, a lot of people. Maybe now he's going to be running for president. Maybe he could go from YouTube streamer to boxer to a politician. He came to Cincinnati as well. Sheesh. Because Donald Trump is endorsing him. So, I don't know. We're going to review it. We're going to watch it together. Shit. We also got, who else? Jake Lang. Y'all heard about Jake Lang and his crazy antics that he got going on? Jake Lang, that the same guy that was in Minnesota acting a straight up fool with his racist rhetoric that he's pushing out there. Yeah, Byron is crazy. 75 to 30 is crazy. SD, what you mean? Hands up, don't shoot. No justice, no peace. I don't even know where to start. Hey, you feel me? You feel me, Yeti? Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. Let's get the conversation started, man. Hopefully y'all doing well. I think we had a great conversation yesterday. We see who's in competition with who and everything. So that's what's up to that. Shout out to that. We all be out here grinding and hopefully we can make each other better. That's all to it. Hopefully we can push each other forward. You feel me? Shout out to the early support. Thank you so much. It means tremendous. It means a lot.
About to be a situation.
Shout out to Kudu live streaming 369 with the $5. Funny how Trump's FBI warns of Iran attack drones on California. Then magically, 4 drones stolen from secured military bases by YT men. False flag coming. She's not Kim East no more. Shout out to Kim West. She over here teasing. Shout out to Kim West teasing how good it feels in Houston. But shout out to you, Kimmy. The false flag is coming. That's a prediction. And we want all of the people that still Donald Trump supporters. We want to hear how you are still supporting this man through these things. We know we have plenty of runners with Republicans, MAGAs, Black conservatives, all those types that we had. Cellulite, do you still support Donald Trump with all this situation? Angry Man, do you support Donald Trump with this situation? We just want to have an understanding. Do Joshua, Shadow the Titan Wives, do you support Donald Trump through this situation? Do the Hodge twins, do the Cartier family support Donald Trump through all of this? I will drop the link for any of those Donald Trump supporters that still have some kind of idea of why you are still supporting this Donald Trump situation at hand. Good day to you, the Chicago Rilla. Absolutely. We say good day. We do not mourn each other. Absolutely. Chicago Rilla. Salute to you, my brother. And I wanted to first start because somebody that's a heavy Donald Trump supporter is this guy by the name of Jake Lang. I don't know if y'all know who Jake Lang is. Maybe some of y'all do. He says some wild stuff. This man, Jake Lang, he says some wild things. I'm kind of scared to even play the things that Jake Lang be saying. Because, certain things that people like Jake Lang say, it kind of gets the channel in a little bit of trouble. You got to be careful. You can't even say the episode files. Like, one of my videos got flagged just because I said the episode files. That's crazy to me. I'm just communicating. Why I gotta get flagged? I'm pretty sure you don't flag CNN. So I'm a little nervous to play it, but we're gonna do it anyway because I want the information out there. So let's see what he has to say about these things. I'm gonna put it small. Jake Lang. This is a MAGA supporter, Donald Trump supporter. This man, Jake Lang, he is extremely racist. A lot of his rhetoric is extremely racist. A lot of his support towards ICE is extremely racist. This man gets kicked out of bars and restaurants all the time because he's always screaming some remedial rhetoric about ICE and immigration and white folks and the small hats and he's just ridiculous. And he's recently been in New York City causing a pretty big stir. So let's see what he got to say with this.
Goes beyond political violence. This is religious violence, first and foremost. And second of all, what we need to understand is we voted in a Muslim mayor to New York City 2 months ago, and we've had the first Muslim terrorist attack on white Christians outside the mayor's home. People need to understand there's a correlation here. These things are connected. We are not safe in New York with Zoran Mandami, the Muslim, as our mayor. He is, by his very ability to be there, he is basically sponsoring and influencing and telling these people, go out and declare.
Okay, I'm going to stop him right there. He's about to say something wild. So I'm going to stop him right there. And this is where we have a problem with somebody like Jake Lang. Bubba Homeschool. We have one Donald Trump supporter that came out the cloud. Shout out to Bubba Homeschool. He said he's 100% in support of Trump in this war. This war was started by Jimmy Carter. Damn, that's a long time ago. And further enabled by the treasons. God damn you, Bubba. Bubba be saying some crazy things. I don't know why Bubba say these things, but Bubba tend to say crazy stuff. What up, ATM? Make sure y'all hitting that like and that share button. Bubba be saying some crazy things. a 40-year war is absolutely insane. I don't know how Bubba sees it that way at all. 40-year war is absolutely crazy. And then that 40-year war is because of Barry and Biden. Wow. Just absolutely wow. I just say the length that people are willing to go to support Donald in this war where we know about 25 years ago, this war didn't accomplish anything. And we're not going to act as if all of a sudden, because Donald is doing it, that this war is going to accomplish something. But we will get there. We ain't going to rush, Bubba. We're going to get there. We're going to have a conversation about it. Maybe one of these days, Bubba will hit the link. But we will get there, Bubba. We are going to address all the things that he said, because Donald Trump said he is going to end this war quick, fast, and in a hurry. We'll see about that. So that's Jake Lang saying how Mondani is a problem because he's using his religion, in politics. It's wild to hear. And he's saying that he needs, and we need, protection from people like Mondani. And so the situation at hand that he's talking about, the first terror attack on New York in a long time, this is the terror attack that he's talking about. Jake Lang was actually at this protest here. Shout out to this police officer. He is getting a lot of praise right now in New York City for chasing this man down, hopping that fence. You could tell he probably grew up in the projects, the way how he hopped that fence so quick, fast, in a hurry. Hey, sometimes that project skill of hopping fences can come in a good light. And so shout out to he's going to get a medal probably in the city. So shout out to him. And this was in front of Mondani's house, and they was doing a protest. Jake Lang was there. Jake Lang, he also at this protest, he went there with a Quran and a pig's head, and he wound up putting that Quran inside of the pig's head. This is the type of person that we are talking about. This is the type of the person that is rooting for Donald Trump, rooting for MAGA. And y'all got to be careful. Like people like Bubba got to be careful about who the people that you are propping up. And all this happened on that day. And this is why we have a problem with MAGA supporters, because y'all tend to just support any degenerate that's saying anything. This is why we was having a problem yesterday as well with message versus messenger. When your message is not following what the messenger is actually living, that's when it becomes a problem. Yes, we can listen to your message at first, but then when now you, the messenger, is living opposite of your message, we can't follow that anymore. That's when it becomes a problem. So Jake Lang, you cannot be America's first, and you are saying you want death to the small hats, and you yourself, you and your family is and still is small hats yourself. M120 May J May 123. You send me some money and I'll play the video. You got to understand we are on YouTube. So certain things I can and cannot play. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. So Jake Lang himself is a small hat, and his families are small hats. Even though he's saying death to them, death to religion. Him himself is not a Christian. Good day, verbal assassin. How you doing today? And him himself, even though he's saying Mondani is a threat and we need protection from Mondani, but what we actually need is protection from somebody like Jake Lang. That's who we need protection from. And who in particular that we need protection from, the reason why we need protection is because Jake Lang, we need to protect our young children from people like Jake Lang. Why? Because now it comes out that him himself, the very same thing that he is fighting against, and he's calling Muslims PDF files, and they follow a PDF and all these things. Him himself is caught up in a PDF situation. How ironic is that? How crazy is that? Him himself that is saying that Muslims follow PDFs and they are PDFs themselves. Him himself is caught up with a decoy. That's right. Jake Lang himself, Mr. MAGA himself, Mr. Protect America, is caught up himself in a scandal with being a PDF file. Wow. That is insane. Like, this man was so thirsty. Shout out to all those goddamn, because we was having a conversation about this yesterday. Shout out to all of the YouTubers out there that is trying to catch a predator and all of. Shout out to them that keep on pushing that, initiative to catch these people, because they are so caught up in their lust and degeneracy that they fall for decoys. Huh. This is who they support. This is the man that they support. This is what MAGA supporters, this is what they're doing. It's crazy. Jay May said, it seems like I have the head injury. Maybe Jake Lang have a head injury, because these are his text messages. I could read them for you. This is what Jake is talking about. It's insane. This is Jake talking to this young lady. I'm laying down in my bed. What did your mom say? She says, how old are you, by the way? He says, I just turned 30, honey. Why you up so late, young lady? She says, or the decoy says, nice. And I don't know, I'll be a night owl. I might be too young for you, LOL. He says to the decoy, how old are you, baby? And then he says, unless you're under 18, I don't care. Ha ha. The decoy now says, I'm 15, LOL. Now, any normal person, right? What would they say? They would end the conversation right there, right? Because you set out your own words, unless you're under 18, I don't care. So she clearly says she is under 18, so you should care. I'm 15, LOL. And then what does he says? After she says, I'm 15, LOL, he says, when do you turn 16? Why is that even a question if it was 18 at first? Now he want to know, when do you turn 16? She replies, in 6 months. Also, the decoy says, I won't get you in any trouble. If that's what you worry about, I can keep it a secret. With the tongue out. What does Jake say after that? What state do you live in? I can't see you till you're 16. Arizona, just move here. So? This is insane. What does he say next? So you coming to my next protest in Texas? I can if you want me to. Yes, is what he says. What's your number? Can we talk on here instead, or you only text? I have too many DMs, text only. Now, it's going to be people that's going to try to, I guess, argue this thing or whatever. I don't know. But this is Jake Lang. This is a big MAGA supporter. This is a big person that's in those EPS files, those E files, I'm gonna call them. This is who you supporting. This is what y'all got to be careful of. And I don't know. It's disgusting to see, and it's disgusting to see anybody that would be willing to protect somebody like this. But for some reason, they love to protect people like this. I don't know why. Why do y'all do it? I don't know. It's crazy. And he's trying to make it seem like it's somebody else's fault that did all these things to him, right? And that's
doesn't surprise me. He doesn't take any accountability. Instead, he's going to try to blame this on the Groypers.
Right.
And if you don't know what the Groypers are, they're Nick Fuentes fans. So he's trying to say, I'm a Groyper hoax. The whole thing's a hoax. You know, just like Epstein case, it's a hoax, right? Now, he talked to my good friend, Alex Rosen. Alex, you know, he was doing his regular tactic where he talks to them, acts like their friend, but in reality, he's just getting information. And now this has to be the dumbest excuse ever. So he tries to say that it was his team talking to my decoy, but that's not true, because if you look at the conversations, it's him flirting with the girl and then him going on text and then him trying to say that the last message he sent was, I can't see you. And I have this on voice recording, but he lies so much, and he tries to trick Alex by saying, oh, I just said I wouldn't see you, but he forgets the part where he says, I can't see you till you're 16.
I've got whole entire teams of people messaging people, and we were going to do a big Burqa Bikini march I had announced for February. Like, you know, you shouldn't even be anywhere near this thing until you're like of the legal age to even be around adults. So anyway,
right. I mean, what?
You know, and that's where it ended. Like as soon as I said that, when I said I can't see you, and that's it. That was the last message. And,
right.
You know, that's
right. Have you like shared your password with anybody or given that out to people before?
I don't think so. Why?
So your team DMs girls and asks for their number and then says, I have too many DMs, text only, sweetie. So that's like a normal way for your team to DM girls, huh?
It's insane. Insane to me. Why this not pushed out more? I don't know. Why more people are not talking about it? I don't know. Why we not getting more likes and shares? I don't know. I have no idea why. Somebody's going to have to inform me why. No, he's the one that set up the decoy, Kulu. So this is actually the people that set up the decoy on Jake Lang. They the ones that set him up. They the ones with the decoy. But hey, we see what it is. We see what it is. I wonder who's going to hit the like button, who's going to hit the share button. We're going to see who actually is about showing love and protection. We're going to see. We're going to see what people actually care about. Are we going to allow, YouTube to silence this type of shit? I don't know. What are we going to do? We're going to have to figure that out together. We, the people, going to have to figure out how to hit the like and share button. Straight up. The reason why they asking Jake about the passwords is because Jake Lane tried to use the excuse that somebody else had control of his social media platform. And he was saying that it wasn't him talking, that was somebody else. So they asked him, did you share your passwords with anybody? And he said, no, I have not. So that proves what they was trying to get him to admit, that it was him actually in those DMs sending it to the decoy, talking to the decoy. So they set him up beautifully. If anybody gonna do anything about it, all the MAGA supporters gonna do it, all the Trump supporters that want these e-files out there, they gonna do anything about it? I wonder. And I wonder. I wonder who's gonna come up and say things like let me see what's the things that people go oh you know your account can get hacked. I wonder who's going to say something like that. People can't get your account hacked. He already said that his right on time. Right on time. Goddamn. People can do those things because people try to do it to me all the time, every single day. Just yesterday, somebody was trying to hack into my account. So yeah, it does happen. People try to do it all the time. But however, that's not the case. He says he still has control of his account. He also says that he hasn't gave his password out as well. It's okay. We need to start calling a thing a thing. A PDF file is a PDF file. Simple as that. You are attracted to minors, you are that. Whether you engage in it yet or not, that's what you are. Once you engage in it, now you are a criminal offender of that situation. And the fact that these PDFs keep getting caught by decoys shows how much they cannot control themselves, and something needs to happen. I heard in a state in America, they are going to, if you get caught doing something to a child, you're going to get chemically castrated. Hey. I think I'm all for that. Sounds like a good plan to me. I hope so, KT. I don't know. Maybe KT don't want me to talk about it neither. I don't know. I think we need to push out awareness of these things. So what I'm attempting to do is just get awareness, get us talking about it. So this way we can be aware of the people that are around. Be aware of the people that are promoting this type of things. Be aware of the people that is just turning the other cheek to these type of situations. Because the issue is that too many people keep saying that you think anybody care? Yes, we care. And for too long, the people that care was quiet about it. Too many people are being quiet about it and do not want to speak up and step up and say the proper things. That is the issue. But maybe that's too heavy. Maybe I need to leave that alone. Let the PDFs be PDFing, I guess. They don't want me to talk about those type of people, I guess. They don't want me to put a light on those people so we could be aware of those people that's in our, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Let's get into some lighter news then, since y'all don't want to call those people out. Since I can't call those type of people out, because I guess maybe because they men. I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe everybody's still asleep. Let me see where we at with the likes of the shares. Let's see. Yeah, it shows. It shows what people are really into. It shows what hey, it is what it is. Good day, Bomb. Shout out to Bomb Cherry. Maybe we could talk about Donald Trump and now his new campaign that he's got. The person that he's endorsing now. This is a circus. Straight up circus. Let's check out this.
Come here, Jake.
Yeah, what Mr. Trump has taught me is courage. You know, we never back down from a fight, even if they're much bigger than you, much bigger than you. And I feel all the local Kentuckians feel the same way. You guys have that fight. You guys have that swag. There's a lot of young kids in here. The future of America.
He said there's a lot of young kids in here. It don't seem like that, but if you look behind, if you say so, I don't see it's a lot.
I grew up just a few hours away from here, and my dad taught me to fight, and all of our voices matter in America, and I'm never afraid to speak the truth, and I know you guys aren't. We are here representing the United States, and it's just a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Trump. We need more factories like this thriving all over the country, and I know he's going to be the one to bring that here to us. I know God is with us. I know he wants us on the right side of history. And everyone here has to do their part. And God's got us. Trump's got us.
Wow.
God bless. Love you, Kentucky.
I think that is crazy, to be honest with you. I think that is crazy, T-Dub. I think it's crazy that he said Donald Trump and God in the same sentence. I think that is wild to say. In here. That's wild. I think clearly people are just selling out. I believe Kentucky went blue, and that's a red state. Y'all could correct me if I'm wrong. Who won in Kentucky? I believe the Democrats won in Kentucky. It shows that, hey, listen, people are waking up to the BS. Hey, I didn't put him in that BS, KT. I didn't do it. It was Jake Paul that put God and Trump in the same sentence. It wasn't me. Shout out to T-Dub. Thank you so much, T-Dub. I really appreciate it. T-Dub gifted one Wildest Wake Up Show membership. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
About to be a situation.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, here's what it is.
Now, he's a great guy. He's a courageous guy and a talented guy. He's a hell of a fighter, too, by the way. And I just want to say, I'm going to make a prediction that you will be, in the not too distant future, running for political office. Okay? And you have my complete and total endorsement. Okay?
Complete and total endorsement. That's what I don't know what to say anymore, man. I really don't know what to say anymore. Is this politics or is this I don't know. Is this WWE? What is this? I don't understand how this is even possible that these things keep happening. And the thing that is real interesting about it all is that they actually believe that Donald Trump doing this new deal in Brownsville, Texas, I think it's $300 billion. They're going to start doing some oil. Y'all could please fact check that. What's going on in Brownsville, Texas? What Donald Trump is, he's out there saying that we putting $300 billion into Brownsville, Texas to be pushing out some oil. But the interesting thing about this Brownsville, Texas deal that Donald Trump is pushing out there, the company is from India, out of all places. Insane. Brownsville, Texas. They put in $300 billion into oil in Brownsville, Texas, but the company is from India. Not only that the company's from India, also the amount of time it's going to take about like 5 to 10 years to even build up this oil company in Brownsville, Texas. Shadow the Time Watch with $2 says it's political entertainment. Wow. The things that y'all let go on is insane to me. Let's check out. Let's see what Donald Trump is saying right here. Let's go, Trump.
We're talking about Gavin Newsom.
Oh.
Doesn't seem like a very good subject right now. It made that young lady not feel so good. Anyway, he admitted he.
So the reason why he said make that young lady not feel so well, right before he started speaking like this, a lady that was standing right behind him, she fainted when he started talking, and the first thing he brought up was Gavin Newsom. So that's what he's referencing, making a joke out of Gavin Newsom is what he said.
He has mental problems.
Wow.
That he's not a smart person.
Damn.
That he is mental lack of ability.
Wow.
He's unable to read a speech. He can't read. And all of the other things he said he has a lot of mental problems. And I was attacked by a reporter that said, well, what's wrong with that? I said, nothing's wrong with it. But I don't want the president of the United States to have a cognitive deficiency. Which we're talking about Gavin Newsom.
What up, Knight? Good day to you, Knight. I think that is wild to hear and see. I think that's wild and like this is a man that openly admits that he doesn't follow the script. He doesn't follow what the speechwriters say. I believe this is a projection on himself. The things that he's saying is a projection of what he see himself in the mirror. He is not able to communicate effectively. He do not have any streamlined thinking. Damn, BMU, you know what? I do feel like Gavin was wrong for saying that craziness to try to appeal to black people. That was wild that he did say that. So BMU, he did say that, and that was wild. And then later on in that same week, he also went to a white podcast and he said the complete opposite. So, you know, Gavin is definitely playing a dirty game as well. And that's a part of, I guess, political entertainment, BMU. But this was wild. And I don't understand for the life of me how hopefully BMU can hit the link later on today and then he could tell me how this stuff why he still is a Donald Trump supporter. You know what I'm saying? Because I just want to understand how is that still possible. Speaking of Gavin Newsom, let's see what Gavin had to say.
Concerns as it relates to the broader concern, as it relates to drone strikes, we've been aware of that information. We've been working collaboratively through the SOC, which we established right after the war began, the State Operations Center, working with the Office of Emergency Service, but also working locally to make sure we transmit any information that we have received, and we're aware of that, which has been reported, I think, by ABC 7. We're aware of that information, and we transfer that information in real time to our local partners. Drone issues have been always top of mind, and we've assembled work groups specifically around those concerns. But that's all I'll share at the moment. I have nothing more insightful beyond just what's been reported and how we're transmitting what we know to our local partners, which is critical. Concerns as it relates to the broader concern, as it relates to drone strikes, we've been aware of that information.
So now, how can you still be a supporter of this war when it's supposed to be done quick, fast, and in a hurry? And now we spending over $1 billion a day. Not only that, we spending $1 billion a day. In the first 6 days, we spent $11 billion. on this situation. Not only that, now we are in high alert, high concerns that California can actually, civilians in California can be touched by drones. And this is a threat from the FBI. Insane to me. How can you still support Donald Trump in this situation? Bubba Homeschool, please explain to me how. What is the benefits of it? Because 25 years ago, we still didn't see the benefits of what we first, man. I don't get it. Somebody please help me understand. I need to understand. Can somebody please help me understand? Because I just don't get it. Like, I don't understand. Maybe the prices in Texas is down in oil and gas prices. I don't know. Can somebody tell me, is the gas prices, are they down or is it up? Is our energy, is it down or is it up? I don't know. Let me see what this one's saying. Let's see what this is saying.
You guys are responsible for the fact that his gas is over $7 a gallon. What do you say to him?
Well, wow, that is something coming from California because, of course, under Gavin Newsom, California used to have 40 refineries. Now they have 8. 2 more are closing. They're going to be down to 6 with Chevron and Valero closing. California is the most energy dependent state in America. 63% of their oil gets imported. Now they're going to be importing refined product into San Francisco Bay and into Long Beach every day just to keep their fleet. They have the largest number of internal combustion cars in America in California, and more than any other state even has vehicles. And of course, they've been trying to eliminate those and doing that, which then puts us dependent on China. Right. I mean, their energy policies are as crazy as Europe. And part of the reason why their prices are so high is they've restricted supply and killed their own economy.
And so you guys are responsible for the fact that his gas is over $7 a gallon.
Hey, can you please, somebody, can one of Donald Trump's supporters please explain to me how are we benefiting? They invested $300 billion into Brownsville, Texas oil, but that was from an Indian-based company. That's going to take 5 to 10 years to even build. We got FBI one in California of strikes with drones. We got gas prices in California going all the way up to $7. I don't understand it. Detroit Coalition with the Two Balls says all these Call of Duty's babies think war is fun. I don't know. I just need some understanding because I'm pretty sure everybody keep telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, and everybody else know what they talking about. So I just want the people that know more than me to come up and explain to me what is actually going on in the world, because I got it all wrong. I just want to know. Can somebody please put it all together? That's all I want to know. Can somebody please put it together? What is it that we're going to do? Maybe Donald Trump is going to tell me what we're going to do. Trump, let me know. This is just moments ago. Yeah, Trump, tell me what we're going to do.
They've lost their Navy. They've lost their Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft apparatus at all. They have no radar. Their leaders are gone. And we could do a lot worse to one another. We're leaving certain things that if we take them out, or we could take them out by this afternoon, in fact, within an hour, they literally would never be able to build that country back.
Wow. What do you mean by that, sir? What does that mean? You talking about nuclear? What does that mean? Because Because as of right, I don't know, Shadow. Who's stopping who from super chatting? That's insane. I don't know. You are free, so I don't know why you think maybe it's YouTube itself. I don't know. Maybe it's YouTube itself. I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe I need to get back into talking nonsense, right? That's crazy what he just said. He said that's the end of the clip. So I don't know. He said he explained. You think it's more to explain? All right, you said it's more to explain. I gotta go find a longer clip of that then, because I don't understand. That's just crazy to me. That's just crazy to me. What is being said and what is being pushed down to it, it doesn't make sense. Maybe JD Vance is going to give us a better understanding of what he meant. Because clearly we can't go about what the person actually said. We got to go by what he meant. All of a sudden, we got to have all these other, what it means when he says, when he said, we're going to make sure they would never be able to build. Again, we know what that means. That means total annihilation. Everybody gone. We know what that means. But we act like we don't know.
I certainly empathize with Americans who are exhausted after 25 years of foreign entanglements in the Middle East. I understand the concern, but the difference is that back then we had dumb presidents, and now we have a president who actually knows how to accomplish America's national security objectives. So this is not going to be some long, drawn-out thing. We've got in. We've done the job of setting their nuclear program back. We're going to now work to permanently dismantle that nuclear program over the coming years. And that is what the president has set out to do. Simple principle. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. That has animated American policy over the past 130 days. It's going to continue to be a driving force of our policy in the Middle East for the next 3.5 years.
That's okay for him to say? We were dumb? Oh, we had dumb presidents before Donald Trump? That's wild to hear and see and hear. I can't believe this. I need to get better clips, though. All right. I mean, that's what you say. I need to get better clips, even though we heard what the man said. I'm going to drop the link and we can hear you defend and understand why you still support Donald Trump, even though this war has not been proven anything fruitful at all. It's always so weird. I got to do it. Okay. Maybe you could come up and share some better clips. Because I don't see. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't understand it for the life of me, to be honest with you. I don't get it. We'll see. Maybe Gavin, let's see what he's saying. Because I want to hear both sides. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to understand it. But all I hear is people tell me things like get better clips, but they're not saying, hey, what Trump doing is wrong. They're not saying, hey, I agree with Trump. I agree with gas prices. I agree with energy bills going up sky high. I agree with Americans being threatened in California. I don't hear them say they agree with any of those things. But yeah, it's me that got to get better clips. No, maybe you need to get a better understanding of what the person you are supporting is saying. But we'll see.
Literally, I mean, he's taken an economy that was honestly one of the most robust, fastest growing economies in the world. And here we are. I mean, it's in reverse with the new jobs numbers. I mean, you saw the gasoline prices going through the roof in red states. I saw today 47 cents in West Virginia, 47 cents, same number in Indiana. And that's just a few days into this war.
Yeah.
Wait and see. Inflation pressures. We're now having the echoes. I mean, cue up the song around stagflation. we're going to all start having that conversation. And obviously this big, beautiful betrayal and what's happened in terms of the deficit and debt that is going to be exacerbated by these tax cuts and by all of the food stamp cuts and the impacts that's going to have on real families and working folks and what's happening in healthcare costs, affordability across the spectrum that hits everybody, utility costs, the rent, everything that is impacting us. He has no solution for. And so I agree with you that he's weakness across the spectrum. I said it, tonight at the library, masquerading as strength, marauding around as he's some guy. That's why he cosplays and puts himself dressed up as the Pope or puts his picture up there on Mount Rushmore. I mean, who does that except someone who's broken and insecure? He's trying to be something he's not, or puts his picture on the side of the DOJ, or puts, his name up in gold leaf everywhere, builds a Kremlin-style ballroom. You do that to overcompensate for your own inadequacies, your own weakness.
I guess that's one-sided as well. I wonder, do you agree or disagree with what Gavin said? CJ, he was cooking right there. Do y'all who disagrees with what Gavin says? That's all I want to know. Please, somebody explain to me. Who disagree? He just called that man dyslexic not too long ago. I just, say like I'm just curious to it. You know what I mean? Because somebody, you know what, I get I'll drop the link for y'all. Maybe now y'all can understand. And make me understand. Because I need some help. I need some help to understand. Look at you. Look. Yeah. Do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing. Go ahead. While California's getting threatened, while over 100 U.S. Americans is deleted in this war that he started, he's up there dancing on the podium. Everything that he ran on, he is going against himself. Every last thing. As he rubs his face because he knows Sharon is 100% correct. As he looks into the beautiful sunlight and say, yes, hashtag SNL. Welcome to the show. Shadow the Titan Wasp.
You know what? I need to go ahead and send this $2 now because SNL needs to stand for Sharon Niggas Lying.
Explain to me why you still supporting this man. You see this man dancing on stage in Kentucky. You see this man saying that Gavin Newsom can't read a speech. You see that he's saying that he cannot follow along, that he has dementia and all these things. But what we actually see is him is the one that can't follow speeches. He can't read speeches. He has a problem with following a coherent sentence. He's the one that seems dyslexic. He's dancing on stage. And let me also shout out to the beautiful. Thank you.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to the beautiful, the LA Project. Thank you so much, beautiful, for that love and support. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Listening while I work.
All right. So now I'm going to start the beef. First of all, Gavin Newsom is cosplaying. He's literally trying to be president right now. So he's acting like Superman trying to be Superman. So I'm not trying to hear him. Half what he says is contradictory, which is politics in general. So I'm not even going to be mad at that. Trump probably does have dementia. He's 80. To be fair, like he's a wrestling heel. You asked if this is WWE? Yeah, kinda. Like this is a sports entertainment. It's political entertainment. Like it is what it is. Like, and he's treating it as such. He's treating the camera as if he's the main character in a book, while in the same breath, behind the scenes, he's actually dealing with the people around him to handle missions that need to be handled. And again, you asked me why do I support what's going on. While I am not okay with the fact that California is currently being threatened, I also presented the solution to solve that. Because again,
and what is that solution?
Turn Iran into a glass desert.
You sound very much like Donald Trump. Donald Trump just said that. He said we could make sure that they never exist again. It sounds like right. And for some reason, you actually believe that destroying a whole country with buildings, schools, hospitals, religious buildings.
You before me.
Nothing to do with
million people.
You want us to believe that the solution
9.1 billion people
is to destroy not only the threat, but also women and children as well. And you believe people are going to say, yes, now we are safe after that happens?
Let's get the women and children out. And then anybody who wants to fight, turn them into glass in that whole conversation.
That's so Christian of you, John.
Wait a minute. Okay, but first and foremost, we're going to stop saying God literally took people out who were his enemies. So y'all need to stop playing with the whole Christianity story. God literally sent people to annihilate enemies.
Okay, that's fine. So now you are literally saying the same thing Donald Trump says, like to turn the whole place into
a glass desert.
Sell the glass. To say that is what you believe. That all the neighbors around is going to look at that and say, hey, yes, we are for that.
No, they're going to look at the glass desert right next to him and say, you know what? We don't want to be them.
Wow. So
in fact, Trump's going to tap dance on the glass and make a glass castle.
I got a question for you before I let Kulu into it, and I got two people in the back. So how do people usually find a way to unite with their enemies?
Usually fear.
Because because they find a common enemy.
Right. So here's the thing.
So now when you turn a whole 9 million people into glass, don't you think people like, maybe
he might be dangerous.
Right. And we need to get
he's only going to be dangerous for 3 more years.
People that are normally not together will all of a sudden get together to go against a common enemy.
So get this. And there's a bunch of people. Hold on. Yes.
So now,
I agree with you.
So now when all those people get together, doesn't that put us even in more danger?
Here's my answer.
Yes or no?
Hold on. No, hold on.
Hold on. Yes or no?
I have an actual answer. No. Here's why. Because y'all can have 19 380s and I'm going to come in with a minigun. You're going to shoot at my metal wall and I'm going to shoot at your entire land. I'm going to empty the clip until you can't figure it out. And guess what? Everybody in that back row who was saying, hey, we're going to join you, is going to realize, hey, we're outgunned, outmanned, and afraid. So you know what they're going to do? They're going to bow down and shut up.
Okay, so now which one is more outgunned? That I have 103.8s or you have one minigun? Which one is actually outgunned?
I don't think you understand how fast a minigun shoots, do you?
That's fine. Which one is outgunned?
The 380s.
Right.
You got 180 people who don't know how to shoot.
Hold on. The problem is that you believe that they all going to stand in front of the minigun and they can't outflank the minigun because they could only shoot in front of them. So now we have 100 people. Yes, you might be shooting in front of you, but all it takes is one person behind you and your minigun is done.
Wait a minute. Now you're also forgetting we don't just have the minigun. We got a wall made of water around us. We have,
and that's why I gave you the analogy of flanking. So the whole world,
America.
You
We
get
have the
the whole
friends of North America who ain't fighting
slow
nobody.
down. So if that's
Hold
the
up.
case, hold
We're gonna
on,
have
hold
this.
on,
We're
hold
gonna have
on,
this
please.
fight conversation.
Hold on, please. If you are saying that, why is the FBI warning California that we could be touched?
Because Iran is willing to do the touching.
No, not only, but it's saying they are capable of doing it. So it's
Okay, they are willing and able to do the touching. Sorry, I thought we were having a dynamic dialogue.
right. So therefore, it's past. Like we used to believe that we wasn't able to be even threatened because of the ocean and the walls and the hills and all these other things. But now the FBI is showing that no, they do have capabilities of touching land here.
That's fair. And something Brownsville brought up yesterday. I don't know if he brought it up here or if he brought it up somewhere else. But
who you
Trump
said brought
decided
it?
to pull.
Who you said brought it up? Who?
Brownsville.
You called his name.
That guy right there.
Welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York. How you doing?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
I can hear you well.
Yeah, man. First and foremost, let me take my shoes off before I walk into your room. Peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M. DB, Shiesty Bum, Bomb, Cherry Juice, Rogue, C, it's me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, the Supreme Goddess, PH Diva, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the Voice of Venus, the Verbal Assassin, Dawn, Renee, Keisha G, Maya Reed, the Real Prism, Karen Mackey, Natasha Vincent, all the queens, man, all the queens. Renee, Keisha G. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Cuzzo, I find it kind of disturbing that when you bought Shadow the Titan Wasp up, right? The first thing he mentions out of everything you said, right, was Gavin Newsom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes on to say, well, Trump is operating as if he's running the WWE company, right? And I just find that very disturbing because so far in Operation Epic Fury, we got 7 soldiers, 7 U.S. servicemen who've tragically lost their lives. I want to send my condolences out to their loved ones because, that's not something that they expected when they got deployed to the Middle East. They weren't going to a war zone back then, right? We got over 140 U.S. service members injured right now, according to what they're telling us. But we also have to question what they tell us, right? Because you just played, Cuzzo, Donald Trump saying, hey, we've destroyed the majority of Iran's leadership, right? But a U.S. intelligence briefing just came out yesterday and debunked that, right? And said that the Iran leadership remains largely intact and are under no threat of collapse anytime soon, right? We also got disturbing reports about the Trump administration dismantling and relocating the THAAD system in South Korea. The THAAD system is the Terminal High Altitude Aerial Defense System, as well as the Patriot Missile Defense System, right? We put those systems up to protect our bases in South Korea, which houses almost 30,000 U.S. troops, right? And we're protecting them from missile threats from North Korea and both China, right? Now, they're relocating that system to the Middle East. So what does that tell you, Cuzzo? that tells you that maybe things aren't going as planned, and now they're forced to, relocate assets and try to get some more reinforcements to help out what's going on, right? That's very alarming, very disturbing, and I don't even know why Shadow didn't mention that, right? Um, Also that FBI report, right? Why didn't Shadow talk about that? Why didn't Shadow mention, that alarming FBI report that you just commentated on, right? Where we got the FBI, warning several local municipalities and law enforcement offices in the state of California of a possible impending drone attack from Iran, right? Basically, the FBI report says that Iran has the capabilities to take some unidentified vessel in a Pacific Ocean and launch attack drones on California from there, right? So if you live in California, you need to be on your P's and Q's, and you might want to get up out of there. That would be my advice, right? But Cuzzo, we also got a disturbing report that 4 attack drones were stolen from Fort Campbell, right? A couple months ago. So are those incidents, is there some commonalities there? Are they being upfront? Are they being honest about what's going on? We can't believe anything our president says, right? Because he lies every time he opens his mouth. And that's not, that's not what you want, and that's what you hope to hear. Especially when Iran has capabilities just like they did the other day, right? With a cyber attack on Stryker. Did you hear about that, Cuzzo? The medical manufacturing company Stryker, right, got a cyber attack. Now, this is one of the largest medical manufacturing companies in the U.S. They manufacture different medical devices such as hip implants, knee implants, robotic arms and robotic legs, medical equipment to do neurological surgeries, spine surgeries, and various medical equipment. That company was attacked by via cyber, and Iran just took a responsibility for it, right? So we're seeing them have the capabilities apparently to hit us in our mainland and also hit us cyber, right? Via cyber. And the Trump administration is trying to let us know, hey, we're destroying them. It's not 2 and 2 isn't adding up to 4. It's not making sense. And we should demand transparency and honesty about the type of threat and the type of operation that we're involved in, because it seems to me that things are escalating beyond their control, and that Iran wasn't this soft, cookie cutter country that they thought that they was just going to come in and overwhelm, right? If you read the Iranian reports, Cuzzo, they're talking about all the damage that they're doing, right? In Israel, in the Strait of Hormuz, right? Heard about the U.S. tanker that was sunk. And then the Navy put out a report, from their intelligence department that they're not capable right now of transporting oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, as well as mines being put there, right? So what is that going to do? That's going to cause barrels of oil to spike all the way up, our gas prices to spike, energy prices to spike. We're listen, it's very problematic, and I need those Trump supporters, those MAGA supporters, those brothers like Shadow. He's here, but BMU, I need you to hit the link. Either Man Williams, I need you to hit the link. Otis Who Network, I need you to hit the link. And all y'all other Black MAGA supporters, I need to know what your thoughts on what's going on, right? Is this what you voted for? Is this what you support? The fact that we're going into this war and apparently, you know, we're biting off more than we can chew. It's very alarming, and we gotta pay attention. And listen, you know, be vigilant, and you know, be abreast on what's going on, because things aren't right. Things aren't being done decent and in order. And we gotta have these conversations thoughtfully and honestly, right? All this crazy stuff that the Shadow talking about. Listen, man, get informed first before you hit a panel and you want to comment about some stuff, right? Your lack of humanity is disgusting. When you talk about blowing everybody up and you don't even know what's going on, it's ridiculous. But I digress. Peace and love, man.
Peace and love.
Yes, I'm to digress.
And before you go, welcome to the show.
Blue, I said, that's her. That's Diva's intro.
Good day. Welcome to the show, Supreme Goddess PH Diva. How you doing?
Wonderful. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. You want to join in before Shadow get cooked up by Brownsville?
No, let me watch.
Uh-oh.
Enjoy Brownsville.
And also, after they go do their quick back and forth, also want to introduce Detroit Coalition and KT to go as well into the conversation. Go ahead, Shadow.
Let me break it down with a little bit of chaos control. So first and foremost, I knew Brownsville was popping up because Brownsville actually informed me about a lot of stuff from yesterday. And I'm going to make a point because he likes spinning narratives. So we're going to go ahead and knock that out real quick. Brownsville, the reason I didn't address certain things is because I was addressing Sharon as the conversation that we had. You have a tendency of saying because we're not talking about it immediately. And keep in mind, you mentioned 3 separate things that I should have brought up first. Keep in mind, that's not possible because, again, we're having an actual dynamic conversation, which, again, I knew you were coming in to play anti-Trumper. So you're going to explain a lot of things that we actually discussed yesterday. How do I feel about California being in attack range? I don't like that, which is why I said turn Iran into an effing glass desert. I don't have to argue with you anymore. Get this. If you threaten mine, I'll stop yours. I know that sounds callous, but I'd rather it be you than me. And again, you can call it lack of humanity. I call it self-preservation. And when it comes to America, any means necessary to make sure that this home stays home. Now, when we talk about the oil price, first of all, Brownsville, the Valley of Texas is awful. Like there ain't nothing out there. So for them to actually put in the infrastructure out there in Brownsville, Far, whatever the case may be, in order to do drilling out there, because they already do it in West Texas. So I guess they're making Southwest Texas, South Texas, that whole valley, fine. I don't know why that would help or not. People are talking about gas prices right now. And typically every year gas prices rise during this time because it's effing spring break. This isn't an abnormal trend, and we're treating it as if it is. While it has spiked more than typical, it's also recorrecting now. Like I'm passing by a racetrack right now and gas is $3.15. So, and it was $3.49 2 days ago. So gas will always course correct during specific events. So I guess that's why I don't have any necessary feelings on that situation. Regarding Trump being a narcissistic liar, yes, sir, me and you have agreed on that numerous times. Again, that monk is literally a wrestling heel. He treats the entire world as if he's doing some kind of extra show. But he got hired as an entertainer. People hired him knowing who he was. Not just once, twice. 2 different times, people hired this man knowing who he is. Do I support the fact that he put us in another effing war when the first thing he ran on this time was not doing that? Of course not. I don't. My brother just went out to Iran. I'm not cool with that. But again, I'm also not going to personalize self-defense. My brother knows what he signed up for. Why he didn't sign up in a time of war, he knew it was possible. Unfortunately, it happened. And I'm going to pray for my brother every day, and I'm going to pray for the people who died. I do not like the fact that we lost some of our own. But again, it's because they're ours. I don't give a damn who died in Iran. That's not my problem. Because guess what? If your people are a threat to me, you are a threat to me. I'm prune the branches. Take the branches, oil the grass. It's over. If you need to leave,
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Yeesh. Go ahead, PA's Diva.
Hulu streaming $369, $20. Drop Josh for right now. We're not murdering 90 million people.
Whew.
Luffy D Nuts 1, $5 super sticker. Thank you. Kim West $2. Josh, go join the military.
Damn.
Yo, Sharon, can I address that real quick? The super chat? Because we're not murdering 90 million people, man. And when you say God did it, Trump's not God, man. Marco Rubio's not God. P. Hessek is not God. They don't have the right to determine whether 90 million people get nuked and obliterated, man. Like, that's just not logical, bro. And it'd be all these so-called righteous, moral Christians that have everything to say about a woman's right to choose and everything like that, that talk about murdering millions of people. Like, that's insane to me, bro. Like, that's literally insane, man. And then to ignore what Brownsville said yesterday and then what Sharon brought up earlier, bro, like, how do you not see what's going on, man? All of a sudden, there's going to be an Iranian attack on California when it's been reported that Iran's missiles don't even travel that far?
Woo!
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
Yeah, I'm about that life today.
Hold on. Go ahead, PD, bro.
Shadow the Titan Wasp with the 40 ball. Bring back and sleep Kulu.
Oh, damn.
Kulu. Yeah, bye Kulu.
I'll be back.
I gotta give you all
Delon Cortez, also known as Jabba, member for 9 months. Thank you, sir. As a Californian, I'd rather not be a sacrificial lamb. We didn't even vote for the orange blob.
Damn. Sheesh. And also, let me just respect it. Kulu. Shadow said,
The fuck up in 2024. Yo.
Go ahead. You have the floor, sir.
Hold on 1 second, cuz did Shadow pay 40?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Dang, Brownsville.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
Kulu live streaming $369, $20. I'm back. I'm bike.
I'm bike. What accent is that?
That's Georgia, Florida.
What's up, Kulu?
So he back.
Yeah, so
yeah,
guys, look what I'm saying.
Hey, we have to play the game today, so I'm ready.
Yeah, so first of all, Trump's not God, man. PS is not God. So murdering 40 million people is just out of the question, right? And my point back to the drone, right, is it's been reported for a while that Iran doesn't have the capabilities to strike in American homeland. Like, that has been widely reported and verified, right? And it's just so funny that Trump's FBI, by the way, Kash Patel's lying ass, his FBI, right, warns that California, of all places, right, is one of the most liberal states, is going to be so-called blown up, right, by drone attacks. And it just so happens that, 4 drones were just mysteriously stolen from a highly secure military facility and they post 2 photos of white guys. Like, come on, man. Like, if this ain't the most telegraphed false flag that we're about to see, and it makes sense though, because the war is unpopular. Trump is losing support from all sides, and this attack that they're going to blame on Iran will magically get everybody up in arms, and they'll want to support Trump, right? Is the Pentagon is drafting a bill proposal for $50 billion for the war. So if an attack on Americans happens and they blame Iran and the media is going to push that, then they'll be able to get the $50 billion. Trump will get support for the war, and they'll be able to put boots on the ground and potentially do a draft to do regime change. So come on, man, bro. Like, man, this is crazy, Josh. Man, you got to give up your support for Trump, bro. Like, you're being like
Let me address everything you just said. Number one, I agree with you. I can see the false flag coming because, again, I didn't even know about the drones until Brownsville mentioned it, and then I saw the play immediately. I'm like, all right, they're going to repeat 9/11 because, again, they're just going to use the same playbook that worked already. But that being said, the fact that it's not known that drones got stolen widely is an issue in itself. Because another thing I agree with Brownsville, keep in mind, I may dislike a lot of what Brownsville says, but the man's rarely wrong. I do agree with the fact that he says that we need to be pushing for more transparency, which is also something Trump ran on. So if he's going to run on transparency, it's time to be a little more transparent and let us know what's really going down. But in that same sense, now, Brownsville, I know you're still here, and now we're looking at offset. Because at a certain point in time, you can't just give up everything you know, because remember, we did the same issue during Biden's regime, when Biden was president. And then things that he was being openly transparent about was being leaked to the public and to people who were adversaries. And that is dangerous in itself. That's a security risk to America. So if I have to sacrifice my knowledge to protect the security of the country, I'm more okay with that than having the desire to know everything at all times. Let me know what I need to know when it's time for me to know it. But if it can put that operation in jeopardy, I don't need to know it right now. But I need to be able to trust you to make sure you're going to do your job. I land.
But we're not asking for them to declassify secret information, right? We're asking them to be transparent on what's going on, the information that's going to be beneficial to the American people, and also to not lie to us, right? By saying things like, oh, we've killed all of their leaders, right? At the same time, you're saying that your own intelligence agency is telling us that the Iranian leadership is intact and they're not in jeopardy of collapse anytime soon, right? So you are contradicting your own intelligence agency. That's alarming, right? Because y'all should be definitely on the same page on what's going on in Iran right now, but you aren't, right? And then the most alarming thing is this, right? Shadow, you described my position as anti-Trump, right? But what you should have did is describe my position as pro-Americans, right? See, you are anti-American, but pro-Trump, and I'm explaining to you why, right? Because when I mentioned the possible impending attacks on our soil, where innocent civilians could potentially be harmed, that's not something that should be possible. But yet, under Trump's administration, apparently it is, right? I don't want any Americans getting hurt or deleted because of his reckless actions, right? The cyber attacks that Iran is taking responsibility for, right? You're anti-American, elderly, and medically disabled when you support them. Because what you're saying is, well, I don't care if Iran is able to go in there and mess with your heart monitors and mess with your robotic arms and cause you more injuries and things of that nature, right? You're anti-American and pro-Trump when you say, hey, listen, I don't care that your gas prices is going up and your energy bills is going up to the point to where now you're not able to save money for your kids' college, and you're not able to do things that you would normally do during spring break because you got to conserve resources because you don't know what's going to happen with the economy, right? You are expressing anti-American views when you say, hey, we need to just blindly support this person because he is sitting in the presidential seat. But what you should be saying is, no, he's a danger to America with his reckless actions, and the repercussions shouldn't be coming to the American people in this way, right? So I need you to get it together, my brother. If you were MAGA before and you got duped, just say, listen, I was MAGA, I got duped, and I don't want any U.S. service members to die for this war. I don't want U.S. civilians to die because of this war. I don't want the economy to collapse or for middle class families to be completely disrupted financially because of this war, right? If you were pro-America, this is what I will be hearing you say. And the reason why you're not saying it, Shadow, is because you're anti-America. Peace and love.
Gaslight. All right. So again,
Hey, no, can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick? Because I ain't gonna lie, I've been chilling back. That's messed up statement, Brownsville, because most presidents have put us in those situations. Like, we can point at presidents who've lied on the premises of what they ran on. Like, by what you're saying, everyone who's ever supported an American president isn't an American. Like, they're anti-American. Because most presidents have done things that harm the people of America. Like, and we watched that. That was literally it. I was just saying, like, that was just a crazy thing to throw out
But
there.
you got to make sure we talk about each individual action. You know what I'm saying? Because every president, every leader, like, you know what I'm saying, nobody scored 100%. There's not one, president that we've had. But you got to call out the things that they have done. You can recognize when those leaders have told you about their mistakes, right? So now they admit to something, and now they can do whatever they need to do to redeem or repent it, right? But ignoring, like, or trying to lump all these presidents into just all presidents do bad, then you're right. We never going to lead to anywhere. But if we start with specific things, which specifically nobody's talked about any of these supporters of what Trump is trying to do in Iran, nobody has done anything or said anything about what was the imminent threat. Because there was no imminent threat by our own intelligence.
Part of Mr. Call of Duty.
There was no imminent.
Sorry, I'm gonna let you finish. I got you.
There was no imminent threat. What the problem is, we don't see who's actually orchestrated this whole thing in the first place. We are fighting an Israeli war. This is Israel orchestrated war using U.S. troops as a way of fighting Islam. This is their dream war. The IDF in particular. I'm not talking the Zionists. It's not everybody in Israel. Just like I wouldn't say go bomb Israel since they're the problem. It's the leadership. It's not the people. I think in most of these countries, if you were to let the people just vote, on everything, none of this shit would be happening anyway. But that turning that shit into glass thing, bro, Zionists and white supremacists have one thing in common for sure: violence. They don't have a value for life. They do not have any humanity, right? And when you start leaning into supporting that, you're leaning into that part of your soul too. I'm just saying, like, just individuals who are supportive of it just because that's who they voted for and can't call a spade a spade. You contributing to that same kind of, deficiency, if that makes sense.
See, Detroit.
And
I think
said that last week, though. I said this was about Israel
Detroit
last week.
I need to attack the Detroit real quick because he shot a shot at me earlier, and I need to go ahead and do this because me and Detroit can have an actual civilized debate because we're adults. I've seen him have to dig in on some people, so I want to go ahead and handle this. You cool with that, sir? So let me say,
bro.
a few things. So while I dislike the fact that you're ultra leftist at times, which again we've had the discussion about, and you dislike the fact that I lean super right at times, one thing that we both can agree on is that death is not necessary until it's necessary. The difference in what me and you are saying is I'm okay with pulling the trigger now and making a decisive action before it becomes a bigger issue. Let's even talk about Israel. Like, hold on, I know. Wait. Let me finish. Wait, Detroit, let me finish.
Okay.
Because you brought up Israel. Because you brought up 4 points. I'm attacking each one of them directly. You brought up Israel, that we're fighting a war for Israel. Even if I went ahead and swallowed that pill and said that it's okay, that you are absolutely right on that, Israel is still one of our biggest allies in the Middle East. So at the end of the day, hold on. Yes, they are. Like that, there's actual like history to support that. Whether you agree with it or not. What?
Oh, go ahead, finish. I'm sorry, I won't cut you off. Go ahead.
Whether you agree with Israel being our cousin from the East, it's still a thing. So you fight my cousin, I'm gonna come fight you too. Because that's how the game works. While I don't agree with the motive on Israel's side, now I'm going on to my third point. We're now talking about what was the imminent threat. The imminent threat is we made a specific, not request, demand of Iran. Do not, and we quote, exceed this amount of uranium enrichment. Oh, well, we're doing it for medical purposes and apples and oranges and bananas and beach baskets, and look at this money. Nah, fuck that. Nah, we're not gonna do that. What really went down is they kept trying to sneakily diss the agreement that they agreed to. And then we're like, hey, we're gonna throw this rock at you till you understand. Stop playing with me. Oh, you don't understand? I'm gonna hit you with a boulder next time. Oh, you still don't get it? When I drop a mountain on you, you're gonna feel some kind of way about it. And so now we're dropping the mountain. And when we're done with the mountain, we're dropping a bomb because you clearly don't understand when no means no. And even if you're saying, oh, well, they have the right to do that. No, they don't, because then they become a threat to us. Then they are actually, them breaching that deal put them in the stage of imminent threat. And that's what my issue with it came in. And finally, I think Trump's a psychopath at the end of the day, but he's a psychopath who's the president that's making decisions not just alone. And that's a lot we always spin. And I don't like the fact that we spin that. We spin the fact that Trump is just making people around him, hey, sometimes this is a good idea, sometimes this is a bad. I can say this based on what you and Brownsville said. We know for a fact that there are people in our agencies that are very political, even though they're supposed to be in apolitical positions. They can feel some kind of way about what's happening because they don't like the person who's making the decision. And I'm okay with that. But if you're going to tell me something and then say it's only because of apples, then I'm going to argue with that because I disagree with it. Let me be wrong, but show me why I'm wrong. Don't just say, oh, we don't like this because Trump is doing it. No, tell me why what he's doing is inaccurate. Alain.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll tell you exactly why. So the same deal that you're talking about that they're not adhering to it anymore is the deal that Trump squashed, right? The JCPOA. So he squashed that deal, right? Even though that deal on an international scale, according to watchdog groups, it did lower their proliferation of nuclear weapons, and they were like adhering to international standards while they were under the JCPOA, right? So them as a threat to us or a threat of a nuclear bomb wasn't even for us. You know who it was for? It was for Iran. It was for Israel, because Israel has been threatening them and all those other Arab nations for decades. So, like you said, if I know somebody's got a gun and they keep pointing at me, why would I not have a gun too? Because the gun that you forget is that Israel has nukes. Did you know that Israel has nukes over there in the Middle East? So they have nukes. They don't report theirs, right? They're one of the few countries that don't report their numbers to the international community, right? There are estimates, like people have estimates of it, right? But they don't report to anybody. And they've been the threat over there to Iran and to Syria and to Lebanon and to all those other Arab nations, because that Zionist regime is on a Zionist path, just like the white supremacist regime that's over here is on a white supremacist path, and they all together. So, you know, every point that you tried to counterpoint, which I wasn't even trying to like make these points about like I hate Trump and stuff like that. I can say that, but I can follow his policies and give you every reason why you should too. But all your points you're giving, like you start off with like, you know, I know this sounds bad and everything, but if you just, you know, give it a try, like, and that's like, this is geopolitics, man. That shit don't work like that. You know what I mean? Like the threat is Israel. Israel has been the threat in the Middle East. That's why all these countries, that's why, you know, Iran's missile defense system is so high tech. That's why they, you know, I'm sorry, I'm driving, y'all. But that's why they espionage is highly rated. You know what I mean? Cyber attacks from them, their cyber side is very highly rated because they've been dealing with this threat here from, you know, a neighbor, let's say, because Israel's their neighbor for years. And now we get drugged into that part of it. The same way we ignored Gaza, now we getting drugged in to actually be the weapons that Israel wants to use on the rest of the Middle East. And if they can start with Iran and get the US to go and bomb Iran, you think they can't go into, you know, Syria, you know, and all these other countries, Yemen and all these other countries and yoke them up like they want to too? And then who's going to run that area? Israel. This is an Israel war. So all that, you know, Trump talking, everything like that, this is not an American war. This is not what the American people wanted. It's not what he ran on. It's not what, like you said, like y'all talk about when he won the election. The reason why he won the election because people didn't show up. So yeah, he had the more numbers, but people didn't show up. He won the election. The majority of Americans did not vote for Trump. The majority of the voters voted for Trump, but a good chunk of them didn't even show up. Sorry. Listen, tell me where I'm wrong in the Israel part.
No, I at least agree with that much. No, I don't disagree with you.
Damn. All right. Hey.
So even though I'm not disagreeing with you, am I still saying that we're out of pocket for what we're doing? No. That's the difference in the conversation that we're having. While I can even understand, hold on,
let me understand this. So, Detroit, do you believe that we are out of pocket for what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay, so Shadow, so now do you agree with that as well? Because you're saying you agree with Detroit, so therefore you must agree that we are out of pocket.
No, I agree with the reason he says we're out of pocket. I understand why he feels that way, but I don't agree with the fact that we shouldn't take action based on that.
Okay. My point is, I don't operate on feelings when it comes to geopolitics. So you're gonna have to tell me where
I operate on feelings when it comes to safety, though.
Tell me where our diplomatic ways of doing it, which was the JCPOA, weren't working, right? Where we had to bash that deal, right? And then tell me, like, what was the replacement and what have we done to lower the proliferation of nukes around the world since Trump's been in office? Since that's the threat, because that's the gun you're talking about, right? Yeah. You're talking about somebody assembling a gun while you got one pointed to their head.
That's fair. No, that's fair. I can even support that. But that's also, those are one of the few things I don't support about what Trump's doing. I think he's actually putting us in more dangerous positions in the short term. But if it can, again, if we can fix the problems faster and we actually make decisive actions, I think we'll actually do better.
What you are fixing are the problems that they created.
Well, I mean, look, even if he's fixing problems that he's causing, look,
it's the WWE. You create.
I'll even swallow that pill. He's fixing problems that he's causing. But again, if the threat exists in any existential way, I want it gone. That's just how it works. I mean, I'm sorry if that seems callous, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to make sure. My feelings are very simple when it comes to us as Americans.
Okay, black folks here. Just real quick. I'm gonna get off here.
Hold on, because y'all saying that. Hold on.
My bad.
Yeah, I understand. Because it seems like we having issues with super chats and things. I know it's probably because of the words that we're saying. It's probably because we are talking about this very topic at hand. So a lot of things is acting weird out here. But also the Cash App says, fact check, Josh wasn't a part of the military. No, he was not. So I do need people to understand that as well, right? Is that like as people want to have these conversations and all that, but every time we had these conversations, like one of my videos got flagged yesterday because we brought up the e-files and we was talking about that. And clearly now people are saying that some super chats ain't work. So y'all, hey, look, I don't know.
Yeah, remember I told you some of the super chats weren't going in earlier.
So I don't know if it's a good idea for me to keep having these conversations. I don't know.
Well, I've had super chats that got blocked before, but it really was just I probably was saying some vulgar shit, so vulgar stuff. Sorry, my bad. But no, I'll bring it to
Detroit, I
black
just
folk.
said
So
I responded to you.
I just want to have your own conversation. I get that.
It's on the Iran thing, really quick.
We can't even get like I ain't get no super chats because whatever's going on with YouTube or whatever, I don't know. And also, I don't even have what 70 likes. We got 200 people here, and I can't even get 70 likes. Something got to change. Something has to change. I don't know what. It's either I don't talk about it and y'all just figure that shit out for your own selves, or I don't know. Like how we had 200 people and we can't get 70 likes. How is that possible? And this is the issue that happens sometimes, that we, the people, we don't even support the people that's attempting to get proper information out there. That is weird. Thank y'all so much for checking up and holding them. So until we had to talk about it, I guess they said, "Oh, I guess they paying attention." Because Shadow wasn't the only person that said. We had multiple people hit me up and saying that, "Hey, this thing isn't working." Diva, you there? I'm not sure Diva's there.
I'm here. I was in another browser telling somebody they look like a fat Humpty Dumpty. Nevertheless, Kim Winters, $2. Is it working?
Seems like it is now. Thank you so much.
Lady D, $20. Thank you. Miss J, $10. Hit the like button. Brownsville, New York, $10. Super chat is working.
Okay. So it could have been maybe the things y'all was trying to say in the super chat. I don't know. So, but we do gotta be careful about the words that we're using because they are definitely paying attention to my channel every time I have these type of conversations. Like I said, one of my videos got flagged the other day just because we said the e-files and we was talking about the e-files and that's why I got flagged. So please mind your thoughts, mind your words that y'all using.
Yeah, because though I find it interesting that Shadow, he mentions, well, yeah, Trump isn't doing it alone, right? But then he fails to mention who he put in place to deal with these important tasks, right? For example, Pete Hegseth, the most unqualified Secretary of Defense in U.S. history, right? And he replaced the most qualified Secretary of Defense in U.S. history, Lloyd Austin. And guess what, Shadow? He was a black man, right? So we got a black man who lost his job for an unqualified white man. And Shadow the Titan WAP says, okay, yeah, that's good. That's fine. There's nothing wrong there. Also, Kristi Noem, right? The former head of Department of Homeland Security, right? She is alleged to have participated in the trifecta of degeneracy, right? Mismanagement of ICE agents that resulted in American deaths, Also mismanagement of government funds in excess of hundreds of millions of dollars, and also possibly an extramarital affair. Shadow, he says nothing about it, right? He had to fire her because of these atrocities, right? You also got Tulsi Gabbard, right? Once again, very little intelligence experience, right? But yet even her agency just pretty much said Trump was lying, right? When he said he took care of and deleted all the Iranian leadership, right? So I need my brothers, right, to just gain more knowledge, wisdom, and understanding and situational awareness about what's going on, right? And so you can make an informed decision and, you know, be able to express an informed opinion that really, you know, benefits you and your people, because that's what we should be caring about. Is what's going on beneficial to our people and us? And the fact of the matter is there's no benefit and things are only getting worse. And I'm tired of these brothers making excuses for it. Peace and love.
If I could real quick, I would say I think what you're saying, Kane, is this, like, because homogeny is what we should be under. Like, I agree, like we should focus on our people and then, you know, go from there. But we are in America, right? It's a melting pot. Like the American ideology, we've trained ourselves to believe like this is good and normal. So like we can't really be mad at like people who feel that way. Maybe I get like disagreeing with them because I don't agree with bro like most of the time on that shit. But but you know what I'm saying? It's understandable. Like most people are. This is how y'all was talking about. Somebody said something earlier about like in another country, like if they didn't have them over them, they would vote. No, they wouldn't. That like Israel. Oh, Israel. Somebody's talking about Israel and the Zionists. Yeah, no, they brainwashed them to believe that's how it is. Like if you see normal Israeli citizens, they're like, no, we're like, this is our land promised to us. Like if we over there bombing them, it really ain't wrong. Like we deserve that shit. So it's like we can acknowledge that part. And for us Americans, definitely, I just don't know if that, because we don't even work in that single frame of mind where like the Israelis think this is their promised lands. We're America, which doesn't really explain what we are. We just say it's a melting pot, but let's keep it a buck. It's really about like white superiority. But yeah, make
But
it
there
a
you
hard
go.
thing for people to grasp with.
But that's it. That's the white supremacy equals Zionism, right? They are one and the same, right?
Oh
Or
yeah,
at least
no, they're hand to hand.
operate. Yeah. So when people, and like we were saying, the majority of the people, like you're saying, just by common sense, you know, probably the majority of people in Israel don't have those same views, right? But that's who's in power. Now we can maybe take from who's in power what they think, just like they probably take from us that everybody over here white supremacists, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but I think most people know that most places you go, the common people are just gonna be normal people that wanna go about their day and not be bothered and don't want to bother nobody. You know what I'm saying? Not based off of religion, color, creed, nothing like that, right?
No, but I think it's a case of like slavery, right? Where we say like, I agree, most white people didn't own slaves, right? But the other 99% sit back and watched as it happened. You get what
And it
I'm
benefited
saying?
from.
Yeah, and that's the thing about like, that's how we should apply looking at other shit. Like, and we can admit ourselves in America. We can point out all these flaws. Like, I'm not against y'all saying these are people bad. I'm just saying like we can. That's what's always been done. We have to
But you gotta
take a
remember
like.
too,
It's not gonna change by just saying that.
but some of those things have to change inside of their own country. Just like with Iran, right? Whatever's going on in Iran, if the people don't like what's going on in Iran, the people of Iran are the ones who have to be the ones that change that, right? We shouldn't be going over there bombing to change their political persuasion or
I
whatever.
agree.
So,
Yeah, for sure.
so same thing. Each one of those countries, and they have their sovereignty to do that. right? And we know that all these countries play around in everybody else's countries anyway on the spy tip and things like that, right? They're trying to get information on everybody. So
that's the real war.
That's going to go on regardless. And people use that for war as well, too. You can use it for information to protect yourself, or you can use it as a way of attacking somebody, too, right?
Yeah, destroying others.
Right. But I always want to, I remember this. It didn't happen in my lifetime, but I remember hearing this story. And, and I'm not a supporter of the Ayatollah, once again, because that's not my country. That's not it has nothing to do with me, other than I believe that every country has its sovereignty. But when we had the hostage, when they took over the embassy when they took over the U.S. embassy, this was in Iran, and they had those American hostages. You remember who they released first? The women and the black folks. And I think it was Mike Wallace, and this was the Ayatollah, the one that they just murdered. They just here a couple weeks ago. And I think it was Mike Wallace on 60 Minutes. Asked Ayatollah why, and his from what I remember from the interview was like, the black people have their own struggle they have in their country. You know what I'm saying? Like it's something like that. So to some degree, this guy was a representation of what white supremacists would hate anyway. He definitely was a representation of what Zionists hate, right? And people would take these bombings and these killings and things like that as somehow it's good for us. They own the American way of thinking, which the American way of thinking is all fabricated by white supremacy, basically. You know what I'm saying?
And it's ease. It's trade out. It's trade what's better for us for what's easier for us. Like I know I may not say it in ways that people like. Like I've been thinking about that lately, for real. Sharon used to say, like, stop handling shit with kids. That's just me as a person. Like, I ain't gonna really beat around the bush with it, right? But like, that's why I be talking like I do. Because at the end of the day, like I said, last week I was talking about how Israel and everybody up here, not even everybody, but a bunch of people was like, man, shut up, you sounding crazy. And now you said it, and I ain't saying you wrong or nothing, but nobody said nothing. You get what I'm saying? Like, they even in kind of agreeance for real. Like, maybe the way I say
agreed. Hell, I don't even know what y'all talking about. That's what I was about to cut in and ask. What are we talking about at this point? What's the conversation?
Well, we don't. I guess they ain't trying to say it as much because he was saying the Cash App was messing up then, but they was talking about like America, Iran, and Israel. You know what I'm saying? Like they what is it really? Like it's basically
still support Trump through this shit.
Yeah. And then we kind of got into how like we're the proxy state for Israel because this is really what Israel wants to do. But I also will say, if we even want to stay on there just so it can be more in line of what the topic was, I do believe that we got our own thing. I think we trying to set up a war with China. I really do. Like I really see that being like, because think about it, right? Venezuela and their oil will be really valuable if like the Strait of Hormuz is messed up. Like that's gonna really kill China's oil. Like that's their main oil where they get their oil from through. So even Iran itself. So like, yeah, they just cut off a real big proponent of that.
Who cut it off?
Huh?
Who cut it off?
Trump.
How did he cut it off?
Like by going to the war with, I ain't saying he cut it off, but I'm saying like I believe their actions to try to somewhat take control of it. Like what they did in Venezuela, but not in the same manner. You get what I'm saying? It's not like they just go in there and take the president, but I'm saying
Iran cut off Strait of Hormuz, bro.
Yeah, it's not America.
I thought you were talking about down in Venezuela.
Yeah, so
no, I'm talking about how, like,
what I'm saying, like we're trying to understand the correlation. It doesn't match up. So Iran is the one that is threatening the ships that go through. It used to be about like around 60 ships that go in and out through this the Hormuz Strait, and now it's only about like 6. And it's because Iran is threatening them. They threaten them so much that Trump is trying to give what's it called? Oh man, I'm drawing a blank. When he's trying to give the Navy to escort them in, so this way they can have a fair shake of getting through. So no, it's not Donald Trump trying to stop.
No, why are they doing that? Because they're at war with America, right? Like that's what I'm saying. And they're also the main source of oil for China itself.
Yeah,
Like
but you can't
Iran
blame.
is.
But regardless of that, you can't blame that on America. Is what I'm saying. Like to say that
No,
they're going
I'm
to use
saying
that.
like because like you said, it's flanking and strategy with war, right? It's not just about like what I'm bombing and this, that. It's what my bombing leads to. We're playing chess here, right? So like again, it's just we're cutting off China's supply of main source of
Right. That's
oil.
what I'm trying to get you to
And we're
understand. So
harming
we are
possible
not.
allies
So what
for
I'm saying is
them.
that you're not able. What I'm saying is that you're just not able to articulate it in a way where you can show where we are the ones that is doing that.
I'm not saying that we're doing it. I'm saying like the things that we have done have led to these actions. Correct? We can agree on that, right?
No.
So they were just always been threatening people coming through the strait.
No.
All right, and they've done it because we started war with them, right?
No, KT, the only way that they could strategically get back at America, right? By what Sharon said, like cutting off the ships, it raises the price of oil. That then affects our gas prices, affects the economy. Everything basically in America is made from crude oil, right? So it puts pressure on the Trump administration to leave or to end it quickly, so the prices get back down because midterms are coming up and the 2028 elections coming up, and if gas is $5 a gallon, $6 a gallon, if he's not getting back in office, and then whoever comes in will then remove the troops and they'll open back up and things will be back to normal. So it's the only way that Iran can have leverage.
Well, I would like
And
to
the other thing
say
too,
like
KT, real quick. The other thing too, China and Iran have their own relationship. Like
Yeah.
you know, the vessels that are going through there that are going to China, like they aren't getting threatened because Iran doesn't have a problem with China. Like you know what I'm saying? And on a bigger international scale too, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have their own alliance together. So
Yeah,
when we start
BRICS.
talking about where we gonna be hitting next and stuff like that, you gotta remember who are better allies, you know what I'm saying, amongst each other
China
than
will find a way to
what
get
the
their oil,
US is
bro.
doing.
Right.
If China has to airlift oil, they'll airlift it
And
out.
so, right. And so what we're trying to get, you don't understand, KT, that so the whatever ships that's for China, those are getting through. It is not stopping anything for where they could blame America because of something. I don't even understand that. Let me welcome into the show, God, Family, Country. Good day. How you doing?
Hey man, coolin'. How y'all doing?
We're doing well. What's your thoughts?
Good. So, well, first I got to get what you guys' worldview or what your thoughts on the war. Do y'all agree with it, or do you guys disagree with it?
I think everybody on the panel right now disagrees with it.
Okay. And what's your basis, I guess, for the disagreement? Like, what part of it do you disagree with?
Sir, you can just tell us what you think without doing a survey of what we think.
Ma'am, I'm trying to get your thoughts. I really don't have. I won't be able to juxtaposition my thoughts against yours until I know what you guys feel.
You don't have to be
So
against
we
us.
may- we may have-
Right, you don't have to
You don't have to
juxtapose.
be against us. You can just tell us
what
your
you think.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Well, for one, the people I really don't go by because we're in the United States. We really have no skin in the game when it comes to politics over there. But I look at the people of the country, and for the most part, the people are jubilant. They're extremely grateful. You have them showing that gratefulness here in the United States and then also in Iran. So obviously, even if you were to defect that it was a 50-50 split, 50 liked it, 50 didn't, it's still a very large percentage of the Iranian people who are for a regime change. So I don't know. That's why I wanted to know you guys' thought first, because you may not even care about what the populace of Iran thinks.
Can you
Well,
provide us a
the
link
first
with that, with
problem.
the source for that? Can you provide us a link with the source for that polling
Yeah,
amongst Iranian people?
Yeah.
You could drop it in the back chat. Go ahead, cuz.
Yeah, but the first part of your argument is also the issue, right? So, a regime change hasn't been successful, and according to the latest U.S. intelligence briefing, Iran's leadership remains largely intact, with no jeopardy of a collapse anytime soon. So even number one, as far as what you support, is inaccurate and it's not happening.
That was to you, God, family, country. Maybe he went to go look for the facts.
Yeah, you can't have regime change without having boots on the ground to keep that regime in power until things become stable. So like the American propaganda is insane. You know what I mean? It's insane, bro.
I just need my brothers to just get more knowledge, wisdom, and understanding on what's going on in this political sphere, right? Stop getting your information from, you know, these MAGA accounts and listening to Trump, who is a, you know, a liar, right? Pathological liar at this point, right? Because you'll come up and you'll say disingenuous things like the brother just said, right? Regime change, it's not happening, but yet and still the American people are suffering, and you know, a lot of Black Americans are suffering because of these gas prices, because of the energy prices. We got Black Americans in California right now that are wondering, hey, what's going on? Is it safe for me to go to an amusement park right now? Right? They're literally questioning what they're going to do during spring break because of this latest FBI report, right? You got the striker cyber attack, right? You probably got family members with heart implants, with, you know, robotic arms. You know, a lot of our military service members lost limbs, and they have medical devices from Stryker, right? And they're questioning, hey, is this device going to get shut down? Because Iran is saying, hey, that's what they're doing. So we need to like form better arguments and just, you know, really be careful with what we're listening to and what we're just regurgitating. Make sure it's accurate. Peace and love.
Yeah, because I think most countries, if you ask the people, they want some kind of regime change, but ask, do they want another country to come in and create the regime change? That's the question.
Hey, Detroit, because if you ask KT to go, do we need a regime change? KT to go would say yes.
I'm not understand anything. How would a regime change happen without another country stepping in? The whole country, the definition of sovereignty is you being able to protect yourself against domestic or outside sources. So if the government is imploding within itself, how else would they bring forth regime change in that country? I don't understand.
Iran is not. Can you provide me the source for them, for their country that it was imploding?
Yeah. I'm saying they
you know, I don't know, man. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead, God, family, country. Go ahead. You could.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just saying it was a very oppressive Ayatollah. He wasn't a nice guy. He murdered 30,000 of his own people who were protesting against them. You know, about the brutality against women, the rape. They weren't allowed to do anything in that country. They had a monopoly on all of the resources, all of the power, and there were no opportunities to do much of anything. So the main people who were celebrating, you know, what's going on in Iran are the Iranian women. If you go and you look on YouTube, you look on Google, and any sources, you will see they are the main ones that are celebrating this. I haven't heard anyone that lives in that country so far that are blasting the Trump administration for what they did.
You live in that country?
I know people from the country. Yes, ma'am.
No. I asked if you live in that country.
Why do I have to live
I'm
there?
asking a question, honey. You don't have to do anything.
Matt,
I'm literally just asking if you live there.
Just answer it.
Matt, okay. Well, it's a loaded question. No, I haven't.
It's
I haven't
not.
lived
It's
there.
just asking, do you live there?
I haven't lived there, man.
Okay, and I asked that question, sir, because you said you haven't heard anyone blasting it, right? And so if you don't live there, there's a great chance that you wouldn't hear anyone because you're not in a position to hear anyone, right?
No, they have media
okay.
outlet. They have media
Right, and
outlets who
everybody ain't
report.
on the media outlet though. That's what I'm saying. And so if the rank and file people are complaining, you would never know if media outlets are how you have to get that information.
How do you know the media outlets are not reporting it?
No, I'm not saying that they aren't, but I'm saying there's a chance that even if they aren't, there are still people there blasting it, right? Everything isn't
I'm pretty
shown
sure
on
there
the
are.
news. Everything isn't shown in the media, right? So even
Okay.
in America, when we look at the media, a lot of times what people in other countries see ain't exactly what's
Yeah.
going on here. They're not telling
I'm not
everybody's
going to disagree with
perspective.
that.
And so that was just my whole point. So unless you've lived
Okay.
there, saying I haven't heard anybody disagree with it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
I mean the sample size. I would say the sample size, the
If you
majority
don't
of the
live
people
there, you
that are
don't
there.
have a big sample size, sir.
Yeah,
That's
he
the
just
point.
fall into the propaganda.
Jesus
Iran's
Christ.
internet has been cut off since the first day of the war. So
Oh,
how are you going to be
okay,
able to
yeah.
get
And we have
just
no other
propaganda?
no other news outlets are there. The only one is the Iranian news outlet. CNN isn't there. Fox News hasn't sent people over
So you
there.
believe
There's
that?
no
You
other
believe
news
that?
outlet.
So hold on. You saying you believe that you saying CNN is reporting what the Iranian people feel and how they understand what's going on in their country? God, family, country. Are you there? Mm.
It makes no sense, because that's like saying that, right? If Biden was in charge and Biden, his administration got attacked, MAGA would be dancing in the street, and then that country will be taking those videos of MAGA dancing in the street, saying, "Oh man, the Americans support what we're doing." You know what I mean? We're trying to free the American people. Here are the videos of Americans dancing in the street because we bombed the Biden administration. Like that's literally what they're doing. Oh, that's the equivalent,
All they gotta do
Majority.
is cool. All they gotta do is listen to anything KT to go say, see, it's Americans. They don't like America. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you got that one person to say that. All right, cool, fine. But it's just not the nation saying that. You got to be able to show us that, hey, I was there and I'm seeing what the protest is saying versus the anti-protest, the people that's against it. You got to be able to check all those things out, right? And not just hey, propaganda is a powerful thing. This is why people like Jake Paul, I guess he's going to be in politics now.
DEI right there, bro, at its finest.
That shit is wild. But I
have a question.
Yes.
So, we've been spending a lot of time talking about politics lately. And the purpose of politics is really to navigate, acquire, leverage, power, influence, and resources. And so we have these conversations, but so how do we because, okay, these people doing it. We could disagree all day. Ain't nobody asking us nothing. They doing it, and they doing it for a reason. And at the end of it, there's likely going to be an outcome where they are getting whatever it was they was going over there to get in the first place, right? So now they've acquired some type of resource or whatever. And, if they win and get what they want, there's also an acquisition of power on some level, right? And so I guess my question is, so how do we get some of that for ourselves? Because they're going to do it anyway. So y'all going to sit up here, rant and rave for weeks and months on end about it. They're going to do what they want to do. They're going to get what they want to get. And then we still going to be, right? And so y'all, Black people seem committed to this political thing. And I'm saying, do it to where it actually works for you, or you can at least get something out of it. Politics for politics' sake doesn't really make sense.
Yeah,
I apologize, everyone.
Agree with
My
that.
phone keeps going out.
Absolutely.
Anybody got an answer for PhD? Go ahead, Detroit. Brownsville.
Yeah, so I've already suggested a solution how we need to, put ourselves in position to benefit from it, right? We have to raise our children to obtain these positions of influence and power within the American government so that we can get that trickle down effect from these occupations and things of that nature that's taking place, right? And that's the issue I have with KT, right? Because KT the GOAT would say, well, we just need to overthrow the government, which is nonsensical. He just comes across as a malcontent, right? But it's never a solution as to Diva's point that's going to be beneficial to our people. And I believe we have to, become participants of the system, and not only participants, but put ourselves in position to be the decision makers so that we can directly benefit from it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Oh shit.
KT is the one that gives the solution every time. I say there and say we should establish our own form of government afterwards. But again, what Kulu was saying, the brainwash, the American brainwash. This is why I pointed out earlier. Y'all so conflicted. You talking about what's best for your community, but then you want to talk American politics that are set up against your community and how we take advantage of it. As if we haven't already tried to, and we will continue to do so. I know we will. But it's just looking at anybody. I don't see how somebody sees somebody do the same things and actions for 100+ years, trying to correct things, and you're damn near arguing for the same things you were arguing from the beginning, just in a different way, and say, yeah, we could really shape this up well for ourselves. Again, like America is a melting pot. It's not built on homogeny. In honesty, it is, but they tell you it isn't. So there's the illusion of the freedom. I'm just saying, like, I prefer that we should, and I'm not saying they're saying it even has to be by ways of violence, because to be very honest and clear, if we were all like in unison of like, I don't know who said that earlier. I think it was the freedom dude, but he was saying like, the people, sovereignty, how sovereignty works. That's how I would like for America to work, for us to have our actual sovereignty. That's it.
You say, okay.
Well, you ain't gonna have your sovereignty unless like people leave you the hell alone. You know what I'm saying? Like unless they, treat you in a fair manner, or at least the rules that are in place are there to treat you in a fair manner, to make sure that nobody treats you unfairly. Let's say that. And people still gonna do whatever they want, but as long as you have the protection of the country that you've invested in, that you were born into, and you've been paying taxes into, and all this was promised to you. I think the biggest one thing for sure, people got to pay attention. People have to pay attention and get involved. People talk about politics, but I'm not talking about, I am not out here canvassing or doing anything like that. But I do my research on my representatives. I do my research on my, whoever's coming up. And then I'm always looking for the right of reach and play. Like what is really like somebody trying to do when these people are trying to get in their positions. Politically, what we need to be doing, we've been doing it all these years, and I hope we don't stop what Black folks have been doing, is trying to let everybody know, like, all these things benefit all of y'all. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when Black people fighting for workers' right, it benefits everybody. But you would have a segment of the population that even Black folks that fall into like this American way of thinking, like, as long as it's apple pie and this and that, as long as you act a certain way, you assimilate the right way, then the success is yours. And it shouldn't be that way.
All right. So both KT and Detroit, do you have proof that if you go by the rules that they have in play, that it's not going to be beneficial to you?
Man, it ain't no proof that Jesus real, but people believe it, right? Like, I can't sit there and lie and tell you I got the answers. That's never what I claim or act like. I'm just saying doing the things that we've seen have already not helped us doesn't seem smarter than trying to do something else. That's why that I tried to give y'all things and y'all all disagree with it, right? Cool. I'm not against that. The thing I'm saying is, at least I'm trying to think of things that we could do after. Most of y'all are just like, we shouldn't even do that. And I'm just saying the system, listen, America at first with Liberty Bell, you know, the first White House in Philly and stuff, that was a different government. This one that we came up, that we're currently under, America as we know it, 1776, that was a group of white folks. And one of the first thing they did was said, y'all not humans. And if you
But that's not answering the question. KT, you really need to work on your communication skills. The proof is the fact that it's theirs and they control the rules of the system, right? So what we have seen is that when we leverage that system to our benefit and start to make progress, they just change the rules.
That would be a better answer.
Agreed.
Okay, so
Right, but you said all them words.
Nah, look, you got
No, I'm not done. I was
I
letting KT go. I was letting KT respond, and then I'm responding here. So as far as like, I understand where KT is coming from, because there has to be a system. Hold on, there has to be a system to replace this. Like, you know what I'm saying? No matter what, this isn't working. Like this system, the American system has been an honor system. How what part am I answering? How to?
How's it not working? And all right, so
well, look where we are right now. Okay, would you say that like the system has worked where no matter what, the price of gas for you is protected, or is in a good state?
But we're not talking about that.
I'm just saying, like, you know, these are things that we deal with day to day, right? So whatever has happened with our politics is led to our gas going up in price. Correct? Can we agree on that?
Yeah, but that's affecting everybody.
That is affecting everybody. Politics affects everybody, even though everybody don't be involved with it.
Yeah,
so
when
people understand,
the problem is we're not talking about everybody. We're talking about our community. This is what the concept. This is what Diva started.
You ain't gonna change this country without getting the majority of the country on board. So hey, black folks, that's the issue here. Like when we look at like the election, like the majority of black folks voted the other way. You know what I mean? So it was the rest of the country that thought they were going to gain something from this kind of bullshit in office.
Okay, right? So now this is what. Okay, so now we there. So now is it people benefiting off of the bullshit that is in office?
Absolutely not. I mean, no. Hold on. Let me say that the majority of the people that thought they were going to benefit from this dude in office are not benefiting from it. No.
Okay, you changed my question. Are there people benefiting from the bullshit that is in office?
Yes.
How? Now, Diva question is, so now that we know that, how do we as a people and community benefit from those same benefits? Because it's open to all of us if we use it.
But if you're talking about,
and this is why Brownsville said we need to start pushing our kids towards it so it could trickle down into our community. So that is the question at hand.
No, but when it starts
but the people that are benefiting, hold on, KT. The people who are benefiting right now, right? It's a small amount of people that are benefiting. The elites are the only ones that are benefiting from a war, right? Right. So unless you're talking about starting your own, if this was the black community and we were in charge right now, you're talking about us going and bombing Iran.
We don't have to. Okay, so no. I don't know. I don't understand. Hold on. So what?
I know where y'all going with this.
No, you.
I do.
If you knew where we were outside of the dominant society's men, right? You can't seem to think outside of anything that they put in place, and so that's going to be your problem. If you need them to light the way for you,
right? And so, like for example, Detroit. Like,
listen, I'm trying to ride with y'all, man. I make sense, but y'all won't live. Okay, go ahead.
No,
just explain to me again, since I'm explain to me again.
Like, just because you make sense doesn't mean you make sense right now. So we're not
okay.
It's okay. So what I'm saying is that like, how do we get? So like, this is kind of the things that Diva would be trying to point out and get us to critically think about. That's why she acts it the way how she acts. She don't want to give us the answer. She wants us to get to the answer. So how do we get a piece of this $225 million they spent on furniture?
Yeah, we don't, because they literally not, like, when it comes to them seeing us as a community, the black community making the improvement or something in that lane. She said it earlier. They'll change up the rules.
That's
So
You
fine.
want a
like,
part of something that's wrong.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if they change the rules, because
You want a part of something that's wrong.
as long as we move with the rules,
You want
we
a
are
piece of something that's wrong. That's what you're asking for. It
I
was
don't
wrong to buy all that furniture and crab legs and all that stuff, right?
To who?
But you want a piece of what was wrong.
Yes, because it would benefit us. Yes, if you want, you could call it wrong all you want.
Okay,
I don't know
Okay.
why you calling it wrong.
You talking about them using funds illicitly, and how can we get a piece of that?
Is
Now,
it
if you
illegal?
want to explain a piece of that differently than what they were doing, you can say that you would use that $200-something million for something different, right? Would you,
No.
or would you use it on furniture like they did?
I will use it on furniture like they did.
Then you just want to be, you know what I'm saying, you want to be flagrant like them.
I'm
Then
not
you
trying to
aren't
be
fit for
flagrant.
power. You aren't fit for leadership.
Literally,
So we
no.
would need to make sure that
No,
people like you didn't get voted in office.
No, the problem is that we need to understand why that money is being spent that way, and how you could become the furniture store.
yeah,
Bro.
we already do it. Yeah, that's what you be
So
talking
you just want the
against in the
contract. So you want to
community.
have the government contract for the furniture, and then your business makes the money. Your individual business. When that probably could have been vetted correctly and went out to maybe
Or another
thousands of
black
different,
or black
hundreds of
man.
different
All right,
furniture
so now
companies.
all right, so now can you show me where that 220 million went somewhere else?
What do you mean went somewhere else, Sharon?
That 220 million on furniture is going to move regardless. Are we in agreement to that?
It wouldn't move like that if you didn't have a budget so high, right? If the DOJ
Incorrect.
or if you were
Incorrect.
allocating the money that you were for your budget correctly, right?
No, incorrect. You are incorrect. Every
Or if
person that gets in office, guess what they do? They go get a brand new office and they get new furniture.
Not $250 million worth of furniture, my friend.
You know how
They
big the
don't take that
Pentagon
much
is?
furniture. Say what now?
You know how big the Pentagon is?
That you talking about they change the furniture out at the Pentagon every year?
I don't know how
What are
often
y'all
they do
talking
it,
about, man?
but
Like
it's
$250
huge.
million in furniture is a lot of freaking furniture.
Okay, and
You
so
know,
why are we getting hung up on that? The point
because
is,
that was the
no,
example
the
that Sharon
point
gave me.
is, how do we leverage all this politicking y'all be thinking y'all doing to our advantage, right? And so you so caught up and committed to that other party, but they was doing the same thing. We seeing now how they was allowing people to just get over here, go straight to the DMV, and they was handing out licenses to them, taking them right down to the trucking employers and putting them behind the wheel of a truck, right? That ain't all. Everybody's doing it. And so the point is, you sitting up here wanting to do all this politicking and gangbang for all these people, or we were spending all this time talking about it. Okay, so how do you benefit from it? The point of politicking ain't just to be talking about other people's issues and what they doing.
Right.
You're supposed to be getting something for yourself out of it. And we cannot talk about raising our kids when we letting them educate our children.
So let me ask
Okay,
you this
now you're
question.
changing the subject to education,
I was
which I don't
addressing that
trust
to
this
Brownsville
education
because
anyway.
he was the one who brought up we got to teach our kids, but you turning your kids over to them to educate. And so you're not going to be teaching your kids those things.
So let me
Well, how
ask
you
you
gonna
this
teach
question.
them differently when you telling them that how we can get along just like these illicit motherfuckers is getting along?
Everybody's
You
illicit,
teaching them
baby.
to
You
act
had your
like the
eyes
things that we
open, you
complaining
pay so
against.
much attention to politics, but you don't see that everybody is illicit
Doing
except
it.
you.
Right. Everybody's doing it. It is a part of
Y'all not paying enough attention to hold on. You're not paying enough attention to politics to figure out which ones are flagrant. And then you react
All of
after they
them.
do
That's the
shit.
nature of the game of politics.
Detroit.
If
Who
the
is
people don't pay the damn attention, it is. You're right. That's what they want you to do, is not pay fucking attention. And you so
Detroit.
jaded about politics that you'll turn your blind eye to it and just like, how can I just personally benefit from it? When politics is supposed to work for everybody if it's done correctly. But if you don't pick nobody correctly, or if you jaded about it, your eyes ain't gonna be able to see it anyway.
Okay, so okay, hold on, KT. How are you benefiting off of politics, Detroit? So we can have an understanding. So this way,
I don't believe that besides like making sure that like my sovereignty, making sure that my rights aren't violated, that my freedoms aren't taken away, like that's and that I have the rights and the freedom to do what I need to do to take care of my family and everybody else around me has the same ability to do that. That's what politics is supposed at its core do. Now, you talking about putting money in your pocket.
Hold on. Are you saying that we do not have the right to do those things?
You have the right to do those things, but
okay,
I would say that your right. Hold on.
So
your right can be infringed on even if you have the right, Sharon. Your rights can be infringed on even if you have the right.
What does that mean?
That means that even though you have the right to peacefully assemble or protest, that somebody still can take that right away from you.
No,
right?
they can't.
We've seen
No.
that in
No,
I'm just giving an example.
Hold on. But you say that no, they cannot take it away from you.
If they kill you while you protesting, then they take your right away from you?
No.
Come, what the hell, dog? Like that, this shit don't make no damn sense.
Right.
You know, that shit don't make no sense, bro.
I don't,
like,
I don't
you know,
understand how
I'm just trying to figure out why you would think that.
Because you still have the right, even though you are dead. You still have the right. I don't understand.
How you protesting if you dead? Your first right is life, liberty, and then the pursuit of happiness, right? I mean, your life is gone. Your human right is gone.
You understand that's not a real argument.
I'm just giving you an example of a right.
But I'm trying to get
you asked me for an example of a right.
Get you to understand. You still have the right. Even somebody impede, they make it difficult. Whatever the case they try to do to impede on it, you still have it. It's never taken away from you.
But it can be infringed on, correct?
No,
bro. What the hell, man? Like, do you understand what I said? What infringement means? It means that people are pushing against your right, trying to lessen it. Like,
how?
You understand that?
Okay, so no, I do not understand.
Okay,
so
the workers' right.
No matter what a cop do to me, he cannot take away my right. No matter what he does. And for some reason, you can't understand that. You
no, because it doesn't make I can't understand it, Sharon, dog.
Hold on.
Keep in mind.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
The problem is you think because I have my sign out there and some officer say, hey, you can't do that. That means he's infringing on me. That's not
if you had a right to do whatever you were doing, right? And that cop impeded on that right, that's an infringement on your rights.
Do that cop have a right
to do that? No.
Why not?
So you want me to use an example of the protest?
No, I want you to answer the question.
Because your right supersedes the officer's right anytime.
So now
they're like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Say what?
So I'm infringing on his right.
How are you infringing on his right if you are exercising
That's
your
what I'm
right?
trying to get you to understand. Stop playing
rights
word
don't work
games
like that, though. You're trying to get me to understand something. There's no way that your right can infringe on an officer's right. It doesn't work that way, dog.
And there's no way he can infringe on me just because he told me.
Yes, it is, dog. Man, what the fuck are we talking about, dog? But this makes sense. Like, now we get into this conversation or whatever. I remember we had that conversation about. Go ahead, man.
Because you believe just because somebody's trying to do something, that means that stops me from having a right. If I could still go to court and prove in a court law that this person did something to me and I win, I still have my right. You having a right to do. Hold on, so you can understand. Me having a right to do something doesn't mean somebody cannot try to oppose it. I still have the right, whether I have to prove it in a court of law or not. I still have it.
You're not proving that you have the right. You're proving that somebody infringed on your right, Sharon. That's what you're doing in court. You're not. I'm just you. I'm getting right back around to it because it doesn't.
You know, Sharon must be. He must be trolling right now. Because he have to know that the officer is not working as a regular person. He is just working as the state. He's working as a part of the government. And so we don't infringe on their rights. They can ask us to not do things. But if they tell us, like, we can either do it or not. If we stop, it's on us. But he can't make us stop. But he can't make us stop.
He can't make, thank you.
But he can't access,
and
right?
he cannot stop us from our right at all. The problem is that Detroit believes that because I'm fighting somebody, that means I don't know.
No, I use the example of death,
My right
and it's
has not been
final.
my problem is
Yeah,
that my right has not been taken away. You cannot prove
Right.
that my right was taken away.
Right. I use the example of death, though,
because things get difficult and somebody disagrees and they do something illegal, that means your right been taken away. That's not what it means.
Once again,
But
I use the example of death.
Now we have an understanding of that. How?
I use the example of death.
If majority of people are walking in the streets right now protesting, they are not dying. They are not getting arrested. People go protest every day. So this
The
whole
one
idea,
or two or three or however many that did die, what about them?
What about
Were
them?
they able to go to court? Were they able to go to court the next day?
What
I use the
about
example
it?
of death.
You
So I
me
shouldn't have maybe
questions.
used that extreme of the
I'm trying
example.
to understand.
But if it was
I'm trying
death,
to understand your logic.
if it was death, then their human right was taken away. They don't have a way
No,
to
it's not.
go back and.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I think
So,
the person's dead.
oh my gosh, man.
The person being dead don't have nothing to do with anything that you're saying. Jesus Christ.
You might want to pray, because you telling me that if you kill somebody, you didn't take their human right away. You didn't take their right away.
No, you took their life away.
What are your human rights? What are your the basis of our human rights?
Life, liberty.
Life.
Yes.
I'm not trying to you know what I'm saying? It's just I don't get it, man.
I know that's and I'm trying to really.
If it wasn't a violation of a right,
so
then you wouldn't have a charge on you after you did it.
So KT kills me. He took my rights away.
He wouldn't have a charge in your estimation. He wouldn't have a charge because he didn't do nothing to you.
It's a very simple.
Yes,
answer.
Sharon, you don't have the right to live.
I asked you, KT, to go. Detroit, are you saying if somebody comes, KT takes my life away, he took my rights away?
He took your right to live away. He took your life away. Isn't that a right?
This can't be for real.
Is life
you
not a right?
You don't even have rights without life. This is
yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? That's a simple question. Is life a right? You have a right to life.
You literally once you're alive, that's the whole thing about abortion, right? The argument in courts and stuff. Come on, man, stop this. Can we move to something else?
We can move on, but it's
No, hold on. I get that y'all think that y'all
ain't nobody ducking. Ain't nobody ducking, bro. Go ahead.
But y'all can't answer questions, and it is man. Every time y'all prove PhD right, it bothers me. It really does. Because I be wanting
don't let me
really wanting my brothers to have some real solid foundation of what they are saying. No matter what happened to Renee Good, I still have a right. They didn't take no rights away from us as Americans.
They took her right away.
No, they took her life. They didn't take her right. No, they took her life.
Yes.
They didn't take her rights. Hold on.
Her right to live. That's the same thing.
Oh my God. I understand the wordplay, and I get it. I really
this is simple words, though. They ain't even no play with it.
Yes, you are.
This is just simple. Nobody has the right to take somebody else's life unjustly, right?
Because
that's simple, right?
What you are saying, oh my God, it's so difficult for me to maintain.
It's okay. It's not a complicated question.
No,
and then when you try and make it more complicated, it gets frustrating.
Yes, because you're not making sense of what you are saying.
Bro. When do your rights start?
At birth. So listen.
At birth, at life.
I think so if you kill me because I'm coming at you, you took my life, but you're not gonna go to jail, right? They may even put you on trial and everything. They're gonna find you not guilty, even though you took my life. But if you took my life unjustly, the reason you're going to jail is because you took my right to live away. So, people get away with the crime of killing people, right? If it's just. The reason is because they didn't take their rights to live away, right? They just figured, hey, I had a right to protect myself. My right to protect myself is over your right to live. But yes, I mean, Yes, my right to protect myself. If you coming at me, I have a right to protect myself. It's over your right to live because now it's me or you.
Okay, so this is insane.
All
To
of
me.
this is about
I'm glad
right.
that you said it. I'm glad that you said that, and that's all I'm trying to say. Like, it doesn't make sense to me what you're saying, right? And I get it. So you have a right to live, but until regardless, I'm not going to even try to understand how Detroit Coalition is tying that to that we don't have our rights, that our rights is being infringed on. Our rights are not being infringed on just
Tie
because
it in here. So I'll tie it in.
Okay.
Because remember, we got off on this tangent of what's a right and what's not. But
No, we got on the tangent because you're not making sense. And I'm trying to have an understanding of it. But instead of you trying to understand why I'm not understanding, you just want to be right. So, and again, Renee Good losing her life didn't stop me from having my rights. So I'm trying to understand, and this is why Diva asked this question, how we are going to benefit off of the politics that you know. And so far, you are not being able to bring all this together and how we are going to benefit off of the politics that you know.
Okay. So if you vet your politicians correctly, you will put in place people that have a like mindset that just want to do what's right for the people. If we don't pay attention and we just go by like who's the sensational story of the day and go by who posted whatever yesterday, then you're gonna get caught into what we are in right now. And that's what I feel like, personally. And the people who are getting hit, just like potentially the black community gonna get hit, are the majority of American citizens. If they white, if they whatever other color, they like the policies that would benefit us would benefit them. And it took somebody, I think it's taking, I don't know how this is going to turn because I know how America is, but I think it's taking this super racist, super idiot that's in office that is really kind of stirring people maybe the right way.
My question, seriously?
Hey, cuz when this is done, I want to have a quick back and forth with Diva, if you don't mind.
Hey, Diva.
Hey, can I answer Diva's question real quick?
I do not understand how this is answering the question, bro. Again.
Hey, Sharon.
Hey, Bob. This is
well, it's not going to answer the question of like, how can we remember we got off into man.
Yes.
You guys trying to benefit from the bullshit that these people are doing in office.
From politics.
Right. And what I'm saying is neither one of y'all, if that's your mindset, then y'all ain't set for or made for politics. You're not. That kind of mentality ain't made for politics.
No, what
like,
you're saying,
like
what you're saying that what you're saying that you know what is corrupt and what is not, because they spend 200 million on furniture. You saying that's corrupt, but that doesn't mean it's actually that's corrupt.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I know it is. Just like a $250 million jet is corrupt for Christian Nome, right?
Hold on.
Yeah, that's not corruption.
Hold on, please slow the fuck down. And this is why you think that what you were saying before about taking a life means that somebody actually took your rights away. So what I'm trying to get you to understand in politics, right? For example, they spend $225 million on furniture. What is corrupt about that?
Once again,
answer the question, please.
Because I believe that 200. Oh, you want to go down the rest of that list that you put up there too?
Yes,
because if that's anything, so if that's right, so that whole list with the lobster tails and all this, if you see all that and then add on the furniture, right? Yeah, that's a lot of motherfucking money for furniture, dog. Like I've been in that industry before. I worked at a big company that like.
Tell me.
That's a lot. That's $250 million in furniture. I mean, that you replaced every piece of furniture in the Pentagon.
We understand,
and that didn't need to happen.
Hold on.
Right?
Do you believe the argument that is a lot of money or is not a lot of money?
That's a lot of money on furniture. I know that's a lot of money.
Do you think the conversation that we are having is about how much money it was?
No, it's about how we can get a piece of that.
Bomb Cherry, what was the question? Hold on, Bomb Cherry, what was the question I asked him?
You asked him why that's corruption. Spending that amount of money on furniture is corruption.
Thank you. So can you please answer?
Right. And I said, I know that is a lot of money on furniture. I know it is. From my industry experience.
How that equates corruption though? Because if they got the right to spend that on furniture. Have you ever been in Pentagon? Because I have. And they ain't using no cheap ass furniture. And it's large, it's huge, it's big. Like, so it would only be corruption if they lied to us about it. If they lied to the people about it, then that would be corruption. But if they spend that amount of money, it's not corruption.
Okay. So if I left it just as one bill for furniture, you would say that. But when you stack it on everything else that was on that list, right? The lobster tails, the crab, the ribeyes, and all the other stuff that was on there. Is it wrong for me to infer that there's some illicit behavior going on, especially being that I have worked in the furniture industry and I know that that's a lot of fucking furniture?
We still trying to understand. Nobody's arguing that there's a lot of furniture.
Okay.
But you're saying but that's not the conversation is about corruption because you're trying to make it seem like
right. But remember what we started on was Diva's question, which was how can we benefit from it? And I got to the point where I told y'all if you're trying to benefit from it, then you're part of the corruption.
Thank you. So now, how is it corruption? I don't know why this is so difficult.
Okay. So the point of view you're saying is if you wanted the businesses that sold the furniture, you just made your comeuppance, right?
I just want you to answer.
I'm trying to answer your question. I've been trying to answer your question.
Hold on. Please.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. I got sense, brother.
But
I'm trying to understand what your point of view is.
You don't need to understand my point of view when I'm asking you a question.
I obviously do because you don't. Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. You say you have the answer. All you gotta do is answer the question. You don't have to cater your answer to me. That's all.
Okay. So for the sake of this, let's say yes. Corrupt.
How?
Once again, I was trying to like now I'm gonna get the how, right? So now do I get to use an example? Now do I get to use okay? So in this scenario, let's say you're saying that you're a business and you would benefit from selling some of that furniture, correct? You don't want to answer that? I mean, in that scenario, if you are getting, now we go further. If you're getting like these contracts like that commercial contract was, right? Then we'll see. But it would lead me to believe that it probably is because I've seen each member of this administration do some bullshit. Right. So you're taking it in just this one.
Would it be corruption if we are the business who sold the furniture and right? And they bought the furniture at that price? Would we be
it would be corruption if you weren't, you're probably going to keep the proceeds, but it would be corruption if you weren't vetted for it, or if you were a friend of the administration, or if, it was some kind of quid pro quo going on or something like that. So yeah, it could be. I can't say definitely because we just got this list the other day, but all that stuff don't line up to be above board. Like, I mean, you telling me you looking at that list and it looks like it's above board?
I didn't even see the list. I don't know what we're talking about.
This is
crab legs, lobster tails, furniture.
I don't understand. This is not a trick question.
I answered your question 3 ways.
I know you just did, but yo, man, this really bothers my brain sometimes when we cannot just answer things.
I'll just tell you like this, man. I don't like grifters at all. And if you were floating around Hexel space and were a beneficiary of any of that stuff, yeah, I'm probably gonna think you corrupt as a corporation. I am.
Yeah, but you're not explaining. Okay. So, oh my God.
Because if it's not vetted correctly, you're talking about, do you actually need all this furniture? As a company that I'm selling it to you, whatever, I'm gonna make my profit. But if I'm getting it and I didn't have to go through any kind of vetting process for the government contract, then that's corrupt.
No,
that's the part we don't know.
No, the problem is that you keep adding things into the story that has nothing to do with it. If this happens, and if this person, and if this thing, and if this thing. What the?
But you made me decide on just furniture alone and not that whole list.
It doesn't matter what part of the list we are talking about. It doesn't matter we talking about Alaskan king crab. They spent $2 million on king crab, right? Okay, so now shouldn't we, people that is into politics, figure out how the hell we are going to sell the government king crabs?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
That's what I'm trying to understand. Why is that so difficult for you to understand? This is what Diva's talking about. It's saying, like, how do we benefit our community off of politics? We know they're spending $2 million on king crabs.
Right.
Why are you saying now that because they spend it on crabs that is corruption? Is what I'm trying to get to understanding, because we understand that people that work in these offices, they are not spending their own money for these parties and banquets and dining out and all these other things that it takes to run the country. So I don't know why we're trying to act like as if it is something brand new that they are spending a tremendous amount of money on food and furniture. This is not something new. It's always been the government is the biggest employers in America. These are purchases that are legal according to the Constitution, whatever.
Yeah, but it's waste of the funds.
Thank you.
Like we know,
Say it
it's
again.
wasting funds. Like he's literally, yeah. I mean, he knows it. They don't say
Listen, you can say it's wasteful. You can say that, but wait, listen, you can say it's wasteful. You can say it's wasteful, but that doesn't equate corruption, though.
If we talk, no, but if we're talking about how like
nobody's gonna know if it's corruption yet until we like. If I just looked at that list, right? My first thought isn't thinking, "Oh, that's not corrupt." You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's not my first thought. Now you want to come up with these ways where it's not corrupt, and one way you can do that is by saying, "How could we benefit from it?" What I'm saying is, if you are the contractor and you done made all the money off of this, right? Like, I don't know if it's corrupt or not. I know that HESF, I believe, is corrupt as shit. That list that they have, that's a lie. I believe that's a lie. If I'm wrong in that, you know, somebody else want to come up with some estimates of how much it would cost, let me know.
No, it's expensive. But this is not new.
I know, and I know for
a toilet seat for the government, you know, they was talking about it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. But anyway, it's only corruption if we prove that it's corruption. You can't say it's corruption and then say, well, I'm not sure.
I mean,
the way shows whether it is or isn't.
The way
right
shows
now.
The corruption, and I guess we'll have to get deeper and start looking at who exactly are these crab companies that they're buying the legs from, right? Because these are probably businesses that their family members or friends or some political party.
We don't know that, but okay.
Hold on.
I know, and we'll have to take the time to look into that.
Tell me why we are not able to understand that Diva is asking, you know, all of this politics about, hey, this person's family member sold $2 million worth of crab. You more concerned about being righteous and say, hey, how do we get a piece of the $2 million for our community? That is the issue that you're trying to. This is the problem that we keep having. How you knowing these things about politics is going to benefit us as a people.
Let me say this.
If you know thy enemy, that's why
I'm gonna say this and check out. Because it seems like
stop. Thank you. I don't care what it seems like. I'm asking you something very direct.
I don't give a damn what you think I seem like. I'm telling you for real. It's something about my political views that keep popping up. I'm not trying to make it I'm right. I'm not trying to do that. That's not what I do. I always try and bring shit together. So I'd heard that a couple times out your mouth. So I'm figuring that you're talking about me and I'm trying to be right on politics all the time. What I try not to be is wrong, though. And what I'm saying is I can't tell corruption. You can't tell that it's not corruption. So it's a moot question unless we are investigating further. My first look at that list,
so no need to talk about corruption. Fine, perfect. So now why are we not figuring out ways to benefit off the politics?
Once again, if you don't have the right people in office, Black people ain't gonna benefit off of none of this. Because I guarantee that the majority of them contracts did not go to some Black folks, right?
Okay.
And who knows? Just
please stop.
Bear with me.
Stop.
I got a guy that's a white
Hold
supremacist
on.
that got all this shit paid for the
Hold on.
Pentagon and shit.
Can you not
And
hear
you want
me?
me to say that
Can
he
you
would
hear
have
me?
hired some black companies?
Can you hear me? You know about
Yeah, we
you
can
know
hear you,
about
Sean.
you know about politics, correct?
To y'all, whatever. Yeah.
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
That's never
I
been
do.
my claim to fame. You telling me this shit. You know what I'm
I'm
saying? Like, so
hold
yes.
on.
You just
Okay,
ask me a
yes.
question. That's it.
Yes.
That's it.
I don't understand why I'm asking you something. You can answer however you feel like it.
I just did. Go ahead.
Do you know about politics?
Yes.
How do you benefit off of politics?
By making sure that the right people are in office to protect our rights and our privileges, let's say.
I don't think that's the question. You're not answering
Because I
particularly.
don't know what he's
No, but he's
asking
saying,
me. Like,
okay, you're saying, and I will even claim that I know about politics, right? But the
how do
question
you
is,
benefit?
yes, with the knowledge that we have, how do we make that benefit for us and our community?
Well, we have to make
Am I
some
right,
immoral
Sharon? Is that what you're
choices.
asking?
Yes,
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
We have to
If
make a
we know
lot of
that they
immoral
corrupt,
decisions.
even if you know that they corrupt, how do you make that work for you? I guess.
I mean, we should. Well,
Hold
like that's
on.
what I'm saying. Are we about community improvement or?
No, look, we're about, yes,
getting up on my
if we're
own,
gonna
right?
benefit our community, we need to know how
Y'all
to
are
work in this system.
overcomplicating it. KT
Yes,
in Detroit. Y'all are overcomplicating.
No, I can explain to y'all how politically I got grants in it because that will be something how politics has worked in my benefits where I've gained
oh, so
grants
they
and
are
things of that
giving
nature or
black
something, right?
people, they are giving black people
But no,
shit.
that's
Then
why I
ain't
understand
that
it works for you
something? Ain't that
personally and not as a
something?
community. Yeah, that's why I know it works for us personally and not as a community.
The white
It helps
people not
some.
getting
It
none
don't
as a
help most of
community
us.
neither. Y'all
The
tell on
elites are a
yourself.
small
When I'm
group,
saying y'all,
right?
I'm talking about you,
They don't
you
even want
telling
to
on
let other
yourself.
whites in there, let alone a
Oh, yeah, it is.
wide
You
group of
just
black
admitted
people.
you got grants, and I know other black people. We gotta apply for them. We need to know that they're there, but
Yeah,
not only
that
just
doesn't
know that
help the
they're there, we
community.
gotta
That's
apply
what I'm
for them.
saying.
It is
It
a part
doesn't
of the
help the
community,
community.
bringing black
A grant
businesses
is
in the
for
community.
you.
Y'all,
Like,
I don't even know why you let KG up here. Sometimes that's all, because like, dude, you just
because
don't listen.
KT be
That's
too
all.
sensible. I
No,
understand.
So
you're not
Brownsville
It's
mentioned
easy
it
to
sensible.
earlier, right?
digest, I guess, but
Brownsville mentioned that before Pete had said there was a black man that was in that position, right? If he was pro-black or for the black community, he could have, spent the $207 million on food from black businesses, right? That would have helped out a lot of black businesses in the community. That would have helped out a bunch of black families. So that's just one way on how that can benefit us. You know what I mean? To answer PhD's question, and I might sound ignorant, no disrespect to Bomb or AR or people in the military. I think maybe during this administration, we encourage our children not to join the military, when things are extremely high right now, so that they won't be sent off to war and potentially killed for a cause that doesn't really benefit us as a community, right? So that could be one small solution that we can do as individuals.
All right.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
You there, Diva?
Oh, yes, sir. All right. Conversations with MJ. 50 ball. Buying expensive furniture is not corruption. It can be used as a sign of corruption, or it can be deemed frivolous spending. We need to learn real politic and unlearn prioritizing ideology into politics to govern massive of diverse individuals, right?
And I don't know why that was so
Can I say this, Ron? I agree with MJ 100% because if we start saying something that we can't prove, the people who watching and don't know who to believe, they won't believe us neither. And so that's why it's important that we break down these conversations, right? And just stick to what we do know. And then if some other information comes out, we can have that discussion at that time.
Yes. Instead of just saying it's overspending. What like the conversation of politics, we need to learn how to make it beneficial to us.
Right.
That is what the
for
question to
our
what Deepa is
benefit.
saying. And so, therefore, if we can get more people to make politics beneficial to them, it would be beneficial to certain communities as well, right? Because if it's beneficial to me and I'm community based, then guess what? I just did. I'm going to do something that's going to benefit my community. If I could get a grant for my community, if I could get welfare for my community, if I could get a loan for my community, if I could get $2 million in crabs and now I'm spending that $2 million within my community, all of this, I do not understand for the life of me. While my two brothers, KT and Detroit, are not understanding where the conversation is going. And it's frustrating when I ask you a question and then you try to say, what am I basing my question on? Just answer the question so we can talk.
Okay. The reason why I asked you to base your question is because I have answered your question a couple times here, but we got into the rights debate. My first answer to you was your rights and your freedoms is what you get from the benefits of politics. And then we got off into that, what's a right and this and that kind of thing. So, yeah.
But the purpose of politics ain't about rights and freedoms, right? It's about influence. It's about resources. It's about power. And so you focus on the wrong shit.
No, politicians are that. No, I'm just saying.
No. That's what politics is. Even when you go into your organization at work, when people are playing politics at work, they are trying to what? Get promotions, get more money, that type of thing. And so that's the purpose. What?
The key word there you said was the people in them organizations. So it ain't everybody in the organization, right? But it be those. I can't say it's everybody in your organization.
If you don't play politics, then you are disadvantaged. You obviously don't know shit about how organizations work. If you do not play politics, you will be disadvantaged, right? So for a very long time, I used to work in the federal government. Now, up until a certain point, you can promote on just your skills and that type of thing. But once you get to, and we see, because when I first got into the government, I went to a military convention, and a black man came over and asked me to, because we were researchers. He was saying, oh, well, can y'all look into why you don't see black people past a certain level in the federal government, right? So up until GS-14, you will see a bunch of black people. But it stopped at 14. And I literally witnessed this with a coworker of mine. But anyways, so why aren't there as many or enough black people at the GS-15 level, which is the highest level you can compete at, right? Or the SES level, which is when you get appointed or whatever. And so, no, baby, it's all about politics. Politics is how you acquire power and resources. And the problem is a lot of black men don't understand power, and you certainly don't understand politics.
And also, before y'all jump in, I just want to announce this. This is what, man, Diva, you get on my damn nerves because every time you keep pulling this shit out of these men and making me look stupid as hell because I be believing in them. But shout out to the Stockton Vice Mayor, Jason Lee. He has a foundation called Hollywood Cares. You know what he just was able to do, Diva?
What's that?
He was able to get awarded $12.4 million for a health facility for a Stockton Youth Center. So that is how politics give you power and help your community. They gave him $12 million for a youth center in his community that he was born and raised in.
That was grant money, right?
That's how they give you the money.
Was that grant money?
That's how they give you the money.
I was just making so without some kind of politics, right? It wouldn't have been no grant, right?
Huh? I ain't never seen a group of men who advocate for being the leaders and decision makers always hollering about where the women at. So yes, just the men.
Yes, I started a nonprofit a few years back. Probably when I say a few, about 10 years now, maybe a little more. And we got grant money in order to create something in our community, right? We don't see a lot of Black men doing that, but they complain about certain things. So you have to apply for the grant. The banks promised a certain amount of money. We got money from banks. We got money for the federal government. And you just have to stay on the job, though. You have to prove what you're spending the money on, right? Depending on your mission statement of your organization. And so if Jason Lee can do it and I can do it on a minimum level, then why aren't we doing this? And at one time, doing some of these presidents, they was throwing money at us. We just had to reach out.
Bomb. Do you think out of that $12 million, he have a budget for furniture?
Oh, of course he got a budget for furniture. And he got a budget for balls and every game and everything.
Do you think he got a budget for how much chicken he could buy for his party?
Yes, we had all that. I was buying snacks for the kids.
And if he was to spend that $12 million in his community, is that helping his community?
Most definitely.
So, oh my God.
I have no disagreement with that, Sharon. I mean, that's what's crazy to me is that because for whatever reason, I ain't gonna try and get in either one of y'all two heads, but for whatever reason, you think I'm opposed to money flowing to the Black community?
No, you're opposed to making sense. All I did was ask you.
And now you sound like some of these dudes that come on your panel that just be roasting you. You're trying to roast you just and don't have no point. You just want to say I'm not making sense.
I'm not just saying that you cut me off. So you are not making sense because I asked you how can we as Black men benefit off of politics? I asked you that. And what you did not do was explain to me how your knowledge of politics, you can benefit people or your community or even yourself.
Okay.
Is what you failed to do. And I just gave you an example of somebody else that used politics, got himself elected number one. And then now also after he got elected, he helped himself get elected by using the people to vote him in. And then he's able to get a $12.4 million award for his community that he grew up in. So that is me giving examples of how if you know about politics, you can make it beneficial to you and your community, which you have failed to do within this conversation just now. So this is not me throwing shit at you and making jokes. I'm giving you what happened and explaining why you failed at explaining.
Okay. So if I support policies that would, or support politicians that would provide more funding to public schools, is that me using politics to benefit my community?
No.
Okay.
You know, because it sounds like you saying vote people in, but what if these people you vote in don't do their part? And so
that part I've never disagreed with. I don't believe in keeping nobody in office if they're not doing what they're supposed to do.
No. If Sharon asks you, how can you benefit? You then can't say, well, I'm gonna vote him in and make and hope that he do it. You see what I'm saying? Like he asks, how can you or even our community, what can we do to benefit from politics?
Oh, right now, okay.
Anytime.
Thank you, Bob.
You know what I mean? And
thank you, Bob. Okay.
So while you think about it, Detroit.
Oh, I got it. Start a business. Because I know that this administration definitely has lowered I guess requirements to start businesses and stuff like that. They want, if you're gonna start a business, start it now. Because I know as far as like watchdog groups, if you want to start an oil company right now, if you got the money for it and got the source for it, start it, because this administration is definitely wanting you to do whatever. You can these businesses are getting away with a whole bunch of stuff. So if you're talking about in that instance, yeah, that's what how you would benefit off of politics right now.
How?
Right.
Okay, so I go ahead and start a business. You could go ahead and read my book, How to Start a Company. And before I pass it to MJ, all right, so now you read the book, you go ahead and you start your company. How are you going to benefit off of that?
I don't have an answer.
Okay.
Yo, cuz I'm after MJ.
Welcome to the show. MJ, how you doing? Thank you for releasing my my
You're a hot mess. Well, hello, everyone. Yeah, I just came up here. I wanted you to Google real politic with a K, so people can understand what type of politics we've been dealing with since the 19th century. Because it's like miseducation or misinformation about ideologies always governing or prioritizing our politics in this country. That's not correct. You can't do that. In fact, the reason why our country is looking the way that it is now is because ideology has been put to the forefront. So if you could just like show that definition to the people, they'll understand how we've been actually really moving, or how we were supposed to be moving since the early 19th century.
Okay, well, I'll go and look for that. Get her Detroit. You could get Bomb Cherry because she was able to get you to understand what I was trying to say.
No, I was gonna say, I just said start a business, invest in real estate, right? I don't know, if you invest in some of these weapons companies right now, since you got this war going on, right?
I mean,
so if you're going to benefit from what's in place right now, right?
Can I ask?
I don't know if you're asking questions or you giving answers. I don't even know at this point.
I'm giving answers, but I
No,
already gave
you're
an
asking
answer with
questions.
start a business.
You're asking questions. I don't know. Maybe this
Well,
is
I already
Jeopardy.
gave an answer of
Maybe
start a
this is
business.
Maybe this is Jeopardy. You answer questions in the form of a question. I don't know.
I answered your question already with a business.
Starting a
and you
business is
asked me
not
to
saying
continue.
how you understand politics and how we're going to benefit off of politics. That is not answering the question of, hey, you know how we could benefit off of understanding politics is by starting a business. It's not an answer.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. I don't know, Sharon, man. I don't know what you want. Well, I don't know. I don't get it, man.
But
You know what I'm saying?
what he's saying, remember, Detroit, you say you know politics, right? Which I agree. It's a
Because
lot.
he asked me. No. Let me clarify that too. He asked me basically, do I or do I not? So if I'm supposed to say I don't know politics when I have brought up political things already in here that nobody has shot down as false, right?
No.
So it's not that I'm not.
Listen,
go ahead.
if he,
I ain't calling myself no
she,
expert or nothing. That's that
no,
man.
we
putting
know
that
that
on me.
it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
But when you so I think what happens on YouTube, when people ask questions, I think some people think people expect us to answer a certain way. So all he did was ask you a question, and I do think you know about politics. And then the question after that, politics, is how do you make that benefit you and or your community? And so starting businesses don't work with the politics. Yes, you can start a business, but what do they have to do with you using politics, the information you know about politics? How does that help that? You know what I mean? So that's why he's saying that answer doesn't relate to the question.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? But if you would have said if you would have said, hey, I'm gonna start a furniture company so I can go and get these government contracts. Now you talk about wheeling and dealing in the politicking. You see what I'm saying? Because now you're gonna go for that government contracts in order to get some of that whatever millions of dollars they spent in furniture. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So now you're talking about, and now that money come back in your community, in your pocket, and things like that. But just starting a business, selling T-shirts and shit like that, they ain't gonna do it.
Right. But if you started your furniture business right now, right, then it might be some benefit, right?
If
No.
you go
No. The thing is, no. So the way you would leverage politics in this regard would be to not end up being just a glorified middleman, right? So let's say you start that furniture business today. You're just a middleman. Ain't no black people producing the furniture. Ain't no black
Correct.
people distributing the furniture, right? You just
Correct.
the last person before you get to the consumer. So that's how far downstream you are. And so using politics to your advantage would be figuring out an industry that you could leverage your politic to be at least somebody who control the means of production or have some type of ownership in that industry and not always just be the labor.
I agree.
Got you. I agree with that too.
Yeah, but
Okay,
the
going back
problem
to what I'm
is
saying
that
though.
you all don't
Tell
think
me the
like
problem
that.
again,
No, no,
Bob. I
no,
mean,
no, 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 no,
Diva
no.
here.
The
Tell me
problem
the
is
problem.
that y'all don't think like that, right? You got a woman up here telling y'all this.
Okay.
Correct. I've
When
already
Let
y'all
me
said
say
that.
this
supposed to
too, because
be
this is
the
just like when Goat was up here the other day, right? It is a shit fest, right?
it
Like
ain't
you
no
could have
shit
easily
test.
just told me what you had an idea of. But instead of that, you want to see if I got an idea, which
I
I
didn't
wasn't
have
thinking on
an
that wavelength.
idea
That's
of
fine.
anything.
Hear me
I
out.
only
Hear me
came
out,
up with
Diva.
that
Hear
because
me
you brought
out.
up buying a furniture store. That's not
I
what I
didn't
had in mind. You came with the low level idea of starting a furniture store and saying that's the result of your politics, not me.
I don't even care about that part of it because I wasn't even trying to go that way with Sharon on this conversation anyway. Because I
And
think
that's
it's
the
corrupt whatever
problem.
was going on
And
anyway.
that's the
I know
problem
it's
that you
always the
want to do
problem,
all this
right?
political
I
baiting, but
know.
don't want to get nothing out of it.
Because
That
I don't
is
believe that what you're talking about is going to be good long term for our community. No,
Which is
because you're
what?
dealing with
What
these
they
illicit
well,
ass
apparently you don't
motherfuckers
know shit,
anyway.
right? All you are is a coward, Detroit, and I like you, but you are a coward, right?
What
Remember
am
when I
I?
asked,
See,
I'm
that's what I'm
about to
saying.
tell
No,
you.
fuck
I'm about
that,
to
man. What
tell
did I?
you.
What have I ever
I'm about to
like? You know
tell
what I'm
you.
saying,
If you be
Diva?
quiet,
That
be
shit is
quiet and
crazy,
let me
man.
tell you. When I asked the question a few weeks ago, how is it that you can push back against the government? And I explicitly said it don't even have to involve violence. And the first thing out of your mouth was, "Oh, that sounds like a slaughter to me." So you a coward. Even when you ain't got to fight, you're scared.
Negro, you got that all wrong. When we were talking, I don't even remember that because I trust me, I do not even
I
remember that
remember.
conversation.
I got a memory like
Okay,
an elephant, and I remember it.
gotcha. But from what I can remember, whatever it was, it didn't involve like anything that had some kind of diplomacy behind it, which I understand.
It was
You
open
got
ended.
more of
It was
that,
open ended. I said, "How can you
but it
push
was,
back?" That's all I said. And it was up to
and I
you to
believe
give
I
me
kind of came
the
with the
ways
same
you can push
diplomatic
back.
ways, right?
You
I believe I
automatically
came with
thought that it involved violence and thought that you was gonna get slaughtered.
because you had people on that panel that were talking about slaughters.
No,
You had
nobody was
KT
talking
that
about
was
no
on that panel
slaughter.
talking
He
about
wasn't talking
like we
about
gotta
slaughtering. No,
overthrow
no.
like
Now,
he be
first,
doing, right?
okay, so you don't remember what you said, but you remember what everybody else said in the conversation. You don't remember.
And now we're gonna talk about how I don't remember what I said or I
Oh,
don't
okay.
remember
That's
instead of
what
just
you
keep to the
said.
topic. Was
But
I
now you
wrong?
telling me
Was I
what
wrong about
KT
what
was
KT
saying.
said?
How
So I
can
was
you
right
not
about what he
remember
said
what
though,
you
right?
said, but you could tell me what KT said in the
But I was
same
right though, right?
conversation? But you don't know what came
Maybe
out
it's
of your
coming
mouth.
to me now. Maybe it's coming
Boy,
to me
come
now.
on.
Your voice doing it, right? But wasn't that the conversation that was going on? No, wasn't KT
No,
talking about
no,
like
no.
KT? Okay,
That
KT was
came
talking
later.
about
No, that
whatever.
came
Don't even.
later.
Okay.
No. You don't
So
remember what you said,
because
but you
I'm
gonna
trying to
tell
still think
me
of
blow by blow of
diplomatic
what
ways of
KT
doing
said
things, I'm
and when
weak.
he said it.
That's what you're
Bruh,
saying. When
you
every
just
right
a
that you have in this
coward.
country came
You a
from
coward,
death
and
from
that's
people, but
okay.
then some kind
I
of
think y'all
diplomacy,
need to
right?
start admitting that so we can figure
I
out a
won't call you
solution
no
for
names.
it.
I ain't gonna do that. I ain't like these other men on here, but I ain't no
Oh,
coward. That's the last thing I am,
yes,
and
but
I
most of
don't
y'all
need your
are. The
approval
vast
to prove
majority
that
of
I'm
y'all
not.
are.
Especially when
The
I
vast
haven't said
majority of y'all
anything
are.
that's derogatory about our community or what would help us.
What does that
And
have
what
to
you're
do
talking about is
with being
trying
a
to
coward?
find a way to where you can wiggle the system. Where eventually, what usually happens in those instances is that elite black family becomes their own oligarch. It don't spread to the whole community. It's vetted to that one source. So either
Oh,
way it
okay. So
go, that
don't
shit
do
don't
it,
come back to
y'all,
the black
because we gonna
community.
have these
I
rogue
ain't tell
black
you not to
families
start a
that's gonna
business or
become
try and get
oligarchs. So
government
don't try to
contracts.
do nothing.
But if you
Don't
think
practice
that
politics to
working
get
off of
nothing
these
out
kind
of
of
it.
administrations,
What
that
kind of
shit
shit
is
is
really
that?
going to benefit the black
The
community,
point
it's
is
not
you
because the
always
overall
think
policies are
That's
terrible
not
for the
true.
black community.
Oh, okay. Well, then what the fuck you doing it for? So why you up here so involved in politics if it ain't gonna benefit you? You can't do nothing to bring nothing back to your community. So what the fuck you doing it for?
You think of politics as just who's in office and how you can benefit from that
I did not,
administration that's there.
sir. Don't
That's
put
what it
no words
sounds
in my
like.
mouth because I'm up here
I
explaining
don't
to
have
you
to.
what fucking
I'm
politics
putting
is.
feeling to your words and
No,
soul to them.
no,
That's what you're
absolutely not. Because
saying.
I had to define
Yeah.
politics for your dumb ass. You have no idea
You
what
had to
it is.
define politics for me.
Yes,
I had
I
to answer
did.
it several times for y'all.
No, you did not. I was the one who said it's all about acquiring resources and fucking power. Not your
Okay,
coward
Diva.
ass. Not
I
your
got you,
coward
Diva.
ass. You don't even know what it is.
I got you, Diva.
Fuck out of
I
here.
got you. Okay.
I'm trying to understand why wouldn't it be a benefit for us, Detroit?
Because he's scared.
I ain't scared. It's not a benefit because what would be beneficial is that if the policies actually help the majority of the people, not just these certain people are benefiting from who's in office.
Oh, he want to
That's
lift
my
all
point.
policy. So
But
damn
that's
the black
not. But here,
community. Let's do lift all politics.
but
Let's
that's
play
the
lift all
problem.
politics.
But see that you know what, I hate to say this, but that sometimes is the issue when it comes down to the left side, right? Because when we say the all be all, we all know that there's still going to be some who's going to have more, and there's going to be some that's going to have less. And it seems like it's always okay for our community to be on the lesser side. But everybody's still getting a little piece of the pie. We're just only getting like 5% of it. I don't understand why it's like subconsciously it's okay. Why is it not
percentage of
okay to
the
see the black community be at least 50%?
that's what I would want, but that don't always just because you got that contract with this administration or any just because you got a government contract, right? That doesn't say the soul of like why you got it is benefiting everybody in the black community. It's
No,
not. I'm just saying.
No, I understand
Go
that.
ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I understand that, but see, don't just
And
think about just contract, right? Because what PhD Diva is talking about is true ownership, right? You're not you're not just like the person who's the middle guy. You're the manufacturer. They can't get a certain item unless they go through you first, right? Like we're the people of patents, but yet we don't even own the patents that we fucking created. So that's what she's talking about. She's talking about our original legacy, where we would create shit, and this time, before we're not in the same situation that we was before, we actually own and control those patents. Everything go through us. They want to use our design or our model to build off to get something else. Well, they gotta pay us first. That at the end of the day is beneficial to the black community.
Right.
But that's not how
I
the
have nothing to
system's set
disagree
up.
with what you said. What I would say is I don't believe that in this conversation I've said anything that opposed that sentiment.
You have.
I've never said I have.
That's what we're trying to get you to understand. You have, but you're not realizing it.
I really am not realizing. You're right. I'll go back and replay this.
I just find this weird because Diva was saying that we can't fall for white ideology and think like that. Don't say some of this. Some of this don't even make sense because y'all saying how
hold on,
shouldn't be falling into white ideology. Then we talking about how we make the white ideology.
Hold on. You start to talk your conversation about something that is off topic. It's a problem.
It's not. It's literally
okay. So Detroit.
I literally brought up what Diva
so
said herself.
To Detroit.
This is
Detroit.
the basis of what we're talking about.
It's
to
not.
Detroit.
Y'all rather avoid this shit because it's funny.
Okay, listen, your ideas ain't gonna help us none. Listen, but to Detroit, I just want to.
got up here and talked
Can
about
I
how
say
we
this
need to be
before I forget?
ownership. I can even explain to you why I won't work with politics because it doesn't benefit the American fucking system.
Yeah,
it
I
doesn't
know.
benefit the American system for black men or women. It's not. It's what's there. Why are y'all acting like I'm talking some crazy shit? There's a system out there.
Hold on. Before
we talking politics, that's a system.
It's no way you could say that after what MJ just said, right? And this is why you are talking against what MJ is saying. You are talking against what PhD is trying to get us people to critically think about. The critically
Diva literally just brought up how we can't think without the white man's logic, and y'all talking about how we use white American politics for logic.
That's all you heard her say?
To critically think.
Did I say that's how she said?
to critically think how we could use the system towards our benefit.
A
because
corrupt
it is,
system for our benefit to
yes,
make us better
Yes,
people.
even if
yes,
it's,
Yeah,
if we
use
can't help it.
corruption to make better people.
right.
I
But
want
If
y'all to
it's,
listen to
no,
yourselves right now.
no, you
oh my
need to
God.
listen. You need to listen because you're trying to pick out just words and try to say, and you trying to make
No,
us
it's not
have.
just words, it's
You
the
got to
facts
be able to
thereof.
listen to what I'm saying, please. You threw in the word corruption while I was talking. And then now I got to try to argue your point. I did not make up no point of corruption. You did, because you believe the system is corrupt, even though you have no evidence of this corruption that y'all are talking about.
COINTELPRO, it's so many
Can I
things
say
we have to go through this list
Can I
again.
say
Like we
something?
constantly point
when
out.
I'm talking about a certain thing, then you trying to change the subject to what you want to talk about. Now we talking about COINTELPRO, where we literally
It's
talk
not, you
about
just said that.
how
You just sat there and
we are
said.
literally
You just
we
sat there
are
and said point
literally
out
talking about
corruption.
we
Now
are
you get
literally
mad. I
and
point out
again,
corruption
No,
and
you
saying
mentioned corruption, dude.
this is that Texas Hold'em fallacy, right? I'm talking about something very specific, and then now you want to talk about COINTELPRO. We said the information that we know about politics. How can we as a community benefit off of that? That is the question at hand. We're not talking about COINTELPRO. We're not talking about no white man's ideology. We are not talking about any of those things. Either I don't know.
I know, like
Wait,
y'all
can I
don't
say
want to get to the
something?
fact. Go ahead, my bad.
No, because a lot. Okay, I don't understand how y'all think. Right. So, an example of using the system or using your politics, within the system or whatever to your own advantage. Several years ago, this was probably a decade or two ago, the black women in Texas got together and started lobbying the government because the state government was telling them that they would have to be licensed cosmetologists in order to do black hair, right? So natural black hair. So the twists, the locks, the all of that stuff, right? And the crazy thing was in cosmetology schools, they don't even teach you none of that, right? So those women use their politics to free themselves from that system, right? So now you don't have to have a license to do natural black hair. The only caveat is if you're washing hair, then somebody got to have that, whatever license you need to wash hair. Nevertheless, they could have bossed up even more if they had gotten with the government and said, this actually is something that needs to be taught, but it needs to be taught in a specialized school. The regular cosmetology schools don't teach this, and created their own system of fucking schools to train other black women. Right? Then you keeping the money. You got your own little system in there where you circulating money. But again, a lot of black people don't really think like this. And so that's what I was talking about. You can use everyday little simple shit to either try to free yourself from a system or to try to institutionalize yourself within that system.
No, for sure, I agree with that. I'm not in disagreement. My thing is, I know what's in the best interest of our people, which is to us do a lot of self-correction and improvement, right? I'm just saying overall, the government it's like you said, it's they did get it blocked. I'm not gonna say we don't even know if they maybe offered that, right, or even presented that. But this is what they got, and I understand that they're gonna make some concessions with us. But what I also understand is the system at hand is not in their interest for us as black people, the black community in America, to say let's start these businesses, let's do these things that we make. Yes, that's politics where we're literally gaining power. The power is the politics. So
How are
again,
you
the
gaining the
resources,
power?
the assets, the things that we have is the power. If we made up some new form of AI, the next form of AI, some black group of people, AI 2.0, well, we own that. That's our distribution lines. Now, what I'm pointing out is when we do things of that nature, even though it may not be something where they get on the news and say, hey, this is an act of war. The American government does not like when people that they do not control run and own things, especially within their land. They don't allow that usually. They mysteriously come up with a heart attack at 37. You know what I'm saying?
How do you explain David Stewart and Robert Smith and what's the Ariel Investments lady? Damn it. I can't remember her name, but she's married to John Lucas.
No, there always will be.
Okay,
you
and
said
so
it on-
fight to be the one. Fight to make sure that you're gonna be the one, rather than sitting around on your hands and just looking around complaining.
Nah, look, I ain't complaining.
I'm not
If
talking about
anything,
you. I'm not talking about you.
yeah, I feel you. I know that's
I'm
what I'm
just
saying.
saying,
I feel
generally
you.
speaking.
But I'm only pointing out that because a lot of, for at least when I'm gonna
Because
point
you're
out
a
what I
coward.
know.
That's why
In
you're
order,
pointing out, because you're a coward.
boy, shut up. You don't want to fight nothing.
It is
You
kind
out
of
here talking
sad
about how
that
you talking about how you want to join the corrupt
we
gang so
realize
you can
our black
call
men are
somebody a
cowards.
coward.
It is.
So look, so this is what it is, right? So this is what y'all don't
Y'all
even realize.
talking about how we
This is
don't
what you
fight
don't- this is what you don't really
and then
even
call somebody a coward. Come on, bro.
This is what you don't even understand. That if I'm not corrupt and I use the system, I am not being corrupt.
If you're using a corrupt system, you've literally partaking in corruption. What are you doing? How rudimentary,
This is how-
elementary,
and this is how much of a- this
that's
is-
the
this is
problem.
how much
You're
of
so
a-
used to talking to
this
simple
is
frame
how
people. It take
much-
them years
and
to
this-
catch that, right?
And this
I
is
be
how
catching
much
you in
of
real
a coward.
time.
This is how much of a coward you are, right? Let me explain.
Throw that homonym.
I'm gonna tell you what. It's not an ad hom. It's
Uh,
literally what we are witnessing. This is how much of a coward you are. The
mhm.
people that is using the system are the corrupt ones. The system itself is not corrupt. It's the people that make it that. So therefore, if it's a system that says, hey, I'm willing to give you $12.4 million for a health facility in your community to help people in your community, you are not paying attention because you want to say that it's corrupt. So therefore, I'm not going to help my people, because if I help my people, now I'm corrupt. You're a
That's
coward.
never what I said.
But I have another
Nobody ever said
extension
that,
of
and that's
that.
why
I
you
have
have to
another
make that.
extension of that. I don't know why I got to get loud. Even if the system is corrupt, if we learn how to work in that corruption and benefit ourselves, what's the problem?
Because how does it benefit you long term? Now we're
What you
literally
mean?
going.
I'm
Because
asking you
y'all
to
saying
comment.
let's
It will
train our
benefit
kids to
if
be.
it benefits. What's
Okay,
the
listen.
problem?
We're training our kids to be beneficiaries of the corrupt system. Be the best corruptors
Yes,
to
we're
take
gonna teach
advantage of
our
the
kids
system.
how to
So how does
benefit
this lead to
themselves
better
and their
people?
community.
So just
You
beneficial,
play the game. If the
benefiting
game is checkers, you play
financially.
checkers. If it's chess, you play chess.
That's what you
And y'all
playing
want to
though.
run,
That's what you
point at the
playing. You
game
talking
and
about how we
say,
fix something
"Oh,
for
the game
today.
is
Y'all never
terrible."
talk about how we fix
And that's
something for
that
tomorrow.
moral thing, and that's what MJ was talking about a little bit, right? Kind of like, what are we doing?
Right. They keep talking about this.
Yeah, but it's kind of crazy, because are you in fact trying to say that our ancestors on this land was criminals? Because they was under a quote unquote criminal system that wasn't benefited for them at all, and they still was able to achieve things. You really think that they was being criminals too? That's how you feel, KT?
Where y'all be coming up with the craziest like placement? How you get, bro? They called them criminals.
Understand why y'all cannot answer questions. Y'all don't realize the words that y'all are using.
How do y'all come to these analogies? How?
Because of the words that you are saying.
I didn't say nothing.
Yes, you. The problem is, again, y'all don't understand what y'all actually saying. I do not know how so many people that never been to war have alexithymia. I do not understand it. Y'all are so caught up that everything that is in a productive sense of the community is some white man doing it. If we use the system to benefit our people, now we saying all of our kids is corrupt. That is the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life.
That's not what I said. I literally said if y'all teach our kids to take advantage of that. Y'all,
I don't understand. It's okay.
It's just crazy, right? Like, for example, there at one point we wasn't allowed to vote, right?
Because you keep talking when
we
somebody
wasn't allowed.
Keep interrupting me.
No, you don't.
Oh man, come on, bro.
I'm just saying, like, man, just correct me if I'm wrong. Just correct me if I'm wrong. So at one point, it was a crime for Black people to vote in America, and our ancestors went to court and fought against that. Correct?
Yes.
So did they not use the system to bring up the point where that was against their rights, and that they should have been afforded that?
Yeah.
So we don't look at them as criminals, right? I mean, even though back then those individuals would say that they're criminals, because they shouldn't have even had the right to speak up to say that something unjust was going on with them. But they used the system to benefit them, to call them out on their hypocrisy. That doesn't make them criminals.
Yeah,
It
no,
was
I
still
never
the same
said that's
system.
what I'm saying. MJ, I don't know how you get into that
Please.
equation. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so all right. So since you don't know, we're gonna tell
why
you how
keep she was speaking. Come on, bro.
No, she wasn't. She finished speaking. So we're gonna tell you how we got to the conclusion. You said if we are teaching our kids to be a part of the system, we are teaching our kids to be corrupt. Now you can speak.
So yeah, man, I ain't ever say nothing about our ancestors being no corrupt people, criminals, none of that. And matter of fact, if we talking about stop, bro, Jesus.
Why is it so difficult for y'all to
because before you came in, I was talking to MJ. Jesus.
Okay, so again,
control freak type joint.
Yes, I'm controlling my show. Yes, I don't know why y'all think that is some kind of disrespect, or you think that is something disrespectful to me. Yes, I control the things that's around me.
No, it's disrespectful to try to run a conversation.
I'm telling you.
Especially
I control the things that are around me. I am a control freak. I like things to move a certain way. That's why you see me. I got like 5 of the same exact shirts. Every day I wear a new shirt, even though it looks the same to you. So again, yes, I'm a control freak. I control the way how I look. I control the way how I speak. So yes, I'm a control freak.
These are typical traits of narcissism. I've said that about you before.
Again, so when you are saying, so this way you can have an understanding of the conversation. Please follow.
No, I don't follow narcissism.
Please follow.
Like,
Please follow
you're a
the
narcissist don't mean I have to adhere to it.
Follow the conversation. The conversation is we need to listen. Stop trying to interrupt me, please. The conversation is this. We need to make the system benefit us. You said the system is corrupt. We are teaching our kids to be corrupt. MJ is giving examples of how we, the people, was not able to do something. We assimilate to the system. That does not make our people corrupt because now we can vote. That was the correlation. Now, how, if we figure out ways to be in the system and make it beneficial towards us as a people, how is that us now being corrupt?
Yeah, the comparison you're making ain't what was being talked about. We were talking about currently training our kids to take advantage of the current system.
I moved it. Don't tell me about what happened before. I moved it to something.
You're talking about what happened. I'm talking about right now. This is the literal conversation we were having, bro. Come on.
Wait,
bro,
can I just say something about the bounce? We gotta do better. All right, we really do. We just really have to do better. To think that participating in the system and not getting your foot in and being able to change it is or try to enact some form of change that can benefit your community, that will eventually benefit everyone else, because y'all love using that trickle down method, right? It's just crazy to me that we don't even want to do that. Yes, we do need ownership. There's many ways that we can tackle this thing. And I don't understand. There's not one time in history that no form of system of government didn't have some form of corruption or people doing having the have-nots, right? We always had individuals who always complained that maybe they weren't getting enough or they're not getting nothing at all. And that's why we have revolutions. This is why we have wars. This is why we have these main events that happen in our history, because somebody was not happy with what they were getting at that particular time, and they was trying to force and implement a change. And I just think that we need to get back to that type of warrior spirit and not just give up. Don't give up hope on that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta want it and you gotta move for it. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
You said you don't believe the system is corrupt.
Hi, Willie.
Say what?
You said you don't believe that the system is inherently corrupt.
No, the people are corrupt, not the system.
See, now that I disagree with, because
it doesn't matter whether it's corrupt or not. You're gonna be impacted by it. And so now, what do you do to
now
prevail?
that I agree with, Diva.
Right.
I'm
Okay.
down
So
to
we
get
don't
dirty.
even need to.
I'm down to get filthy.
I say demolish whether or not it's corrupt. So KT, Okay, it's corrupt, and we don't want to engage in corruption, but we're gonna be impacted by these systems. How do we prevail under those circumstances? What's your plan? Go.
We demolish it, but y'all want to be
How?
cushy,
How?
motherfucker.
No,
Stop.
no,
I've
no.
said
Just say
it. We
how.
gonna have to fight. We gonna have to go to war. We can
Okay,
pick
but you
many
got to give
outlets.
more than that.
But
How do we
what do
do
you
it and
mean?
prevail?
Hey,
Because we
hold
Well,
on,
are the
give
hold
me a
on,
American
hold
straightforward
on, hold
answer
on one
audience.
that's giving
second.
more than that.
Hold on one
Now you
second.
told me
Hold
earlier I
on
was
one
doing too
second.
much,
Hold
didn't
on
I?
one second.
Straight
Hold
to the
on one
point.
second. Hold on one second. Hold on. I believe that we do not agree with going to war with other countries and killing people and doing all these things. So, KT, are you now saying that you are for killing a whole demographic of people?
Boy, the comparison be crazy. No, I'm saying, and why are we against the wars? Because of the reasons that we're going to war. So we're talking about us over here being mistreated for quite some time, right? Just as people, like the American people. I ain't even gonna
I don't
break
know
it
why
down
you
into
can't
black
answer
groups.
the question.
I just did. We don't like war because of why we're taking advantage of people. That's why we as Americans hate wars. And I'm not against war in totality because some people have to fight. That's why we just say there's revolutions and things that happen. Sometimes you have to fight. It's okay. Stop being pussy and acting like, oh my God, like I'm going to give up my comfort and then now my kids,
No,
well,
no,
they
no. But we
like
just want
it
you to
just be
lay out
weird
a
to me.
plausible plan. Okay, so how do we fight and win? So where do we get
Well,
weapons from? No, no, no. First off, where do we get weapons?
no word. I'm with that. So it does take positioning. I'm with
Oh,
you.
okay. Now we starting
I'm
all the caveating. The first question,
no, it's
okay,
not
well,
no
where we get the
caveat.
the
I'm going with you somewhere.
the weaponry from? And then it's oh well, see about that.
No, it's
Now we
not. It's
gonna
not. It's
have
not even no.
to.
Oh well. You talking about how do we set ourselves up to fight?
We had
That's what
this
I was saying.
conversation
Oh
with
well, let's
him
get into
one
that.
night, and it's
3D
not going to
printed
go
guns.
nowhere. He
It
don't have
sounded
no
like that conversation
I'm
I was remembering that Diva was
right.
talking about.
No, I mean what don't go
And,
anywhere
and,
is
and
where
so
y'all would
and the
accept
problem
like
is,
y'all
and
would
so the
say
problem
that's
is,
not plausible to us, but it's a plausible thing.
the
Because we
problem
can
is,
3D print
and the
our
problem
weapons.
is, and the
It's
problem
not
is,
hard.
you do not have any kind of skill set to create any weapons. You don't know how to make no damn bullets.
I
We
definitely
don't
have
know how
CAD
to make
skills.
any missiles. You don't know how to do
I
anything of
have
these
CAD
things.
skills, so
You
I
don't
know
know
how
how
to
to
make
do
3D
any.
printed
You don't know
guns.
how to
We
do
can even
any
make new
of these.
models of guns.
You don't know how to do any of these things. You
You're
are not a
incorrect.
you are not a blacksmith, so you could go ahead and start making guns for millions of people. We got 40 million black Americans that we know that possibly want to fight, right? Let's just say everybody is in 100% with what you are saying. So now we got 40 million. You have no way to blacksmith.
So now I have to
You have no
know how
way.
to
You
do
have no
every
way.
single thing
You have
myself in
no
order to
way.
say maybe this is some things we should do.
You have no way to blacksmith all those weapons. You have no idea
Hold
where
up.
to
So I'm
get
just
that. You
asking
don't have
you. So
no
you're saying
idea.
now if you
You
don't
have
have
no
any
idea.
through
self-respect,
And
military making
again,
no
you have
sense.
no. You don't even know if your land have iron ore on your own land. You don't even know if you have iron ore on your own land. You probably never even seen what iron ore looks like. You wouldn't even know how to extract iron ore
Sharon,
from your
the
own
way
land.
you just insinuate things is weird. And also you
And
also
so,
saying
and
now
again, do
nobody can talk on or
you do
suggest
not
anything if
have,
they
you
don't
do
have
not
experience
have,
with that, like where they can
you,
build it themselves. Is that what you're
you
saying?
are not understanding the conversation. And it's sad to see
So you're
time
asking
and
me
time
my
again.
ideal and
And
saying
now,
I don't understand the
because
conversation.
this is
But
your
you're telling
plan
me
that
how
we
you
asked you
don't
about.
understand it. You won't even let me speak. That's the
Right,
point.
because
You
you
gotta
no,
overtalk.
I'm
Y'all will say I
right,
don't
because
make
you
sense
think
because y'all
no,
don't want to
the
hear what I'm
problem
saying,
is,
which is
so the
okay.
problem, and this is why I got to keep muting you. You think because I say something, you come up with a thought that you have to say it. Hold your tongue, wait until I finish, and then you could communicate. And that's all you have to do. You
Yeah, I
don't
about
have
to
to
say.
jump in every time you get a
But
thought.
you
Oh,
can't do
squirrel!
the
I gotta
same.
talk, and
But you
again, you're doing
cannot
it
do the
again. So
same.
I'm
It's a
trying to tell you
weird
that
thing.
I'm trying to
That's that
explain to you.
narcissism for real.
Right, it's fine. That's cool. You think that's a disrespect or something? I don't know. Like that's a compliment to me. Fine. I'm a narcissist.
I know you're a that's what narcissism.
Okay, but yeah, but you laughing and joking like it's supposed to be something
No,
bad or
it's a
something.
pretty weird
It's
thing.
not
It is
necessarily.
bad. It's
And you keep
terrible.
on talking while I'm talking. Stop. You don't understand that you are the one projecting your narcissistic behavior. That's why you have to talk when somebody else is talking. You cannot even hold your tongue.
Sharon, you
You
done been
have
up
to.
here arguing for the last 2 hours about something you've been clearly wrong about, bro. Like
Right.
clearly overall wrong.
Right. You the only person that believe I'm wrong. That's
Incorrect.
You couldn't hold incorrect for a little bit. You couldn't do that.
And it shows that when I stop talking, he stops talking, right? It shows it's proven the point in real time that the thing that you're accusing me of, you're talking about yourself. And it's weird to see that y'all think that y'all be cooking on something, bro. And y'all not understanding the words that y'all are using. And in the context of the conversation, we talking about how can politics benefit us as a people? Because MJ gave a simple conclusion that us fighting for the right to vote is way how we was able to use the system that benefits us. So use politics in a way that it benefits us as a people. That is what the crux of the conversation is supposed to be about. Not saying the system is now corrupt and therefore we should fight against the system to have nothing there to replace it. It is a wild statement and it's very cowardly to say that we are going to remove a system and replace it with nothing. That is a coward's plan. That means that you have no plan whatsoever.
And it would set us up to be obliterated. Like,
Yeah, I literally spoke about like politically how we should set up a system I've called capital socialism. I've even explained it to you, Bomb, a couple people a bunch of times. So your lying is typical. Like I mean, like it's you have to insinuate a lot of things in order to miscue what people are saying, especially me for some odd reason. I don't know why. I guess it just rubs you the wrong way. But
KT, the military conversation is a waste of time. Like, it would make more sense to focus on the things we could get out of participating in this political system that we're in. Like, there are wins that we've had in the past that should give us the confidence that we can work the system and have it come out in our benefit. So to say remove ourselves from it is just to say be controlled and have no effect on your reality.
No, I'm saying us control ourselves, first of all, Willie. And the second thing I'll ask is, would you say that it's benefited more than harmed us?
Us being involved in politics, absolutely.
Us being in America.
I mean, that's not like that's kind of
Because
like
the
a
whole plot
hear
of
what I'm
us even
saying.
being here is
That's a
capitalism,
pointless
is politics.
conversation.
You feel
I
me?
would
It's
deal with
not.
the
What is
first
he
question,
saying
right?
again? The whole
I would
reason
deal
we
with
give
the
with
first
capitalism?
question. I would deal with the first question of has being involved in politics been more beneficial or detrimental? I would say it's absolutely been more beneficial, right? Yes, there have been detriments to it, but we've had a lot of victories as well. There have been a lot of things that have worked in our favor. Even if you go back, if you're talking about being in America, if you look at our history, most of our major wins were won through politics, right? Yeah, what Nat Turner did was great, but we never talk about the backlash from that, right? And how so many people were hung and slaughtered because of those rebellions, right? Well, that's not really the case when it comes to politics. It's a bit
That's
different.
absolutely false. Look at the backlash from Obama being elected president. Boy, shut up.
We weren't getting hung. Like, I don't
It
understand.
was
Maybe
still a
not truly.
backlash, and people are actually being hung. They got police officers able to get you up out of here with impunity. Like, cut it out.
So you think the military approach is better than the political approach?
Okay, let's
I
get back to
didn't
that.
say
Let's
anything
get back
about
to
better
the
or worse. I addressed your issue when you said your statement that we haven't had any backlash from the political
I
side.
didn't
I'm
say
just
we
saying
haven't
we
had
have.
any. No, I never said we
You
haven't
did
had
say
any.
that. You did
I
say that.
never said we haven't
Okay.
had any
Well, we got just as
backlash
much from
from
that
our
too.
political
So
progress. But what I said was the backlash that came from a lot of our rebellions, right, was way worse. When we
that's
look
not what
at
you
the
said.
benefits, that
That's
is
what he
what I
meant.
said.
Okay, look, I don't even know what
I'm saying when we look at the benefits from what came from us being political, yeah, there was backlash to that as well. But we reap more benefits, right, than the harm, the detriment. Like if we're talking about voters' rights and things like that, like those are
So,
all more beneficial than a
not.
hindrance.
Okay,
I
all
think
right, hold on, KT, hold on. Jesus.
Take a deep breath, Sharon. Just breathe.
Yes. Man, all I gotta say is, man, Diva, I understand. It just breaks my heart. I ain't gonna lie, it really does. Go ahead,
Right.
Diva.
Be telling y'all. Ladies, you know what to do. Yogi Fish 01, $5. Sharon, I admire your ability to debate with a moron. Protect your mental health, brother. You know what?
Thank you, Yogi.
Fighter Complex 7, $5. It's embarrassing how PH Diva, as a woman, is more insightful, articulate, and objectively concise compared to FBA men. Sharon, I will buy your book. #capital.
I appreciate the troll fighter. That was actually pretty
Get
good.
9 FBA men too. She, you know, because I ain't no FBA, but you know what I'm saying. You know,
Yo,
check
Texas?
up on my ass today for some reason.
Hold on, where you from, Detroit? I thought you was What you mean you're not FBA? You're not a foundational Black American? Or you mean you just don't claim the?
We ain't gonna get into that conversation today, man. I'm
Okay.
not parsing our Black community into who's here and who ain't. You know what I'm saying? Who was born here, who ain't. All my family's from. I'm descendants of slaves, so if that means whatever FBA means, but I don't
Okay.
buy into the term FBA.
Man, Black
So you're just wrong all the way around. Nevertheless, go ahead, Sharon.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, Diva. Good thing you're not my judge.
Let me
I
walk
might
into
be. Stay tuned.
Hey, let me walk up into the show. Eda Man Williams, what's your thoughts? Go ahead, Eda Man.
That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't get caught up in trying to take the military and commit genocide and all that kind of crazy stuff. That's
VP coming in hot.
no, just that it's like it's talking points. But like we're asking for Black people to sign themselves up for death. Like
And doing what?
Doing what Katie Goat talking about. Take arms and try to fight America.
They'll get annihilated. Yeah.
At least he's not a coward.
No, he's
But
definitely.
you see, most of them are, right? They're very concerned about, which, look, that's human, right? We all want to be here. So I can't even be mad. What I'm saying is, Black men, y'all got to be open about it so we can go from there and work towards a solution. But if y'all around here trying to act like y'all Billy Badass, but when it's time to put up or shut up, now we got all these excuses and caveats. That's where the problem is.
And that's
you being
literally
scared is not a problem. You should be scared.
And that's literally being a coward.
Yeah, they can call it whatever they want.
I was wrong.
I'm at a point in my life that I feel like I ain't got to prove nothing to nobody, right? And cool, like it sounds good. It's even in. I'd rather tell the truth that that's not what Black people need to do than to sit here and lie and act like that's what Black people gonna do. There's a lot, but Kate the Door ain't gonna take up no arms against the America again. Like I'm saying, come on.
Cause that's what I'm saying. Cause y'all in the mindset of some vagina set niggas. Y'all, that's how y'all gonna move. But that ain't what I do for. Like I ain't about to get on here and snitch on myself on everything. I'm just saying, bro. I already do stuff. Like, and I've told y'all even certain things I do about the community things. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about in terms of the community things I do. Cause before I even try to do something.
Slow down. So again, you're talking about coward shit, right? You talking about doing something in the street, in the gang, the very thing that you are being corrupt about, right? You are doing the very thing that they try to get us to do is be corrupt, killing ourselves, shooting in the street, fighting our own self. All those things that you're saying that we supposed to be against, you're now gonna go ahead and say that I did all those things, so I ain't a coward. That's literally being a coward.
The Constitution states you got the right to make a militia if you feel that the government is pressing their powers, brother.
You ain't
so
doing
what's
that.
What's cowardice
That's not what it says.
What's cowardice is.
You have the right to create a militia and work
Hello, bro.
with
Hold on, no, but
the
no,
government.
see, I think that's the confusing part. I have no problem with what's going on in the government. They do have their wrong things, so it's not cowardly for me not doing it. It's cowardly for someone who say they got a problem with it and they not standing on what they standing on.
Oh no, I do things for my community. I work with people.
Like
it's not like I'm gonna just sit there and say I'm gonna do this and then this is just gonna be even what Diva was talking about, something that you have to implement. I've already been taking steps to implement, put people in position. But
if I'm saying
that's
it
not gonna
doesn't
sit there
make
and be
sense
something
to
that you
have,
can.
if I'm saying I'm not gonna have a bare knuckle fight with Mike Tyson, that's not cowardly. It's just not being dumb. I'm gonna get my jaw
Who's
broken,
That's
right?
what I'm saying.
That
Why are
doesn't.
y'all saying this is what we're
It's not
doing though?
cowardly.
Or even I'm suggesting, because I've literally said every time we do have to implement steps prior to, and then there's things that we have to set up already before that even happens for what we
Okay,
should
so
be
pause.
implementing for
All
the
right, so
next
pause.
stage.
So pause there. So the problem is every time we ask you what's the step before, you never can give one.
I literally do, and you like, why you ain't answering the question?
See,
You literally just saying
a
I'm
point,
not answering what you want me to
instead
answer.
of giving a step, you talk about something else. Give a step.
Literally, first thing we'll do is it's a money alignment. Okay, we take money and resources. The best things we could do here is just finances and land. Black people who will be committed to this idea. Okay, these
People
people will
can't
have.
even give me 99 cents. You think that all of a sudden the 5 people that you have, the 5 people that you have in your militia, bruh.
The 5 people I have in my militia. Yeah, nah,
We
I'm not
get
even
it,
saying we
Gerard.
haven't. Yeah, we get the dramaticness, but yeah. So we would literally take those people in position because it doesn't even take
Okay, so
500 million people with
all right,
land or
so we
finances,
get
right?
all right, so
If
we
we
get the
do have
money together. Who's gonna be in control of the money? Because I know that
those
you don't
people, that's
Wall
their
Street Willie.
resources.
right. Because I thought you said
It's what
systems
we're
are corrupt.
doing with the resources. We are funding ourselves. Well, we're funding. We would be funding ourselves for the upcoming things, the even the ownership of certain buildings, the creation of certain buildings for positions strategically. Because you're in America, we have prime position to be honest.
Yeah, and this is why it's so difficult to listen to men like you because
Mm.
like it's a beautiful dream that you're saying.
But it's not
sounds,
realistic.
it sounds
All
wonderful.
right, thank you. So, what sounds unrealistic about it?
Everything
About
When
people
you
buying land. Hold up. What sounds unrealistic about people buying land? Because, like I'm saying, we don't need a million millionaires. To be honest with you, if we just had maybe
right, we
1,000,
understand that. We
let's do
understand
something
that.
low here, right?
We understand that. So what you're saying is just not realistic
feasible.
that somebody's gonna buy land and then that same person that bought the land now all of a sudden that
And then do what? We have a plot of land. Okay, now what?
That the
No,
government
because
still own.
that's the power
that
we talked about. How
the government
politics.
still
We talked about this
the government still could do whatever they want to your land, right?
I'm
to a
saying
certain
even
extent.
past
If the
that,
money, if
right?
you have the finances, it'd be pretty hard for them to take
But
from
there's
No,
us.
it's
That is
gonna be a
not.
crazy.
cap
You are
on the
out of your
amount of.
mind.
Hold
This
on.
is insane, man. I
There's
don't know.
gonna be a cap on the amount of resources we have. So when we're talking
Mhm.
about something like the financial part about it,
Hey
working
Willie,
in the
how
system,
much hey Willie, how much they spending a day on this Iran situation?
Billions.
couple billion.
And
Yeah.
this man gonna tell me him and his 5 people was gonna be able to fight who?
Yeah, no, it's not 5 people. We know you gotta be facetious to be funny, but guerrilla warfare works. You do know we lost Vietnam, right? Like we didn't beat them. I'm not even gonna say we lost, but
And
you
this
do
is what
understand we didn't
and this
clearly
is
beat
why
Vietnam
them.
was a lost cause anyway.
and
So you
this is
use
why
Vietnam as the
Both
example?
sides
and
lost.
hold on, y'all. Do
No,
not
y'all don't
Like guerrilla
understand.
warfare is
hold
this.
on, y'all. Y'all gotta understand that this man is not right in his mind, bro.
That's not
Oh, I'm not right in my
anyway.
mind.
This man is saying that now we're going to use the 5 people that we gather up to fight somebody that is literally bombing a whole country of military, spending $1 billion a day.
If
To
they
be fair,
diverted those funds
Yeah, so
to be
on
you
fair,
us,
gotta
a group
be
of
facetious
predators.
because
if they
To be
diverted
fair, a
those
group of
Hold on,
funds,
y'all.
predators did the same thing.
Hold
Wait a
on,
minute.
y'all. Hold on. What I'm saying is that, hey, we need to start being able to correct our brothers. Say, hey, you need to think with more logic.
no, but you have to be in
And the
facetious
problem is
position
that we
because I
keep
literally
allowing
said
this.
from the beginning this is what we should is
We keep
black
no
people
because you
should do.
don't have
So when
anything
you
that
try
is.
to make it out about a group of, first of all, like I said
Oh my
plenty of
God.
times, it's 35 of us. I'm not
Even
saying it's a very
35,
large
dude.
it's
group.
It
not
wells to be
I'm
logical,
saying
five. It
bro.
wells to be
Oh my
It's
five.
God.
not
So hold
logical.
on. So the fact that this is the problem, right? Like he actually believed that 5 and 35 means that it changes.
No, it doesn't. No, it's how
Hold
you're trying to
on,
place
man.
it as if it's,
It doesn't like what I'm saying is that I don't have to be literal and know the exact amount of people that is there. All I know is that Iran has they got millions of people. Millions.
like black Americans. It's millions of us, right?
I don't know why you interrupting, brother.
I mean, because I sometimes I have to before you get further in like the facetiousness. Like this is
That
what
was
you do.
illogical, though. Even on a population level, right? If we can't win these elections and things like that because of population, right? The amount of votes, how are we going to now win a war? Like that, it's
Oh
just
no,
not logical.
because war isn't
Hey,
politics.
so
Like it's
War
not the
is
same basis.
politics.
It's
No,
literally
it's not the same thing.
It really is politics.
And there are
it
more than
literally
so
one types of
I've been
war. There's
asking for
financial
a
war.
label and I did not get it, but they just gave you a label. Oh, that's nice. But I'm already here, so I don't think it
I'd
makes
rather
sense to
just
me.
get
Oh no,
back to the
Either man,
So
you
is
mean to
logical
be up on
the
mute, Either
structure
man?
for
Oh, there you go. All right. So man, oh man. And this is the issue. And man, every time I be trying to fight for my brothers, y'all just prove PhD were correct. And y'all don't understand. Y'all so interested in playing semantics with words that y'all don't realize what y'all actually saying. Even though Willie is trying to get you to understand what you are communicating to us, right? You think that because you said there's a difference between 5 and 35, that it actually changes the argument.
That's never what I said.
And then, and hold
But
on,
that's what
the
you
key
do. You
thing
take
is,
something
hold on,
that's said and make
Just
that the
because y'all
conversation
saying
when it's
it,
clearly not.
KT, hold on. Let me side with you real
hold on 1
quick.
second,
Because
just 1 second, Shadow.
wait, there were
I
12
just want
people.
to understand what.
There were 12 people who
No,
held off the
Shadow, just
federal
one.
government for 51 days.
No, they.
So
Oh my
to be
God.
fair, what he's saying isn't wrong.
Yes, it is wrong because
All
if
right,
the
hold on,
government would
hold on. Listen, hold on.
hold on, please, y'all, hold on. Also, we can
No,
say that it
please
was
don't let this
somebody.
man make that the subject because that wasn't nothing about anything I even said. Please, seriously. What I'm saying
Those
is if we
12
have
people
far
were
more numbers,
representatives of a block of people. Those weren't
if we have
individuals. So the
millions,
politics
because
is
you
where
know,
their power came from.
okay, if we have like literally 4 million black people, it's literally we went through this like 1.9 million American, like
I don't understand. I really don't get it. Do y'all think that when I'm talking that y'all supposed to just interrupt me? I really don't get it. Like, it is okay to tell your brother that he's wrong, that he is not making sense. Stop trying to act as if we want to find some way. Oh, he's not wrong because it was once upon a time a story where
But if you can't argue with me, because I can defend myself.
it was
I can
12,
actually defend my
12
arguments.
men that the government didn't want to just go outright and just kill them. Right? Those are two different things. We had talk like this.
It was a 51-day stand up with the ATF. Stop.
Yeah,
But they didn't want to kill him.
So if they wanted to kill him, could those 12 people really stop him? Yes or no?
They did. They didn't just stop him.
Don't tell
They
me what
literally
happened.
did.
I need you to listen to the question that
What you
I'm asking you. If they wanted to, could those 12 people stop the American government from killing them?
No.
Nope.
Shadow, could they?
No, because ultimately they
Okay,
did
so
not.
that's the all right. So that is the conversation at hand. Not about that the government is playing with kid govs and they allow them to stay there. We understand that there's a lot of things that happen that, like, please be able to have a conversation. Stop being a contrarian. It's too much contrarian.
So
now you
with
jump
4
in
million,
while I'm talking. I even take a breath. I did not. It wasn't a sign for you to jump into the conversation. Please stop doing that. I'm asking you. So I don't have to keep pressing the mute button. It is very simple. If we know how the system works, we should be taking steps to make the system work for us. Straight up. The same person that's saying that he do not trust the system and he actually is involved in the system by buying land, getting 35 people to come along again with his plan to be a part of the system of buying property, building property, and doing all these things. So the very person that's telling us that we cannot be in a system and benefit off of, he's actually participating. And this is why men like him are cowards and dangerous. And it's a scary thing that we keep allowing that to happen. And then instead of addressing what I'm saying, that he is a part of, he's going to say, see, this is what.
No,
Man.
I'll literally say it right now, if you'll let me, please. I literally said I know firsthand because I've experienced it more than most of our people, and we're talking about how to correct majority of our people, not the elites, not some people who will be select few. I know many of us come up here and we you're all successful in your own right, in some shape, fashion, or form. Well, most of our people are not. So I understand, even with me trying to do things prior to how I even put my ideology to use now, that there were things I were trying to do in the political fashion. But it also, when you're doing politics, for you to make one move, it has to be at the benefit of somebody else. Like it has to be at the benefit of somebody else, and also the people who help you get it passed, they have to find a benefit in it also. So like I understand that. I understand also too, that's why the game continues to be broken and misplayed and take advantage of us, because it's set up to continue to do that. So, as I've said plenty of times before, I just believe that we should stop playing the game. We can make a new game.
So what's
All
the
right. So,
benefit? What is
I
the
think it's
benefit?
all right. So
hold up, stop.
Hold on.
I think the
So what you
cowardice is
need?
where
So
we
what you?
stop.
So
Just let
what you
me.
need to do? Stop telling me what to do. It's not your fucking show. I don't know why y'all think. Calm your asses down.
Come on, why are you taking the childish route? Like, why you gotta take the childish route? You
Because
told
you
me
don't
not to
listen.
interrupt you. I ain't interrupt you,
And I didn't interrupt. You stopped talking. That's why.
I did not. Look, you being a little kid, bro. Like you showing your emotions is crazy.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm a human being. I can show my emotions. I don't know why y'all think that there's something wrong
Nah, they
to
ain't
have.
gotta be wild feminine. I say that. You ain't gotta get in your body about it. It's
I
crazy.
could do whatever I want to do because I'm a man.
Nah,
However,
because you a
I would do.
coward.
However,
You
I
what you
do
would
it.
throw on
I want to
somebody
do it.
else.
You
I know
cannot
you a
tell
move
me.
with
You cannot
coward's
tell me.
pride.
Why are you trying to
You
talk?
somehow think it's adult to just mute people. Oh, cause it's my show. Why you? I'm taking my ball and going home, Sharon. Sign sincerely. Like yo, weird. Come on, bro. We literally just talk, but y'all, you want to let me finish what I was saying, and then you want to start insulting somebody because you want to interrupt me. Come on, bro. Like you're older than me. This would be craziest about this to me, for real. How much you be in your bag, and you supposed to be the elder that you telling everybody else to respect. Come on, bro.
Shut up, please. Be quiet. This man literally was shaking his neck and sounding like a female. He's calling somebody else feminine. Like this is insane to me. Like this man just literally just pulls his head to the side and shook his head and turned his voice into a feminine voice while moving his hair out his face. Get the fuck out of here, bro. This is insane to me. I don't know how y'all don't understand how y'all look, bro. What you need to do is learn how to listen. If we could learn how to listen to each other and understand that we can be a part of this system and make it beneficial to us as men, as a community, as a family. Instead of arguing that we can't because the system is corrupt and that we should go ahead and fight and die, even though the person that is telling us to do it, he's not willing to go and fight and die. We know that. You know how we know? Because he's involved in the system by buying land and getting 35 other people to invest in his land. That is the system. Literally. And this is why we got to be careful of the people that act as if they got some goddamn plan, and then they tell you the plan and they're doing the complete opposite of their plan. It is plenty of ways that we could benefit. We start paying attention to politics in a proper way of how it could benefit us. So, for example, when I was showing you how much money the Pentagon spent on furniture, lobsters and crabs and ribeye steaks, we need to figure out a way how we could do that for our own community so we can eat good, have the best furniture, and also build the community. I just gave you another example with Jason Lee. Got $12.4 million for the city that he grew up in to build a health center for his community. So that 12 million could trickle down to a bunch of people. It could trickle down to Eat a Man. Let's go buy some tablets from Eat a Man. Let's go buy some karate classes from Shadow and some cosplaying building skills.
You petty. You petty.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm not saying this, so I don't owe $2.
So, you know, like we could also set up a school where Bomcha is teaching young kids how to sew. All those things would be benefiting our community off of one goddamn award from the government. And we can make sure that it's not corrupt because we're making sure the people that we know that is a part of the community is going to use it correctly.
The Wall Street Willie Private Equity Fund. Yeah.
We could also, I don't know.
I would shoot myself before that.
It be your own people.
So all those things. So those things that I'm just mentioning, right, is all the things that how we could use the knowledge of politics in a productive way to benefit ourselves and the community around us. Do anybody disagree with it? And I guess I'm going to go to Detroit and KT to go, since they are the main ones that disagree with putting ourselves in the system so we could take advantage of it to benefit our people. One of y'all two, please answer.
I do not disagree with that.
KT? I guess this thing that he accused me of taking my ball and going home, he did it. I don't know.
I think that's
but
the
I will say, just like I did the other day with I think it was Taz too. It's okay, Sharon, don't worry, brother. Sometimes you got to see who is actually supporting you too. So you got an idea for how we can capitalize on the PhD for did. I had an idea. Y'all hate my idea, right? And y'all had ideas of your own that you think will work. If I support your ideas, but I didn't come up with it, is that cowardice?
No, absolutely not. It's not. I'm not a coward if my wife come up with an idea that's better than mine and I support it. Like we gotta. I don't even know how we draw that conclusion that just because we took the best idea out of the group that is considered a coward. You could have been wrong.
Yeah. And so that's when we were saying cowardice, we wasn't talking about that. We was talking about how if we are having plans of getting in the system, planting our best and brightest in the system so we could take advantage of it. You saying no, we need to not be a part of the system and do nothing. That is the coward part. Because you're not.
So since I didn't say anything like that, then I know that wasn't attributed to me then. That's fine.
So, you know, like, because even with Wall Street Willie, with his, like, you know, his, what was the fund, Willie?
Private equity.
Yeah. So, like, so I wouldn't just shoot it down. I would want to hear him out. And then when he started explaining it, and then I could make a decision where we're going to go with it or not. So that would be the difference. But if he make up a plan that it cannot be executed and he just talking to be talking, and then I come up with a plan that we can actually execute, and he goes against that, that is being a coward, literally. But go ahead, Willie.
Or just ill-informed.
Just let that taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Goddamn.
Oh, man.
I support the Willie Relief Fund.
Night. Shout out to Titan Boss. Diva, you there? Let me make sure before I get cussed out. Shout out to Titan Boss. Willie Relief Fund. Night. Shit. Go ahead, KT. He was going to interrupt Willie anyway. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that I just don't understand how you make the correlation sometimes. Seriously, bro. Because my thing is, I think I'm gonna remove the word cowardice or coward. Period. Just saying, you have an ideal. I disagree. Does this mean abandon the idea And that's what I even be trying to point out to you. If you, because anything, it's not that I don't literally have something probably for most things that you ask, right? Now, what you say is I disagree with what you're saying there. Okay, and all I'm asking you is, could you, what is the better implementation? Because it would be a fallacy for any of us to say that trying to make a better system wouldn't benefit us all truly, especially if we're talking about black community focus. As I said earlier in the show, we are in America, which is a melting pot. At least that's what they tell us, right? So it's not about focusing on one group. We are all supposed to be one group, but we know that's not true, right? So again, I'm just saying, why wouldn't it be smart for us to implement a plan and maybe something that would benefit us in that manner?
The issue is every time we ask you about your plan, you don't actually have a plan. And then so when we are saying that the way how we need to use politics in a way that it benefits us as a people and as a community, because other communities, they do it every single day.
Yeah, I don't get how you get in it. I'm just saying, Sharon, what would be a better thing outside of the politics? Can you tell me of anything outside of politics? Because I'm not saying what you guys, I think the main thing I point out to you constantly is the things that we have seen that stopped and prevented some of these things we're talking about we can gain through the system. We've watched them change the rules when things benefit us as a black group. We've watched the government literally create programs to personally harm our black race in whole. That is not happening against any other group in America. So I'm saying, I just don't, for me personally, I don't see the bravery in saying, let's align with that system that has, yes, gave us some things, right? But I think that argument, Dane, there goes to how, like, well, are we now saying because white people gave black people Bibles, they really saved them from being like heathens or something? Because like we're saying, because we got some things that now that's the best thing. Nah, we could make it better. And like I really want to, maybe that's how I should start wording it. I'm not going to sit there and say politics are right or wrong. I'm going to just ask, is there anything you or any of us as people can start thinking of outside of the politics systems that we know currently that maybe could help us better? Because the politics systems in America haven't been for our benefit.
Right. And so the issue is they've been for our benefit. That's why me and you are able to talk freely on the internet, because it benefits us. We know our rights because the system benefits us. We're able to get programs that's $12 million that's going to benefit a community. It benefits us. We are able to vote in and vote out if we was to work together. It benefits us. We're able to get grants. We're able to go to school. We're able to start businesses. We're able to get loans. We're able to buy houses and property. All those things benefit us as a people. We need to start taking advantage of it in a way where it's going to continue to benefit us. And for some reason, the people that want to just have anarchy want to go against the grain of what actually is working for us as a people.
I think, at least for me speaking, I think something you may be misconstruing is I definitely don't want anarchy. I've even said capital socialism, which is, I mean, if you want to take it at face value, I made it that way so we can understand at least somewhat the basis is. It is some capitalism involved. We know what capitalism is. We know what socialism is. It's not that as we currently know it, but it's, again, going even the psychology of people understanding what I'm trying to, or we're trying to present to somebody else, right? So I'm not just saying that.
Isn't anarchy like you want to go to war, right? You want to, what's that called?
No, as I said, I don't believe we don't have to take arms. Well, we may have to possibly, and I'm just saying you should be prepared for that.
You've been very clear that we need to go to war, dude. Now
no,
you're like,
you don't fight against them. Like fight against them. You can fight against them with cyber things. You can fight against them. I've always said
cyber things.
Yeah, like data attacks, cyber attacks. You know, breaking into how Iran's doing us now. How China's been doing it for some years. Like we all agree, the war doesn't really happen on the floor.
You don't stand on nothing. You don't even want to stand on what you were saying Now you're talking about cyber attack. But even if you do that, it's still anarchy. You're still going against the grain. You're going against. So it's still the same thing. And that's all I was when you said you don't want to be an anarchist. That's all.
Well, I even pointed out to the main thing he said at the end there, which was they don't want another system. Like I thought he was saying anarchy, and that's why I pointed out that part. It seemed as if he was saying it like I just want to get rid of this system at hand and we do nothing. Like, nah, that's not what I've ever explained. It's not what I ever want. I really just want the ability for, especially my black people. I understand that our correction, or I feel that our correction isn't in the best interest of the American government. If we separate from them, we could possibly do that. And I would ask if there's anyone else who can possibly say.
So you saying have a system within the system? What, like I don't understand what you're saying. If we get rid of the government system, that means we don't have no more constitution. We have none of that. You do understand that's what that means?
No, we'll rebuild it like it's just like any
Okay,
other nation. Like
let me ask you one more time. When you say get rid of the system, before we rebuild it, that means we got rid of the old one completely, correct? Okay, so that means there'll be no more constitution or anything. Now, once that happened, that brief time when we are in completely, we have nobody running, we have no president, we have no leader. Who's going to create this new and enforce this new?
Well, even if we being very honest, it'll probably be the people who already have it. Like literally, if we're just talking, like
Wait, what?
about
You
the
say
people who have a system for people to live in, that's probably who will become the new rulers. Because it's not like the America. Let's say the government failed right
Wait,
now.
I thought you said you were doing this for us. What are you talking about? Those people? I thought you said you were going to disable that system for the benefit of us. Well, we're going to recreate it. And when he asks you, well, who? Then you're like, well, those people. You're not even telling us what people. Like, this is what we say when you're not.
You didn't ask who.
He did ask who gonna cook. What? What did he ask, KT?
I'm confused. I don't remember. Did you ask who? That's what I'm saying. Did you ask who? Am I tripping or something?
He asked about the system. He said when we get rid of a system, then like you said somebody else gonna build a system. He asked who?
No, he did, because he was saying like who would come into power. And I said it's probably the people.
Power. He said
like the president, like who would be the before we have any leadership or anything. That's literally what he's talking about, right? And then I was talking about who will probably end up becoming the new leader.
It's okay. I don't know. Man. Welcome to the show. Marvelous. Yeah, this is crazy. Marvelous opinions. Good day to you, sir. How you doing? It looks like the food is delicious. What is your thoughts? Because this is freaking crazy right now.
What up, Siobhan? Good seeing y'all. Have me on the panel. Appreciate it. Yeah, y'all conversation kind of going all types of places, but it's hard to follow. Like I would say this for KT. KT argument is kind of hard to follow because you're contradicting yourself on two fronts. On one part, you acknowledge the system. You acknowledge the system is being played. You say that's the replacement. And then on another part, your implementation, how we should go about it, is flawed. And then you acknowledge the fact that there is a group of people within the system who are disadvantaged, but then you say there's no we at the same time. So there's a lot of stuff that you're saying that's contradicting. It's hard to follow where you're kind of going with this.
Hold on, where did I say there's no we? I'm so confused on a couple levels there, Marvelous. First, let me just ask that. Where did I say there was no we?
When you distinguished that it was a group of people of us, and then you said something like, well, I know that we're not all one group. When you say that, that's kind of saying like there's a group within the group.
No, I didn't. I literally said like we're talking about like being homogenous in America is not how America works, because remember, we're a melting pot. And I'm saying in order for us to actually correct ourselves, we do need to focus on being homogenous. That's like any country. China, I've said this plenty of times. China focus on Chinese people betterment. You know what I'm saying? How we talk about these other people coming from other countries and why they can do better than Black Americans, because they literally come from places that are focused on their betterment. Even though Some
No,
of
that's
them are ran by dictators and stuff. I mean, they still.
oh my god.
Most of the
I'm not
dictators
arguing.
help them out.
This is crazy, bro.
I've
I ain't
had
gonna
this
lie,
conversation
man.
with him
No, yes,
before.
because a dictator
Like you,
understands in order
I'm
for you to
saying,
have a king,
like
you have to have
we
people. A
keep trying to
kingdom
get
needs
you to
people.
understand that you are like, how do we go from what Marvelous said to now immigration? Like,
What
do
the
you
fuck
understand
did
how
you
crazy
bring up? Who just said anything about immigration?
you did?
You.
So now y'all saying I brought up like I'm literally like, let's talk about immigration.
No, but you're talking
Because I
about
gave a literal
immigration, though. You
comparison of
didn't say.
something.
Hold on. So you think that if you don't say a word literally, that means that you are not talking about?
Oh,
Is
how
that
you
correct?
literally just said like now I'm bringing up like
Hold on,
as
I'm
if I'm
asking you a
making a
question
new
so I can understand
conversation.
how you. Hold
I'm
on.
not making a new
Hold
conversation.
on.
It's like y'all don't get
Hold on. So you
comparison.
can understand what I'm hearing. Instead of thinking that you are right, understand what I am hearing versus what you are saying, so we can have a correction. When you bringing up, do you have to say the exact word for you to be talking about something?
I thought you were supposed to be bringing up how you heard something.
I'm gonna ask the question again.
Like,
Hopefully
could
you
you
could just
explain to
answer.
me how you heard it?
Hopefully you could just answer it. Do you need to say a word verbatim for you to be talking about a subject?
Asking a question that wasn't already there don't even really make sense, right? That's why I be talking about. It's like narrative
Right.
building. It's
Hold
just
on.
weird.
Did you understand my question? Do you, if you don't say
What
the
does this
word
have to do with
verbatim,
anything we were talking about? You just
Uh,
said that now I'm talking now
the way
you because you're saying it as if I'm now
if you
starting a
answer,
conversation about immigration because I
if
brought up
you
a literal just a explanation of something.
right.
If y'all interrupt me, does this now mean that was the end of what I was saying? Or does it just mean you interrupted me
So
right there?
what I'm trying to get you to understand.
All right, so even to make the
Why you
assumption
saying
of
all right?
what
Why you saying all right? Why you saying all right? Hold on. What I'm trying to get you to understand, we are talking about one thing, and we need to get you to stay on one topic. But we are talking about a system, and then now you're talking about immigration, dictators, and all these other things. We just need you to stay on one topic because Marvelous said he is confused, but for some reason, you don't want to heed to anybody else saying they're confused about the words that you're saying. Marvelous just came up here and said he's confused about what you're saying. And I'm trying to explain to him why we get confused about what you are saying. So maybe now you could understand and start focusing your thoughts in a straight line.
Now my thoughts are in a quite straight line. I understand that people are saying don't have
Wow.
This is not possible. Go ahead, Marvelous.
Really talking about how I literally
And that's crazy.
No, because I'm just pointing out you literally just brought up how literally I used something as an example, and now you said I'm making a new conversation out of it.
Yes.
So why wouldn't I come to this conclusion?
Right. Go ahead, Marvelous.
All right. Besides all that, Strong, can you explain to me the direction of the conversation, please? Can you get us back on track?
The direction of the conversation is supposed to be, if you know the things that you know about politics, whatever that is, how high or how low, whatever that you know about politics, how can we use that knowledge of your politics to benefit us as a people in a community? That was the question.
Woo. Let me rest on that for a bit. I'll give you the answer. Give me a second. I mean, continue to have a conversation. I'm really gonna rest on that. I got you.
And get a nap, and also get a napkin. God damn it! Go ahead, Brownsville, New York. I know you wanted to jump in with MJ about an hour ago, so go ahead, cuz I apologize. Sometimes, man.
Nah, it's this has been very entertaining. I gotta say that this has been very entertaining to listen to. Listen, man. So is PhD over there? Because that's who I really wanted to kind of, counter. If she's not there, then I wait till she comes back.
Okay. I can't stand in for, okay, just because I'm a woman. I'm gonna stand back. How you doing, Brownsville, by the way? Hope you
I'm good, Queen. How you doing? Peace and love to you.
I'm doing good. Same to you. Same to you.
Hey, PhD, are you cursing people out on other places, or are you here? Because PhD, she be cursing people out in the chat and stuff. And then she sneaks back. All right.
Can I say something to KT?
Absolutely.
You want to say something? I just want to say, KT, the reason Sharon asked you that question was because even though you didn't use the word immigration, you started to talk about immigration. You started to talk about how people from another, you started mentioning melting pot, then you start mentioning how other people from other countries have backings from that country, even if it's a dictator. Now, what you just heard me say, doesn't that sound like I'm talking about immigration? And so I think that, like,
if that's the only thing that I said, yeah.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. It's weird because I did have like
no,
a
but
whole
listen,
conversation.
it don't matter how.
It was just an
First
example,
of all,
because we were talking about how nations and systems work.
you don't like to just answer questions. You like, for some reason you just don't want to learn nothing, or even when somebody say, "Hey, I don't understand," can you explain it? You get on the defense. You want to fight. So we just say, "Hey, explain it to us." Like when you had the opportunity to say, "Hey, we're gonna go to war," and then somebody said, "Well, what does that look like for you?" Like you could have just explained, "Hey, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. I got this group," and but because you don't have the answers, you start getting defensive, and then you start making it seem like people are attacking you. And I thought you men would, like, y'all supposed to be more controlled in your conversation. If I'm a woman, I'm trying to be like, I'm over here like smoothing things over like I'm the mother and shit. I don't want to be the mammy today, but it just seems like that's what I've been since I came up here. I came up here to get pushed back to Sharon. I didn't even know the topic. I came up here to pinch him on his butt, but I ended up in some shit, didn't even know the conversation. I just want to apologize to him for that because I came up here saying Sharon must be trolling. I didn't even know what y'all were talking about, Sharon. Y'all, everybody up here, I like everybody, every single one of y'all. So I'm not, and sometimes we do, sometimes as being the mother, sometimes we use words that, that offend people, and maybe we need to, because I think if somebody would have called me a coward, I would have felt some way, and then I would go fighting too. So maybe you men need to calm down just a little bit, right? Because we women, we use our words,
Bomb.
Even said somebody.
Can I ask you real quick? Isn't there a difference between?
I done forgot what I'm gonna say because you picked you up. No, I didn't say go ahead, but go ahead. God.
Oh my God. All I'm saying is it wouldn't be a difference between no answer and just an answer that's not like. Because even then, I was just giving not even only an answer. That's what I'm saying. I think y'all not even think. It seems y'all misinterpret that because I'm even giving context before y'all ask, well, how does that make sense? I'm literally giving you the answer and trying to explain my reasoning behind that answer. And y'all, like, just there, we're going to point out again, what I'm pointing out is nations and systems and how they work. And y'all take this example and now hyper-focused as if this is all I was talking about in my conversation, or I was trying to take it there. I even said, for example, like how we talk about these other peoples who come from other places. Well, yeah, and now I'm pointing out the homogenous point I'm talking about. So that's what I'm saying.
Why? Because I thought you always said, we as black people, right? You say we as black people need to get out this system and start our own, and then you started adding other people. Melting pot, that confused the shit out of me, baby.
So that's what I'm saying. Y'all saying y'all confused, and you can ask me to clarify if that don't make sense,
that's
right?
What
so
we
listen,
asked.
America, I've explained. I'm gonna say it again. America, right, is a system tells us we are a melting pot. They tell us it's not supposed to be any one superior ethnic group, race, whatever. We're all Americans.
Got to do with what you want to do. You said we need to get out of that system. Remember?
Okay, yeah, I'm just explaining, like, again, this is why the system doesn't work for us, because it's not homogenous based, it's based on the melting pot. And it's a lie with the melting pot. I feel it's focused more on white people.
We didn't ask you to explain why we need to get out. At that point, you were supposed to be explaining how we gonna do it. You know what I mean? That's the way we
No,
was
at
in
that
the
point we're talking
conversation.
about like the politics benefiting us, and that was my literal
Oh my
response for how
God! You
politics
now
don't
you
benefit
gonna
us.
wave that? You done moved us away from that
KP,
point.
does it benefit groups that are smaller than us in population?
Yeah, like better
All
than
right,
us for sure.
right. So everything being homogenous, right, isn't the end all be all in the conversation. It's actually a pointless argument to make living in America and having to deal with the dynamics we live in. So we get caught up on pointless conversations. Like it's kind of pointless to talk about plans for Black America and even focus on homogeny. Like, no, that's not where we live. So it just becomes a pointless conversation.
No, I would say like it would be a conversation we want to give up because we don't want to be honest, maybe. But because if we're talking about the improvement of our people, is all I'm saying. It's not the reason those smaller groups do benefit more because not only do they make money in America, they get to send the money that they made in America back to their families
But
in those
more than
countries.
anything, they participate in the system.
No, they partake in the system, but they aren't adherent. Like they don't. That's not their end all
They
be all.
participate in the system like
Yeah, and
Asians.
I'm
Like
not against
Asians.
partaking
After
in the
after
system.
the C word illness came around, right? They
Hmm.
used the system to like physically protect themselves. They made certain things a hate crime that would
Hmm.
benefit them. Keep your hands off this group of people. That is an example of them using the system to their benefit, even being one of the smallest parts of the population.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
now
but
the
though.
question is, if we are a larger part of the population, how do we capitalize, right, on the things that we know for a fact can be done in this system that is not a homogenous system?
Because you cannot do it comes from homogeny. You know why that small group
That's
they have to care. No, listen, they literally have to care about the group of Chinese people because guess what? There is a Chinese consulate in America that goes to that Chinese nation. So you have to care about them people. The problem with us and them is that you are literally in the country that's supposed to be quote unquote taking care of you. The people who are supposed to have our best interest in mind is the American government. So you're not going to go somewhere and it get better. You know what I'm saying? This is the place where they're supposed to care about you the most.
Can I add something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
All right. The one thing I disagree with is what you said was us with them. Us meaning that the FBAs in general being aligned with everyone else in America. And if we're talking about us, which is separate from everyone else, right? We have to establish, in my opinion, an internal structure. I don't think we have an internal structure within the community. We don't have checks and balances within our own community. If we don't actually establish that, we're going to have issues with being dependent upon the system that we're trying to get some assistance from. We have to first have structure within us, within our own confinement. If we can't identify, because we already started with that, the process of calling us FBAs. So we start the process with know, okay, this is who we are. We've established this with a certain identity. Cool. Now we got to have some type of governance and ruling around ourselves. If we don't have eternal structure, there's no way that this is going to last long because we're not strong. We, as a collective, we have to continue to depend on something outside of us to structure us. We don't need that from them. We need resources, but we don't need structure from outside ourselves, if that makes sense.
No, that's 100% agreement. That's that's where my ideology comes from. I don't want them to adhere. Like I don't want them to even give us anything. Like we should be able to take care of ourselves and make our own decisions because that's why we cannot
You
make
don't,
our like
you don't
how.
want us to give us anything?
No,
Yeah,
you
No.
misunderstood what I was saying. I say we want resources.
Right.
We don't want the ruling of them around us. So we have to have an eternal structure, something
That's
that sets us.
politics.
our own
That's what I'm
hierarchy.
saying. That's how politics work, though. If I give you my resources, you got to make some type of concession. The concession is you who don't have nothing anyway. Your concession is
No,
really you.
wait.
It's
But
the
that's
You're
not
going,
how it works,
Will,
right?
K dot. You're going too far with it. I'm saying before we even approach the table, we have to first become structured. We're not structured as we should be, is what I'm saying. Before we even come to the table with resources and all that stuff, we still need structure as a people.
Not for sure.
What?
I wash my hands
Yeah.
of it. I gave you my peace of
Yeah,
mind.
No,
so
I said for sure.
so here's the issue. And like we agree on a lot of stuff, we disagree on more stuff. But every time that we have these conversations about what can we do to benefit the black community, like whether it's through businesses, capitalism, politics, whatever, it always comes down from your perspective to us going to war. And and we've had this conversation before on Bond's channel, like before we can get to war, like PhD was said, how are you going to get guns? You brought up a 3D printers, right? That's good, right? But who's going to buy hundreds of thousands of 3D printers and make all these weapons, right? Who's going to pay for the electricity to run all these printers for 24 hours and 7 days a week so that we can have all the guns and bullets, right? And then it's like, if you're not coming up with solutions on, if America finds out that we're plotting this, they're going to instantly shut that shit down or drone bomb it, that facility, right? So it's like we ask for solutions on how, like, what's the first step, or this or that. It's like you don't give us the step-by-step process on how to get there. You give us the end result versus
No, I give you the overall, and I'm gonna say this as quick as possible for real. Covert is how most wars are won. So like I can't sit here and tell y'all. So that's just in this space we're in. If we're in more personal areas, we could really have more in depth. Like I can give y'all step-by-step plan, but again, that's like literally giving out the poker hand. So like that's just not smart. But I hope that, and that's all I really be hoping, that y'all could even understand from the basis. That's why I said earlier.
So you saying we go in the back chat, you'd be able to tell us step by step.
Yeah, for sure.
Fuck out of here.
Like majority
If you're
of
talking
things
about
that y'all
going to
asking.
war, you don't have to hold back anything else. If you've already stood on the premise of I'm ready to go to
No,
war,
because I've
what
literally
are you
said
holding
that's
back?
gonna be the worst case thing, and I've never. And y'all always insinuate to be saying like we're just fighting them with the military. I'm saying that's something you have to prepare for, because anything is determined as an act of terrorism or war if the American government doesn't like it. If they see that we're putting ourselves in positions where we're now owning lines of distribution, okay, where what Diva said.
You making that up? You got to stop making stuff up. You just
Nah,
literally make you. I don't know, like where this mindset come from, and it's okay. I ain't
okay,
your
I'll
mama.
give you a prime
I ain't,
example.
wait,
Black
I ain't
people.
your, look, I was talking. What the hell? I ain't your mama, so I don't care where the mindset come from. But you have misinformation, and you keep this wanting to put it out into the world. Okay, like if you already proven you work, the system works for you. You purchase land. You got something that a lot of us don't even have. Right? You was able to obtain that, but you make it seem like you can't do that, y'all, because the government see you buying land, they come and take it from you. Which
No,
they
that's
can't.
a man
But
seen as a threat.
Yeah, Diva,
well,
that's the other
It's
side of it, right? If you're not involved politically, they can redistrict that land, right? And change your whole tax base,
right,
right? And now
right.
you can't even maintain the land.
Right.
That's,
For sure.
that's because
And
you're not
hold on.
actively
Right.
participating. Hey, Tony.
Absolutely. And hold on, let me get Tony in there because I know he don't have much time because he got a lot. Go ahead, Tony. What's your thought? I got you, Tony. You're on mute, Tony. Hold on. Let me see if I can unmute you. All right, go ahead, Tony. We got you. Got.
I appreciate it, man. This is the best morning show I get every time I come to work. I am here, but I thought the question was what we know about politics and how can we make it better. I'm not big on politics. I don't know much, but I'm sure we all live in different states. We got to hold our politicians accountable for what they say that they don't do. America has a system to where they get to hold a certain term. They can actually do a job for life. We need a system to where if they're not doing their job, they should be out of there in 30 days, 40 days, a year, or whatever the case is. So we got to hold them accountable because we the one voted for them. And as far as the black community, what I'm going to say, I know it's only in the real world. First of all, we got to stop drinking. We got to stop smoking. We got to stay sober. And we got to take care of our family. I got to go, though, fellas. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Tony. I appreciate it. I wonder
Thank
if
you,
KT can
Tony.
stop drinking and smoking. I wonder.
Hey, Sharon.
Boy, you didn't drink more than me in life. I don't even drink.
Hey, Sharon,
Smoking the one thing you're gonna get me on. My bad.
All right, so I think we have to be honest with the conversation, and if you really look at it, are we really structured? Do we? I mean, is that really our will kryptonite? Is that we lack structure in almost every category? as a whole, do we lack structure? Can we at least acknowledge that elephant? If we cannot acknowledge that there is a lack of discipline and order in the community, we cannot get nowhere.
I disagree. Other people are not structured any more or less than we are, and so that's one of the examples. That's one of the things we use in order to tear our ideas down, to stop it and prevent it. But that's
I'm not trying to tear us. I'm trying to talk about us.
But Martha, it's a
compare the groups. I'm talking about just us specifically. It's not a comparison.
Yeah. So no, but the problem is that we don't need. Other groups can do it without the structure and all these other things. So therefore, we can do it as well. So it's not a compare. It's just giving real proof that, hey, we need to just have a plan. And if we actually use the knowledge that we have and make it implement, that
give
is
me
beneficial.
proof of the non-structure. Give me proof of the non-structure, because I think I know where you're going with this. There's a social part that you're looking at, right? And I think this is a social argument. I'm not going to argue how you may view or how you may feel about certain things you see and how that impacts your life, how you make decisions based upon how you feel. I'm speaking to the actual hard evidence. That is, most people are poor. Most people are not making it like that in life. And most people are undisciplined. I'm not negating that. But what I am saying is to what it is you view and how you see things, how you see your people, right? Versus how other people may see their own people. Do you think that is the same? And if it's not the same, then we have something else to discuss, because it's not so much about what systems, more of a psychological issue that we have as a people than it is everywhere else.
But you just changed your whole argument.
Yeah,
That's
why he had to change it, Bob, because he actually agreed with what we said. So, Bob, you want to address his new? He had to change it because he realized where he was. All right, so, but Bob, would you like to address his new argument?
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, if you think negatively about yourself and your group, that's a you issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is kind of what's the word? Systemic. Yeah, which means they push that into us, right? Through our music and things like that. They have us hating our own creations of music, hip hop, and all kinds of things. So I can see your point as far as that, but that doesn't mean you have to fall for it. Because I think Black people are beautiful. We in all kinds of industries, and we trying to get our boys and men wanting to read and wanting y'all to think critically and do better.
And it's very and I didn't know how difficult it was, and I think some of our brothers are just too caught up in their own world to really like understand the difference between when somebody's questioning them in a hurtful way and when they just asking questions. I think that's the issue that we're having. Like, so, like when I was talking to Detroit earlier, he's like, so I don't know what you want me to answer. Like, I'm not asking you to answer in a way that I want you to. I'm trying to understand what was your mind frame, not even the other guy that just came up for the very first time. What he said was, let me get your point of view first. No, it's okay. Have the confidence in your own point of view. You don't need my point of view to state what's on your own mind. It's okay. Critically think. And then when we start breaking these things down and they don't really have, like a better word, a plan, then they start to get all, in a fit and in a rage, and they want to, whip my ass and shit. And all I did was get them to critically think. That's all I did. Go ahead, cuz.
Yeah, I think to Marvelous's point, what has plagued our people is we've been ingrained to believe and prioritize individualism over collectivism, right? For example, Generation X, our generation, is literally the first generation that is prioritizing leaving an inheritance, right? Other cultures been doing it for many, many, many years by majority. And we just caught on to utilizing different investment vehicles to leave to our offspring, right? Another example, because you remember when I was doing contract manager work in Iraq, right? And what I realized and noticed is the people, the Caucasian people, they were hiring their friends and family from their town, right? And it was a base that I was at. It was like 90% the people was from Leesville, some, I don't know if it's in Virginia. I think Leesville, Virginia, right? And so I'm like, well, man, let me get some of my family and friends in. So remember, I tried to get you in. You was like, nah, I don't know.
I said, I'm outside. I'm on these streets. Go ahead, cuz I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. So I think that's the issue, right? Because, if we really wanted to, believe in collectivism, right? And before I get into that, right, what the individualism has promoted is the generation of scammers, right? So we don't have a problem getting behind somebody with a great idea, but oftentimes when we get behind that person and invest in that person, then that person turns out to be a charlatan, right? Umar, for example, right? Said, hey, we got a righteous cause, got a bright idea. You want to build these schools and help educate our youth. And he talked a good game. He's highly educated. He's highly intelligent. And it seemed like he was thoughtful, right? But then come to find out, he was basically trying to enrich himself. And that's the problem with individualism, right? We don't look at things that's going to benefit us for the greater good in our future. And I think that's the idea that we got to get away from, right? So to make Marvelous and KT's dream come true, it's going to have to start with a baseline is, hey, however many we can get, whether it's 1,000, 10,000, let's get an investment group together, put our resources together and buy some land, buy some property, pick a city that we can go ahead and control that city, educate our children to get involved in politics, right? So that we can have a mayor, that's FBA. We can have a city council, that's FBA, right? We can prioritize invested in FBA businesses, right? So our convenience stores, our gas stations, our banks are FBA, right? And then that is how we can kind of establish a footprint in productivity of moving forward and utilizing the system to benefit our people as a whole instead of just the individual, right? But in order to get there, it is going to take us to sacrifice pride, ego, right? And understand that together each achieves more, that we are a team, right? And we're not competing against each other. We're trying to create a situation that's going to be beneficial to our grandkids and great grandkids, right? But we can't get there if KT can't concede that his ideas are nonsensical, right? We can't get there if Detroit doesn't understand that a lot of his ideas did come across as cowardice, right? We have to be able to concede that maybe, we don't always have the right answers, and get together in a think tank to say, okay, what resources and information can you provide? What resources and information can Wall Street Willie provide? What information and resources can Shadow the Titan Wasp and Bomb Cherry provide? And then we all put it in a pot and decide how we're going to move forward together. That's what's missing. And that's what can really, really change the equation within the system, right? Because to land it, we got to understand this, right? I've been to a lot of different countries in this world, right? And there's not a collection of Black people anywhere in this world, not in the continent of Africa, nowhere in Europe, nowhere in the Caribbean, that has ever came as far as we've came from the Jim Crow era up until now, which is less than 100 years, by the way. Less than 100 years. Black people in this country has persevered and produced to astronomical numbers compared to what's going on in Africa and other where in the world when you talk about Black people. So we have the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, the experience, and the history behind us to show that if we put our minds to it and if we sacrifice our egos, we can get it done together. But to Marvelous's point is going to take us actually coming together and providing a collective structure. Peace and love.
Yeah. Now,
So with that being
there's only
stated, right, there's two things I want to add to that when we said the structure part. Economic infrastructure is important. We definitely need economic structure. I've talked about how to do that within my own family, and I got plans for my family and how we can do that. And like you said, something needs to build up generational wealth, and then build that community around that wealth. But you all got to be on a particular page. There has to be rules established. Like me and my family, we actually have rules. And we can't just have anyone come into our family, just like your community. You can't just have anyone come into your community. It's the same type of discipline I'm talking about. Is if I'm telling you, as I'm speaking now on bigger terms, if we don't acknowledge that we have to step up in certain areas in order to have a solid foundation, we are going to fall behind. And again, and I'm saying we because this is what we're talking about. We're talking about us. I hate to have to compare us to other people because there's no comparison. There's no need to compare because we have different history, different everything. It's all different expression. But we have to first look at ourselves first and say, okay, what do we need? We need money. That's what we want. We also need structure. We need education. We need to be recognized. These are three things I believe that we thrive for more than anything else: structure, resources, and recognition. If we, again, can establish that first, and I believe that comes from the individual first, starts with you, always start the first person, to then be an example and to what Brownsville is saying, attract more of those who are kind of like-minded in a sense, who follow your values, follow your principles. If it starts with 100 or 1,000 of y'all, cool. That's y'all community right then and there. Now, what we kind of get lost in this conversation is, how do we recognize those people? And if by doing so, is that going to end up separating us? But that's the thing. Like, it's hard to say that there's a we when some people are moving in their own direction, moving where we're going to go. It's like, it's chaotic. And this is why I said, well, we have to finally then become more structured. That's why I said FBA is a good tool to try to weed out who's with who. Because once you put a name to it, you have to define it. And you have to live to that way. But if we cannot even do that much with just laying the basis of what it is to be something and to be recognized and to be structured on that definition, we're not going to go far. We're going to have different tribes, I'm going to say, within the community that are going to be fussing and fighting about which way is the best way, or I'm going to go my way. And then the whole individual thing that Brownsville was talking about is going to be a continuing issue for us. So that's just my, plea on what it is, what we can do going forward.
Now, here would be my only issue with what Brownsville said in terms of the individualism, right? Many times what happens is if you get too many chefs in the kitchen, right, it ruins the meal, right? So even when Marvelous was talking about a psychology, right, when Brownsville makes that point, we're only like 100 years away from serious forms of oppression, and we have made a lot of progress. A lot of us don't even see that, right? So they just don't believe in what can be accomplished. And so now for me, when I believe in something and I have a goal and I want to work toward it, I don't need them in my circle. I don't need the non-believers getting in the way, bringing up all the fruitless conversations that make things less productive. I need like-minded individuals around me that believe in the goal, and we are all trying to go in the same direction. We're not trying to pick apart the plan for everything that could possibly go wrong, right? We're focused on everything that is possible that we can accomplish. And so this is where individualism does have a benefit, right? Because the reality is we ain't gonna be able to
Get
save
ass out the
everything,
way.
right? Like
Sorry.
I think the real goal should be to attract others to come to the progress that they see us making, right? If you build it, they will come, right? Like, so if the people see you being successful in what you're doing, two things are gonna happen. One, they'll either be attracted to your movement and you can build the base, or two, you can be successful, they'll get left behind, and then they'll be pointing up the hill and saying, those are the ones that sold me out, and that's why I'm not successful, right? But you got to leave them people behind, in my opinion. And I know that's kind of cooned out, but it's just where I am in life now.
You ain't shit, Sean. I want you to know that. You the kind of nigga you is the kind of person to get me locked up. No. On a Willie, facts. I actually agree with everything you said.
Yeah, but you're gonna
Except
drop
when you start
$20 to
talking
drop me.
about what? See, I wasn't about to, and now you just asked
I'm
for it.
messing with you, good, bro.
So the problem with exceptional individualism is it created a generation of not just scammers, but of selfish scammers. We can get 1,000 people who are exceptional individuals who will still be individuals first, because hierarchy is a thing, and hierarchy does matter. The fact that we're not even talking about that shows us that we're not even moving forward. The reason why hierarchy in government works the way it does is because there's clearly a level of statuses where it happens. At some point, control will have to be organized. In order to do that, you have to have that beginning hierarchy, even if we're all just for each other. But if we can't trust, if there's a bunch of people who are always striving to be at the top, then you're going to have 1,000 people trying to fight for that position of leadership, most of which have the capability to do so. So how do we solve that problem?
By not going to war and destroying a whole 9 million people at one time and turn things into grass deserts?
No, take Iran out. That has nothing to do with FBAs. See, I'm talking about us. You're talking about protecting some people who don't matter. I'm saying if they're a threat to the FBAs, glass desert. Y'all may not like the way I say it, but I'm about protecting us first. Everybody else is secondary.
I have a question for the panel. In y'all assumptions, what do you think that Black people in general, just give me 3 of them that you believe that most Black people value? What are 3 things that Black people value?
Money, independence, and sex.
Damn.
Oh,
only one of those I actually agree with. The other 2, that's crazy. Okay.
Yo,
I like where it's going. It's good. It's good. It's good for entertainment.
Yo,
what you got, man?
Wait, can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm emailing, right? I'm emailing someone, and I started to talk about how we are a little more liberals, have to prove things because these Republicans are not, they just saying anything with no proof. And all of us, as soon as I put that in, somebody's on the other end of my email deleting shit. They backspacing this shit. I'm in my email. I swear to God, these motherfucking people is in our emails.
Wait, Obama, you saying they're live deleting you? Like
yes,
they're live editing you?
Yes, I'm not even lying, y'all. They backed all the way back. I'm trying to stop them from, because they were using the backspace. And I'm on my phone, so it's not like I'm on my computer where something sitting on the screen that might be sitting on the backspace. No, I'm not even lying. This is
Well,
crazy.
check for a mirror. Check for a mirror synapse. Check for a mirror. See if your hard drive's being mirrored.
Which you mean somebody might have hacked me and they got
and you're being mirrored. Right.
That's crazy work, yo.
Marvelous.
And we were just talking about Cali.
Marvelous.
We were
Question,
just talking about
though.
Cali yesterday.
Marvelous. To your question, right?
Yeah.
A great philosopher by the name of Sheik Luch said money, power, and respect, right? Money, we respect money on a level that it allows us to have a certain level of decadence that has become common in America and how people measure themselves, right? The power determines who follows, right? Like people follow power, right?
Yes.
Like, and the respect is typically what'll trigger us, right? The lack of respect is what triggers us to have reactions to
I
a lot
believe
of
that.
things, right? Like when they do things to our babies, right? And these cops aren't prosecuted, that's a lack of respect to a certain degree, right? And so that'll trigger us. So now we outside, we get active, right? So it all really boils down to money, power, respect. Like I hate to get silly with it, but you know, hip hop is my culture. And yeah, when I look at my people, money, power, and respect are the three things that really define the course of our people. So
I can
how do
run
you
with that.
capitalize on
And
that?
Kulu want to jump in on that part of the conversation too. Go ahead, Kulu.
Okay.
Yeah, so as I think the main three things in 3 words is life, family, freedom. That's what we represent as a community, in my opinion.
Freedom. All right, cool. I'm tracking all this stuff down just so we can see where you're at. All right, continue.
I'm with
But see,
Willie.
Kulu, I would challenge that because we clearly don't respect life.
Wait. Well, we don't have to challenge it yet. Not yet. Everyone's
All right.
opinions first. All right. We'll get to it. I'm tracking it. All right. So, Bomb, what you got?
I got freaked out. I don't know what y'all talking about. Okay, let me
All right.
take it. I'm recording here. Go ahead.
All right. The question was easy. It was what do you think, in your opinion, broadly speaking, the majority of Black people, what do you think Black people value? What are 3 things that Black people value?
Broadly speaking, what we value, it's unfortunate, but we value money.
Okay.
It's unfortunate that we don't value power because they're not the same.
Okay.
So we value looking good.
Okay. Appearance. Okay.
Yeah, and we value. We don't value family no more like we used to. We don't. Damn.
It's
What
okay.
else?
Take your time.
One more, right?
Sex.
Oh no, but I don't think sex is one of them. Y'all not even having sex, you younger people, like y'all used to.
And I mean, besides they also said only 40% of men 30 and under, they have ED, and then 70% of men 40 and under over.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
No, it's true.
I still don't believe that.
This why you think Shadow? Why you think they be so mad at me up here? They can't do their thing, man, and they be mad. Sharon want to come here talking about vortexes and shit. F Sharon.
Why
no,
don't you
they're mad at you because they're sending group texts to the people that chick they slept with, sending a group text to all her friends saying this ain't shit.
Why you don't believe it if y'all taking ED medicine? You know that medicine is for ED, so you buying it. Go look at the numbers. That most popular pill being bought today.
I'm a healthy young Black man, and I take pride in being Michelangelo. So yeah, it's me.
Yeah, but you might not believe it for you, but other men are on them pills.
I think that's what's causing the problem.
Though. Slinging dick is the least of our
It doesn't. Hold on. It doesn't matter what caused the problem.
Oh God.
It is a problem that men
and a lack of testosterone.
That men that's KT age that smoke weed, they have a problem.
Well, my daughter's 6 months. I don't know what's wrong with them.
All right. So, Bomb, we'll get back to you later. PhD, can you answer the question if you're there? PhD Diva, we'll come back to you later. Brownsville, I saw your mic up. Give us the answer. What your opinion is on that?
Before you go,
that-
because they also want to know, Marvelous, why are you stuck in Sin City?
I like being in Sin City. No, because I got a lot of stuff going on. My wife, she does her stuff too, but you know.
And for the people that don't know, that is a cosplay reference. A lot of people don't know about.
Hey, keep playing with
me. Go ahead, cuz.
Yeah, so I agree. Probably money will probably be number one, and I'm just speaking in general, right? What I believe Black people are prioritizing now in this day and era. I think money is number one. I disagree, and I don't even know why World Street Willie said this. Power. Black people aren't prioritizing power. That's nonsensical. You can't, substantiate that argument.
Well, you didn't say prioritize. You said what they basically what they value. They value power.
No,
but
if you value,
they value it.
But Marvelous, if you value power, right, that's
Yeah.
something that you're going to be consistently attempting to obtain.
Oh, I think Black people are consistent with trying. They may not know how, and we'll get to that later, but they definitely want it.
But I'm talking about from the element of following, right? Like people follow those in power.
Hold on, Willie. Though, let's really think about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have a hard time getting our people to educate themselves.
This is true,
right?
I was going there with that,
and you can't obtain power without education, right?
This is facts.
Respect? No, definitely not. That's
Okay.
insane. Think about this, World Street Willie. We have a difficult time trying to get our brothers to respect our women on the panel. As soon as a disagreement ensues, guess what happens? Oh, you a H, you a B. You want to put down and use all this profanity. We have a difficult time trying to get people to respect themselves, right?
Brownsville, I don't know if you understand the question he asked you.
Yeah, I was gonna say Brownsville. We don't want to.
I understand.
Nah, he get it.
Yeah, we don't want to dissect our opinions just yet. We want to give our opinions first, and then we're going to see where we have a common line, and then break down why we're not on the same page. So
yeah, but I do want to get
right
to
now,
the point of
and then we can break it down. You're doing later.
Yeah,
first thing, hey, do anybody know what Uda's talking about? And Shadow, look, you ain't the only one.
Yeah, Uda gotta hit the panel.
What's I looking at?
My baby, she make masks.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Uda, you've been called to the front of the congregation, sir.
Yeah, Uda, you gotta pop out, man.
You gotta hit the panel.
What's going on?
So, here's the thing that I think we, by and large, prioritize as a people, right?
Okay.
Money, family, and devices. Whether
define that one. Give me another one for that with devices.
Right. Whether it's devices.
Oh,
right?
devices. Okay, got you.
Right. Whether it's the phones, whether it's the laptops, whether it's social media. I think that's
what devices like electronics. I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Devices like Miami Vice.
No.
No, that's what.
Devices, right? Because I believe our people,
whatever.
We live in a time where our people spend the majority of their time on devices.
Gotcha.
Whether over interpersonal communication.
Okay.
So we have more communication on these devices than we do in person. That's the point.
Okay, I can respect that. Let's see. Who did we not get yet? Besides PhD Diva, Shadow, we got yours. Yours is some bullshit. But I should put it in there again. You said, what was it again? You said money, sex, what else? No, really, I'm serious. What did you say?
He said money, sex.
That's it. And what else? Family? No, he didn't say family. He said something else.
Shit, I forgot.
You sound like you got something in your mouth when you talk anyway.
Oh
Pause.
Lord.
Just say it. You know I gotta mess with Shadow, you know.
Bob Cherry, what Black Beauty talking about? Oh well, Bomb is distracted. She got to figure out what's going on, how people got her mirror on her stuff. So, but Black Beauty said Uda been crashing out. I don't know. He said some stuff about Brownsville just now.
Uda crashed out on our sister.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday on PhD. What? He crashed out. Brownsville had to come up.
Oh yeah, and Reese. I was watching last night. I ain't gonna lie. He came up out of thin air and was wilding.
So, but why he's saying that he want Brownsville to say something? Anyway, if you want Uda to come up through and you can explain what you want to be held accountable.
Yeah, hit the panel, my brother. We're up here. We can have a conversation. You know, we don't have to have a conversation in the chat. Hit the panel. You've been called to the front of the congregation.
You
my
a
brother.
sucker, Shadow.
Yeah, what did Shadow do? Why he a sucker? Cause I'm trying to read this.
Just go ahead and do the slap, man.
No, I'm not in the comment yet. I'm doing something else. So you got time before I guess you saying that. Let me go check. But anyway, go ahead and talk while I go check.
Money, sex, power is what I said. I think.
Money, sex, power.
We don't want no power.
Yeah.
No, we want power. We just don't have it. We want power. We just don't know how to get it. I think even in relationships, men are like, I want to be in control. Like they want the power in the hold on. They want the power in that relationship. Y'all don't understand. We desire power even when we're not doing shit to get it.
No, y'all desire control, but that doesn't equal power.
I agree with you.
Hold on, what you saying? What you saying? Bomb Cherry and Willie. Hold on.
No, I'm saying, like he said, men want to control women, but that doesn't equate power. Power is just not.
And so what, Willie? You saying you agree with that, Willie, or you disagree?
Slap me.
No, I'm.
No.
This is why to the point of power, I'm talking about the things.
Like the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Let it happen. Okay, just let it
play the game, sir.
Did that ever give his history?
Hold on, you gotta let it. Shout out to Marvelous 0071. Thank you so much with the $10 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Shout out to Yakul Ilagevitz. Yakub Ilagevitz. Shout out to for the 99 cents. Hopefully, I ain't mess up that name too badly because I be messing things up with I think so. Elijah. I'm gonna just get Elijah Huvids. That's what I'm gonna do. Yogi Fitz with the 199. It's not selfish to protect a successful outcome. Shout out to the Shadow of the Time Watch with the 20 bar. Willie, you ever went night? It's time to go night.
He literally asked for it. He literally asked for it.
So do y'all understand that power and control is not the same thing?
I do, but I don't believe a lot of people understand that. I believe most people think control is a means of power, and that's why they try to conflate the two. What I'm saying is that us as Black people, whether we're male or female, desire the power of not just ourselves, but even those under us and around us, and so we can have a level of freedom that most people can't obtain. We would do whatever it takes to obtain that power, whether it's through money, sex, or power. I'm telling you, power is one of our biggest cruxes. It's the things we desire. It's the things we desire.
No, listen, first you said you desire it, but you don't know how to get it. But then you just said y'all do whatever you can, but you're not doing whatever you can to get power. You just want to control the one nearest you, the one easier to control, and that's not power. Because power.
So, Bob, is it a misstatement to say that we want power, but don't actually know what power is?
You want something you don't know what it is?
Absolutely, all the time. There's people who want money that don't understand how money actually works.
But they know what money is, though.
There's people who want sex that only understand it as a pole and a hole without realizing that there's a lot more to it. Like I'm saying, just because you don't truly understand something doesn't mean you can't covet it. I'm just saying, like, I understand why you're disagreeing with me, but I'm saying if you put it in perspective, what the question Marvelous asked is, what are things?
Examples, baby. That's why, you know, like your example. It's almost like y'all don't want to just say, okay, you're right, Bomb, they're not the same. Because at first you said they were, and then I said they're not. And then now you're like talking about sex and a pole and a hole, and like, come on now, we ain't got to go to that level, right, of sex. But
no, all I'm saying is that's one of the things I said.
Yeah, you want something that you don't even know what it is even more dangerous than you getting it. If you know what I mean? Because if you don't know what it is, then maybe you shouldn't have it. Maybe that's why you don't got it.
I even agree with that.
Okay.
Okay, he froze up for a second. Sharon.
He asked a very specific question. And that question was, what is it that we actually want? What are our driving forces? And I believe power is near the top of that list because of all the things everybody else has listed so far.
You all want power?
That's okay, guys. Remember, this is just our interpretations. This are our opinions, okay? I'm not gonna say there's no right or wrong, but I'm just glad we were sharing. Now, Sharon, you're the host, brother. I need to know. I selfishly, I want to know, what do you think? What are your top three? What do you think about it?
The top things I think about?
Yeah.
No, that's not the way you framed the question.
Well, yeah, I'll frame it correctly. What are the three things, in your opinion, all right, generalizing Black people, what do you think that Black people in general value? What are three things that you think that Black people value?
And don't do like Titan that only went on Black men, because he didn't remember. He only wanted to Black men want this, they want that, they want that. The question was Black people overall. Go ahead.
Black people.
How you gonna change my statement, Mom? See, we're better than that, Mom. That's not. I even specified whether it's Black men or Black women, and you ignored that part.
We don't want power. Black women, like the idea that you claiming that we want sex. I'm sorry. It sounded like you were talking about Black men or men. That's it. But okay, I apologize if you think we all want sex.
Nah,
I think
everybody want power though. I think I want power.
I think everybody wants sex. Whether they would get it, whether they get it or not, isn't the question. I think most people who are not like actively celibate are actually do design, because we talk about lust being at the top of most people's value system. No, again, the reason we're talking about being men's, okay, but Sharon's also biased, so that's why I said what I said.
What?
I said what I said. Go put your mask on.
So women got lust at the top on their value system.
No, women's lust is like number 4 or 5. It might be 3, 4, or 5. I don't know. Because women will be like, yeah, fuck you niggas. I'll send $4 right now because that was a double tap.
I think what I noticed is that what it seems like from being on social media, at least, it's hard for me to determine it from a personal perspective because of the people that I be around. So I think if I was to say what is personally happening around me, people are like, nah, that's not truthful. So I'm gonna go with the media version of it. I do believe it's sex. I do believe it's alcohol, or that kind of stuff. Alcohol, like alcohol
degeneracy. So you talking about degeneracy?
Yeah, degeneracy. Yeah, sex, degeneracy, and the third one, sex, degeneracy, and I believe also at the same time they want to have love at the same time.
Now that was interesting.
And I think that's
I
why
want to dig deeper in that one later.
and I think that's why we in this contradiction that we always had, and we can't get it to settle for real. I think that's what's be happening. Or at least on media wise. On my personal level, shit, we want to get that money, we want to travel, and we want to get that business and freedom. You know what I'm saying? We want freedom, financial freedom. That's on a personal level.
I'm just saying OnlyFans exists for a reason. I don't mean to be that guy, but you know, sex not being at the top of that value system, but OnlyFans is one of the biggest industries in the world right now.
Yeah, but that's also
Big
white
YouTube.
Men. That's mostly white men. You know what I'm saying? That ain't
population.
Diva in the back.
Huh?
Diva in the back. She said, "Bring up."
Oh, there she goes. It's about time. Where your ass been at? Who you was cursing out?
Nobody. I was having somebody do something for me. So.
Not when we having a conversation about what was the top 3 things.
I need an adult.
Power.
Instead of saying pineapples, we're gonna say coconuts when things are getting too grown. So after Diva saying that, coconuts. But Diva,
we was recalibrating.
Diva, Brownsville got he had a question for you. Says, I'm glad you're back. Marvelous and Brownsville both have some questions for you, by the way.
Yeah, so Diva, you made the retort that you know, we can't prioritize education because we're not educating our children, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I disagree with that. Mm-hmm. I believe that when we send our kids to public education, they're just teaching them the basics, right? Arithmetic, literacy, things of that nature. But the bulk of the education in terms of life skills has to come from the parents, right? For example, I have 2 teenagers, right? You know the latest book we just read together? Financial Literacy for Teens, right? By Michael Thomas, who's a college professor, right? We went and read that book together. And I also read that book with my mentor group, right? The next book we're going to read is The Black Enterprise in Investing. And I believe the author, I can't remember his name. I have to get the book. But that's the next book we're going to get into together. So I believe nothing is new under the sun, right? Everything's already been written in a book. And part of our job as parents is to educate our children on how they need to move forward in this capitalistic world, right? Because if they learn and how to utilize those tools to their benefit, then that is how we can move forward and allocate more resources as a people. Peace and love.
All right. I like what you said there, brother. One thing I want to add as a caveat, when we talked about things that we value, that we identify as far as
I'm sorry, can I respond to him first? Because you finna say something different than he's saying. And so yeah.
Yes, Steve, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So all of that's wonderful. The thing is, when we say, oh, well, the public schools are teaching them the basics, reading, writing, arithmetic. How do you teach a child how to read? You got to have them read. And so now what?
Slap them on the back of the head, but go ahead.
You can do that too. But right. So part of the process of teaching children to read is having them read books, right? Jane saw the cat, or, you know, whatever. Okay. And so you have to then factor in, okay, what are they training your children how to read using? Is it any books that's going to have, you know, be relevant to them, or right? So we're already programming them at these very young ages, simply by virtue of what we're putting in front of them to teach them how to read, right? So when I was coming up, Jane, seeing Spot and, you know, all that other stuff didn't have little kids who looked like me in those books. So we already starting with a problem, right? The other thing is with a lot of the other subjects that are being taught, there's a vantage point. It's being given to you. The information is being sourced and disseminated based on a particular person's vantage point, and it usually ain't ours, right? And so there are any numbers of issues surrounding letting these people have access to your children. One of which is the fact that their teachers are almost all, I think it's like 85% white females. So there's a whole lot of issues that come out of that, right? So we have boys being suspended, black boys being suspended at high rates for doing the same stuff that everybody else doing, all the other kids doing. We have what was that saying? It's not the racism of low expectations, but it's the something of low expectations, right? Plenty of research in the education arena showing that black kids perform worse. One of the reasons, at least, black children perform worse is because the teachers have lower expectations of them, and the children perform to the teachers' expectations. I could go on and on talking about all the research that's been done, pointing out all the issues with black people relying on their own oppressors to educate, indoctrinate their children. It just does not make sense that you want to leave that to somebody else. They're not going to educate them the way that they're supposed to be educated. That's why Carter G. Woodson wrote that book, The Miseducation of the Negro, right? And if you read that book, he's talking about how a lot of the issues that arise from letting these people have access to your children, because they going to give them their value system. They're going to give them the standards that they set for themselves. Not you. Not you. That's
But
why we feel
Carter
sorry
G. Woodson, right? He
shit.
also said that the bulk of your education has to come from your parents.
But that's not what happens. And so
No,
we
but
can
that's
live
what
in
should happen.
But okay, exactly. And I was going to say, we can live in a fantasy world where we say, oh, well, this should happen, but it doesn't happen, right? The average person ships their child off to school and don't really think about that child's education until they, something happened. The teacher called them. You get what I'm saying? So we leave this and we pile all types of responsibility on teachers in the schools. Now they got to feed them. And some of them, they got to give them a place to wash their clothes. Right? So every day we offload and more responsibility for our own children onto a system where we know the people ain't there to help us for real. And that system is there to disadvantage us. Look, folks can do whatever they want. But I'm just telling you, we got a long history of research, and the common sense of it is handing your children over to be indoctrinated by another group of people. The same people who got their foot on your neck. You're never going to be able to make that sustainable.
But the issue that you just articulated isn't that our people are being wrongly indoctrinated. It's that your biggest issue is on parental neglect, right?
No,
because you agree with me
that
if we were, because here's the thing. The reason why I call it the basics, because it is, right? They teach arithmetic. Those are facts, right? Math doesn't change, and it will not change, right?
Right, but the context in which you teach math can change.
Hypothesis and theory, right? Literacy is the same, right? Life skills
it's
is what's
not
missing.
If they're putting little book with a white Jane in front of their children.
And then you said,
why they can't ever learn to read on the black book?
Now I agree with you on a perspective, Queen, which is why I brought up 2 books authored by black people, right?
I don't care nothing about that. Right? Your children are teenagers in high school. Whatever they didn't get, it's already too late for them. I'm talking about little kids, right?
No, but it's
the fact that you would sit here and fight me on the fact that we need to be educating our own kids is crazy to me.
But I'm not fighting you on that. I'm saying that as a father, that's what I'm invested in doing. right? And if more Black fathers was invested in doing the same, we wouldn't even be having this conversation, right? We got to get out of the habit of blaming the plight of our people on another race when it's our own neglect and lack of interest in educating our children. That's the problem, right? Education starts at home, and it starts with the parents. And like you said, for me, I started reading to my kids while they were in the womb, right? And then it was a continued process coming outside of the womb. And yes, I agree. The perspective that is being taught is important, which is why I prioritize Black scholars, Black authors, right? Because if I'm wanting to learn about investing, I'm going to go to some Black people who've already been successful at it from their perspective, because their perspective is going to be similar to my perspective, right? The same when it comes to financial literacy, right? Which is why I brought up those two specific books so that the audience can get those two books for their children, right? Because people might be listening. They might have teenagers who need to know about financial literacy, need to know about investing in this stock market, this S&P 500 that has been doing so well for decades, right? And they might not understand how to educate them. And that's why I said the information is in a book. And there's a lot of books authored by our people who can help get you that knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that's going to lead to your success.
Okay. So staying on the subject, Miss PhD, but I understand what you're saying. I also understand what
It's Dr. PhD.
Dr. PhD, but and also
there we go. Don't call me Miss. I hate being called Miss.
I apologize. It's a habit of mine. So I apologize. PhD and what Brownsville is saying, it's true. On both aspects, it is something that you have to infer in yourself. It's something you have to put in. So what you invest in your children ultimately is what you're going to see grow forth. But thing is, the investment problem is probably likely the issue when it comes to the Black community. How we invest, what we choose to invest. We have no problems investing time. I don't think we have a huge issue when it comes to investing money into certain ideas. But when it does come to education, I don't think there's a lot of investment in that per se with the children. To Brownsville's point, you're supposed to be the person who, for your child, you're a child in the day. You would think that you invested more in them than someone outside yourself. And that is where certain identities of a person, an individual, how they get impacted in what you see produced in the end result. So if you want Black people to be more, again, a certain level of success, depending on how you invest in them, that's how we have to attack first. And I think we do need a pipeline, some type of education within the Black community. But first, before we even do that, we need a vision. What does that even look like? How do we address our vision of what it is we want to see as a people, as a community?
I like it.
Thank you. I try to put some good stuff out there every now and then. Rare, but you know.
Uh-oh, you're in trouble. Welcome back, cuz.
Oh, what did I miss?
Damn. Marvelous said the most beautiful thing that he ever said to his wife, and you missed it. Yeah.
That's wonderful. I don't know, like, it wasn't a question, so I didn't really have to respond. But again, you're not going to be able to get around, educating your children. Again, the research is just clear. Black children perform better when they have Black teachers. They perform better when they in classes with other Black kids. You know, you're just not going to be able to get around that. We have to do it.
Yeah.
But the problem is, because my wife is an educator by profession, right? She's been in education for over 20 years now. And despite all of her efforts, she's not going to be able to influence those kids to be successful in life. Right? So
wait, you
it
broke up
doesn't
a little bit
matter.
to me. What did you say? Can you repeat that?
What I said was, my wife, despite all of her efforts to educate her students, she's not going to be able to influence them to be successful in life overall, right? That comes
No,
from
she
the
can't.
home.
No, there's plenty of people who will talk about how they had a teacher that saw something. And matter of fact, I just a couple days ago saw it was a Black man who got a PhD, and he talked about. Wait, no, he became
who? A
what
what?
did he become? No, I'm lying. He became he became a writer. That's what it is. And he said he became a writer because when he was in elementary school, I forget which grade he said, a teacher, was had graded one of his papers and was telling him, "Oh, you know what? This is pretty good. You could be a writer." Boom. There are plenty of people with those types of stories.
And who said that? A Black?
It was a man. It was just a man on like social media. He was posting because he had just gotten something like a new job or something like that.
And he's
but that
and he
teacher,
have a PhD?
No, he does not have a PhD.
that
I'm
teacher,
thinking about
that teacher planted a seed, right? But I'm willing to bet if you was to interview him and ask him, after that seed was planted, he had somebody else in his life to help water the seed, right? So that he can see it come to fruition. So you still can't escape the overarching point, Queen Supreme Goddess PH Diva,
which is
that
what?
the
Go ahead.
parents, right, are ultimately responsible when it comes to educating our children.
Okay. So again, my whole point of saying we need to educate our own kids was to impress that upon people. Like, yes, you're ultimately responsible for your own child's education. But the idea that everybody would be able to homeschool their kids, right? That's not going to happen. But we do need to come up with some type of accommodation for being able to educate our own children, right? So community schools, maybe it's Saturday schools, something.
So now that I think about it, my teacher did say I was going to be nothing else but a.
See?
So
Yeah.
what you're basically saying, Miss Diva, is we need educational sovereignty.
Well, you got educational sovereignty. Ain't nobody making you send your children to them white folks to be educated. We choose to, right?
Yes, I'm talking about for the group of us in general. Just saying, like,
Right. That's what I'm saying. We can choose to educate our kids however we want to. We just don't choose to.
Right. And that's why I was arguing with Detroit ass earlier, talking about our rights is being. No, it ain't. You got a right to choose your own goddamn rights and fight for them the way how they need to be fought for. Just because somebody said, no, you don't, doesn't mean you're supposed to say, oh, okay, you take my rights away, you little punk coward.
So then we just lack vision as a whole then. Not as individuals, of course, we have individual visions, but we don't have one for the group in general.
No, we lost our warrior spirit to actually do what we have in our mind. So, hey, I want to homeschool my kids, then go ahead and do it. I want to go out and protest, go ahead and do it. And just because somebody says don't, doesn't mean like, well, okay, I don't have the right to do it anymore, and turn to Igor. Do what's in your mind, become the warrior class that you claim that you are, and do it. But a lot of people that claim that they are the warrior class, they are the main ones talking and ain't doing.
So then that goes into another part then. It sounds like they don't love themselves.
Oh shit.
Because if someone can sway you so easily, like if someone outside of you can tell you who you are, and you don't even give yourself the opportunity to, hey, wait, stop. This is who I am. If you have to flee and move so easily by someone else's words outside of you, then that's kind of a problem in itself right there. Like you
But
said,
what are we talking about?
I'm talking about the warrior spirit. You're talking about you used to be the one in control and driving your own life. You used to be like no one can dictate and tell you what to do in a sense of who you are, identifying who you are. But then you allow someone outside yourself to say, "No, that's not true," and then like, "Yeah, you're right, that's not me." And then you go along with it rather than try to fight for who you are. You're just going to go with the whims of things and not stand on anything, which is yourself. And the reason why you don't stand on yourself is you don't know yourself.
There go the marvelous I know.
I want to ask Diva a question. So Queen Supreme Goddess PhD Diva.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that a white teacher is going to teach calculus differently from a black teacher?
Yes.
In what way?
First off, they're going to have lower expectations of that black student. And so they are going to put less energy into teaching that black student calculus. The other thing is black teachers know black students. And so, yeah, I think that they would be able to come up with some ways to introduce concepts to them that would be more culturally relevant than a white teacher.
See, because that's where, we disagree, right? Because, math facts are math facts, right? Coming up with the solutions of a math problem is generally the same. But when it comes to other issues in life, that's where I agree, right?
No. So this is the thing, though.
Math is a universal language. Right?
Right. But when I teach you math and present it to you in a way that you didn't take part in that, right? Now you just learning it. As opposed to saying, hey, the first people who came up with math look like you, right?
The Glock got 16. You pop 2 people. How many bullets you got left?
There we go. Right? Anything. Or telling these kids that, you know what? Pythagoras wasn't the only great mathematician. Hypatia was a woman and was a great mathematician. And guess what? She came out of Egypt. And so that type of stuff does matter. It makes those kids take more interest because then they think that it got something to do with them. A lot of children will report that they didn't pay attention in school, especially boys, because it didn't have nothing to do with me. It didn't reach them.
And to prove that point even a little further, even though it's anecdotal for me, when my older daughter, she was learning math and she wasn't getting it with the wife. And then I came and I made it a little bit more entertaining and fun for my daughter. And I made it relate to things that she was able to grasp the concept of. She went from being crying and upset that she can't get it right to like, oh shit, I got 100 on my test.
But those are just stylistic differences, though. And to me, that's not the point.
It is though when it is attached to real outcomes.
Yeah.
If it lends itself to improved outcomes, then yeah, that is the point.
But I don't think
what Diva is saying mostly is this interest point. It's
a
point of interest.
I don't think those stylistic differences are going to lead to those statistical outcomes by and large, right? And
you don't think
that's crazy.
I think.
But you don't have a background in that area, so you aren't really in a position to form a hypothesis, right? Something that legitimately has a shot at, being one way or the other. Does that make sense?
I would say, yeah.
Has there been enough? So has there been enough research done to come to a logical conclusion on it?
Yes, I was going to say, even in your own life, you can do this yourself. Like, it's all about identity and expression we're talking about here, okay? If I was I'm a part of the military, right? I have a certain way of moving because I'm a part of this team and I identify with it. If you put me in another military branch and say, you're now this, it may not resonate with me as much as it did. Yes, I'm still doing the same things I did in the other branch, but it doesn't impact me in the same way. Or even a football team, anything. Whatever you choose
that don't make no sense. That makes no sense. Literally, men go from one team and get traded to another team. Literally, there are many people who went from the army into the Marines or the Army into. We don't go into the Air Force after you've been in.
Wait,
but
because y'all about to go somewhere totally different. I want to respond to it.
Y'all missed the whole
It's not
point.
even important though. I'm telling you, it's
The
not.
whole point. Man, y'all missed the whole point. The whole thing I was talking about was identity.
We heard it. It's not important for what I'm gonna say. Then I drop down and y'all can go back talking about.
What?
We,
Okay, well, let me say this.
I'm
Research
gonna
indicates that
respond
Black
to you.
students experience better educational outcomes when taught by Black teachers, particularly in elementary school. Having at least one Black teacher in grades K through 3 increases the likelihood of high school graduation by 7% and college enrollment by 13%. Benefits include higher test scores, improved attendance, and reduced disciplinary actions.
Yeah, so
Well, I agree with that
hold on one
at
second,
the
hold on one
elementary
second.
school level. That's
Hold on,
but we
no,
were
no.
talking about
It's the same in high school.
right?
Brownsville, you're missing the entire point
Hold
of
on, wait, Shadow. Wait, because y'all about to move
Peter,
past
man,
it.
why do you think what you got to say so much more important than anybody else?
It is.
It's not.
I haven't got impeached yet, so I got like
I
2 more
thought we did
days.
impeach you last week.
No, I didn't. I ain't get impeached. I don't remember that. I wasn't there. Recount. Listen.
Where's security?
No, so this happened at my high school. Mr. Grubbs was a Black math teacher, and they was trying to figure out why our boys was excelling at math at a high level.
What they was doing?
Excelling. We didn't excel at read. We excelled at math, right? And when they started like diving into this, and he was like the only Black math teacher in our whole region, like in our whole area. And so when they start diving into what PhD was saying, it was that we had a different level of respect for a Black man teaching us this subject than we would have had for a white woman teaching us math. And it was relatable. So us seeing our self-image while learning is just impactful. That's all I want to say. Now y'all go talk about the military.
So let me ask you this question,
wait,
Eda man,
wait.
real quick.
I'm not
Real
gonna
quick.
stop
Let me
that.
ask you
Hold
this
up.
question.
Based end of the day, you was talking about just interests. What are your interests lie to? What PhD was talking about? That's all I was trying to get to. Whatever your strong interests are, you're gonna be more invested into it. That's all this is we're talking about here.
But Mo, it's
Eda man,
even
let me
deeper
ask you
than
this
that
question.
because there's different teaching styles, and a Black teacher will focus more on a Black student and even utilize their unique teaching styles.
And
I
why is
understand
that?
what you're saying, but you're
Why is
speaking
that?
as if, huh?
Why is that? Why would the teacher do that?
Because they can generally correlate with that. Like I had one Black teacher my whole life, and I still remember her to this day.
You're explaining the talent, but you're not giving me the motive.
So the motive, hold on, the motive behind it is because they actually they actually care about the acceleration of other Black students.
They have an interest in it. That's why.
They have a vested interest, right?
That's what I was saying. Thank you.
But Mo, I was agreeing with you.
About to be a situation.
Oh, shit.
When Kulu got messy, Kulu live streaming 369, $5. Sharon, let's go ahead and impeach E now before he runs and hides.
I vote for impeachment.
Shadow the Titan Wasp, $4. Thank you, sir. Stop cussing.
You know what it was for.
But no, I do believe the style definitely helps the kid learn better. For sure, 100%.
Yeah.
Sometimes the way how you teach it, it clicks in the person's heads for them to learn the actual tactic. That even though 1 + 1 = 2, we get that. But I remember when I was young, I couldn't get 9 + 10. I kept saying 21, and I got
your mom should have beat you.
And that's what happened. I kept getting hit aside my head. So I didn't. And I just so now the more I was scared to, because I was like, damn, if I get it wrong again, I'm gonna get my head cracked. I said 9. Like she thought because she screamed it louder.
Yes.
I was supposed to get at 9 + 10 equals. What?
Say it again.
21.
No, you.
Hey, Sharon, why you didn't tell me I got impeached?
Bro, you was here.
I was not here.
You did. You was here when it happened. When they did the
I
vote.
thought he was here.
Yeah, you was
Yeah,
here when they did the vote.
No, I wasn't.
You probably
That's
don't
good to
remember.
know.
But you know, it's like
I mean, I
what
can
we
really
say
act the
about
fool now.
doctors. It's the same issue we have with doctors, right?
Mm.
They're not gonna treat us the same way a black doctor gonna treat us. That's just in any arena. They never gonna be for us what they are, how they are for each other. And neither should we.
And also the confidence and the confidence piece part as well, right? Knowing when a teacher, parent, or whatever is teaching you with the confidence that they know that you are going to get it and you have the skill to get it. It's just a difficult thing for you to understand right now, but you are going to get it, and they teach you with that energy that you have the skill to do it. It gives you a boosted confidence into learning it and to try harder to learn that certain thing that you're struggling with. So yeah, so the intent of the person teach you matters as well.
Yeah, but also I believe that diversity can also help propel you further, right? Just in a competition aspect, right?
But it doesn't. See, this is the thing.
But
We be thinking, but we don't be studying, right? And so we address this issue when we look at Black graduates from PWIs and compare them to HBCU graduates, and the HBCU graduates outperform them.
And why is that? What is the reason why they're excelling
Because
at a higher level?
We not just numbers at HBCUs. They actually give a fuck, and they will get on your case. Your professor will call you and be like, "Hey, why you ain't been to my class in the last 2 class sessions? What's going on with you?" Right? So they're much more. Whereas when I went to a PWI too, a lot of times you're in like an auditorium. They got hundreds of students in there. They ain't studying you. They don't even know if you ain't been the last 2 classes.
So you believe that the competitive gene across races should come later?
What competitive gene?
The competitive gene. Like if I'm in a class with an Asian and I'm in a class with a white, and me having a competitive spirit to want to do better than them.
Oh, well, see, this is the thing. When you at an HBCU, A, you already know that you're better than them. And B, you know that the people around you better than them. And so you actually trying to keep up with them.
But how do you know that you're better than them when they're not there?
We don't need to know that they're not there because we know us, right? Like, so for me, I had been in school with those people before I went to a HBCU. I had already beat them. And so now what I need to sit next to them in my African American history course for to know that I'm better than them. A part of the issue with a lot of us is we have a compromised self-esteem.
Hey, because I know my show is better than Israel Mill's show without being next to him. So
you know what? No, fuck you, no. No. No, you're not gonna do that. Look, I'm throwing a tantrum from here on out. That's my tantrum for 2026.
But that's a logical fallacy because, see, here's the problem. If that was the case, Supreme Goddess, right? Then you wouldn't be on this show every day hitting these knuckleheads, you know what I'm saying, with bricks, right? Saying how dumb they are, right? Saying how uncompetitive they are, right? The reason why you're doing that is because they don't have the competitive spirit to shine, or, you know what I'm saying, empower themselves to produce at a higher level than their competitors, right?
But they're around white people. What are you talking about? So them being around white people didn't give them that competitive edge that you're talking about.
No, but what do you mean they're around white people? What are you talking about?
They're around white people. The people that come up here that you quote unquote call stupid was around white people too.
Yeah. So
that's why they stupid, because they've been indoctrinated.
If you are identifying that those are the people we should be competing against, right? I believe we should encourage people to compete against them in real time and not say, well, no, you need to go into your own sector and don't worry about them. We gotta compete.
If that's the case, then go ahead.
Ain't no white people came over here and competed effectively with PhDs. We didn't need them to be around PhDs to know that she was smarter than them.
You missed the whole point.
What? So the competition is in the real world, right? So education is supposed to prepare you to go out into the world and do whatever it is you're going to do. So that's really the training ground.
So how come when we ask these knuckleheads, what's the last 5 books you read, they can't tell you?
Because they have been educated and indoctrinated by white people.
So they've been raised in a white household, all of them?
No. They went to school and had those white teachers who had low expectations for them and who didn't pay them no attention. That's what happened.
And what did the parents do at home?
Because
my kids go to a school that is multicultural, right? But if you was to ask them a question, they'll be able to answer.
Do they got any black teachers?
Some.
That's what.
Some, but it's diverse.
Right. But so the thing is, a lot of times when we get these black kids in black environments, they excel in a very different way. Even like homeschooling. Look at these little black kids who their parents just keep them out of that school system and say, hey, we'll do it at home. Going to college at 12. Right. And so this is the thing. A lot of our children are smart enough to do it. We just don't train them to do it.
And who's responsible for that?
That's fine. But again, if you sending them into them schools, like we're talking on that part, we're in agreement. I think we need to take more responsibility for educating. Okay, so but you're getting excited now because you're cutting me off. Right? So yes, we need to take, and the responsibility is creating a system where we educate our own children. Now, you done sent yours into that system with them people. And so you windmilling trying to make that okay for you, because I'm not judging it, right? I understand that we are in a place where the vast majority of black people haven't even thought about something like this, right? We do what's convenient. A lot of us don't think in the same way that I do, right? And that's because I was educated by black people, though, right? And so look, it is what it is. People can send their kids there. I'm just telling you, you get better outcomes, much better outcomes, if we can figure out a way to educate our own children.
So you never had a white teacher or professor?
Certainly I had a white teacher, professor. Oh, yeah, I had white professors when I went to my PWI, right?
So you were educated.
I think I even had a drunk ass white professor at HBCU. Huh?
So you were educated by white people as well?
Well, by the time I got to graduate school, that was already educated, right? And so I'll put it to you this way. There was a reason that those white kids was coming up to me after class saying, hey, how did you know that? Because I was the only one in the room who could answer the professor's question.
You lucky I wasn't there.
And that came from my PWI. Right, I am.
But I'm talking about prior to college, right? So in your, early childhood education, intermediate education, high school education, were all black teachers?
No, but now you just stepped on the landmine, because I'm finna tell you how I came to this way of being. From every year, from the 5th grade until the 12th grade, I ended up in classes that I wasn't supposed to be in, right? So luckily, the first day of class back in those days used to be a placement test, right? So if I'm in math in 4th grade on the first day of class, my teacher comes in and they give us a little test just to make sure everybody is everybody. Inevitably, the next day, the teacher would call me out of the room and say, hey, you're not supposed to be in here. I'm going to go and, change your schedule so that you are in the advanced or the honors math class, English class, reading class, whatever it was. Every year from the 5th grade to the 7th grade. And those people would give me hell, despite the fact that the way we were placed in our classes to begin with was the year prior, we would take a form around to all of our teachers and they would tell them what class we were supposed to be in. So they would say, are you supposed to be in the remedial class, the regular class, or the honors class? All my teachers would say, this girl's supposed to be in the honors class. Then they would take your teacher recommendations and combine that with your stay 9 scores, right? So if you scored a 7, 8, or a 9, you were supposed to be in the honors or advanced classes. Invariably, I scored a 7, 8, or a 9, usually a 9. And I still ended up in those classes. And they still wouldn't want to put me in my regular classes up until the point where I was in 7th grade and they had me in the class and I had a black math teacher, a woman, and she was like, you ain't supposed to be in here. And she had to keep going down there. And those people fought her tooth and nail to put me in the advanced class. They even made me take a test again. Another test. And when I did that one and passed that one and proved it, by the time they moved me, I was halfway through the 2nd semester. It was difficult for me to catch up. A couple weeks after getting in there, I had to take a midterm. I failed that midterm. But the next semester, I got a B. And the final semester, I got an A. And the final exam, I got an A. All of that together was still, they wasn't enough to bring me above a C. And so I didn't get to go into the advanced math class that next year. Now that broke me. I went home and cried that day. Them crackers could have broke me.
Right. But here's the
thing. And don't cut me off.
Yeah,
No, don't cut me off.
Okay.
No. And so that is one of the reasons, because they'll do that to your kids. And even as a little girl, I say, I would never let these motherfuckers near my child.
Right. But what you didn't calculate, Supreme Goddess, is some of those hardships gave you the determination to become.
No, that's not what happened. I probably would have had a degree, a PhD in math had they not done that, because I loved math, right? And now I ended up in a quantitative degree anyway, but it's just the fact that they could have derailed me from that, right?
But they didn't.
They did, because again, I would have had a PhD in math.
Persevered, right?
No, I would have had a PhD in math. And so me having the strength and the wherewithal to still make lemonade out of the lemons don't negate the fact that they gave me lemons.
Right, but we can tell, hold on, Eda, man. We can tell all of these men run from you just based upon how you articulate yourself, right? That you developed a callous of determination that's unshakable. The reason why you're the Supreme Goddess today is because you persevered through anybody who ever tried to deny how great you was, right? So we understand that, yes, if you didn't have to go through those things, maybe something else would have happened, right? But you became a diamond because of everything you went through.
That's not true, though.
I like
the woman I am is because I come from a long line of female ball bursters. That's why I am the way I am.
I was gonna say, Browns, but there's one thing you might be missing from this. What Diva's potentially saying, I'm not understanding it completely, is the potential she would have had she got from day one, with the strong invested interest of her being a Black woman, and that itself, how much that does and how much impact that has on a person's life. I can't deny that. I can't. I am still trying to see the potential, how far it can go in different areas, not with just education, but with everything there is. That has a strong, like, your identity is tied to your expression, how you make decisions. It's everything. Once you've taken that identity and you see it being reinforced and invested in you, that's only going to compound your success later in life. And that's kind of what Diva is saying. I can't even refute it because it makes perfect sense. It lines up logically what she is saying.
Is that what you're saying, Diva? Because
I'm trying to figure out which one of these white teachers told y'all little black boys y'all was gonna be something to life.
I would like to know, because they ignored me.
I had a lot of them tell me that.
That's good.
Okay. All the white
still end up not being. Some of y'all not pro-black. Y'all really have an issue with yourselves, and we pushing for our children. I was just talking about this a couple of days ago, maybe yesterday. You know, I'm crazy. I don't remember what day exactly, but I was saying that when my children was going to school, we was doing the best we could. We was there, every parent teacher conference and everything. And now though, I'm older, more wiser, and I realized I should have been watching what they was teaching my sons. You know what I mean? So now we have a whole group of grown men who don't take pride in themselves, right? They will fight to sit on the side of the white man instead of saying, hey, maybe this is not best for me, or why should I even care about them? We could go do us over here and do well, right? But you don't see that. Where's my brother went? He left. But anyway, you don't see these black men fighting to be around certain groups of people who don't even really mess with them.
Yeah, I think and if we just be honest and really say all of them, I had both black and white teachers, and I never forget Miss Parham. Miss Parham told me, she told me I was gonna be successful. She told me, I remember she called my mama. She said, hey man, your boy gonna be special. Yeah. I might be a little different type of special. But she said I was gonna be
special ed. Nah, I'm joking.
And that's cool. I'm okay with that. And I remember Miss Parham
kind of special.
She was my middle school teacher, and she built a relationship with my mama, and she checked up on me all the way through high school. Right. So I'm just telling y'all, white people don't do this for us.
Shout out to Miss Parham.
Yeah, and also shout out to I didn't know none of my teachers because I ain't take my ass to school enough, clearly.
Whooping.
Because the one that I did find, he said, you know what? You ain't shit. You ain't gonna never be shit. It's like,
anybody.
I said, the last time Harlem, you told me that.
Anybody from Harlem knows the
same. Can I hear Sharon's story, nigga? Can I hear it? Go ahead, Sharon.
My bad.
It's all right.
Shout out to all the white
Can I go now?
No, we want to hear the story.
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead. You done messed up the man's story. Go ahead, Sharon.
Sharon, stop being petty. We know you petty, but stop being petty, bro. Come on, don't be petty.
Hey,
come on,
hey, Shadow. Hey, Shadow. The white teachers told you go be something in your life, Shadow.
Hey, hold up, sorry. I missed everything that was said before this moment. What's up?
I said, did those white teachers tell you was gonna be successful and they encourage you to be the best black man that you could be?
Shadow was a great man.
I knew it was fun. How they say it? How they say it, Shadow? How did that white teacher tell you?
I mean, you got to keep in mind I was in Montana, so they were like,
"You is special. You is pretty."
No, you from the short bus.
They said also if you cosplay as something else, you could go very far.
You know what?
You finna fight.
Hey, no, Shadow. So what did they tell you? I want to hear what the white people, how they motivated you to be. How did white people motivate you to be a better black man?
I mean, they were pretty general about it. Most of the white teachers at the school that I was at literally taught me as if I was just another white kid. I was just
one thing I can say, Shadow, is that like they taught me a very good skill. They taught me how to keep my teeth white. And if it wasn't for them teach me certain
when I did Cal 1, like my Cal 1, it was my Cal 1 teacher that was the hardest.
I don't think Shadow can hear. You can hear? I said the one thing I did learn from the
WTF.
Shadow, what
you do too much that you eating, driving, and talking to the same time. Maybe I need an accident, bro.
No, what did you?
There's a dip in the road that I missed.
I'm sorry, but your face is like it was about to be all over, bro.
Now, I have had white teachers tell me I was desperate.
So hold on, let me get back to my story, Willie.
My God.
Because I don't know if they ever taught you, but they taught me how to keep my teeth white. So, Why you laughing at me, Diva?
Sharon's clowning right now.
They are very white, though, sir. Kudos.
That's why I say nigga so much back in the days, Diva. I kept my teeth white, all right?
You had a tooth BBL too. You had a dental BBL too. You talking crazy.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, you
You
know
just
what?
ain't shit. Like you ain't shit all the way around.
Bad shadow.
Hey, Diva, I got.
How long? So how long, Shadow? So they treated you like a white boy?
Yeah, they treated me like a white kid.
Like, I just want to know what the fuck.
You know why that's so great, Shadow?
What did you run over, bro?
No, so in the part of Dallas I'm in, they're doing a whole lot of road work in Dallas. And I didn't see the hole that they dug out in order to fill it. So I just fucking ran over it because I'm dumb.
But Shadow, you don't think it's a problem they're treating a black kid like a white kid?
I mean, I didn't initially.
Damn.
But
I think that makes PhD a point.
Hold on,
that we need to be.
I agree. I absolutely agree with.
Hold on,
Diva's
XVP.
point.
Hey, XVP, we passed the 6 hour mark. I think I need some help. I don't know.
He said you need some help. Shit, you better call one of them other niggas. Ain't no vice president.
He said, I done been impeached.
Call on the MO, whoever y'all elected. Shit, vice president. It comes with privileges.
$2, nigga.
You see, you listen to these niggas. See, you got to remember, hey Sharon, you got to remember the vice president. It was not voted. It's not something you vote on. I was selected by you. And now you let these people get in your head, and they don't even want to donate no more. I told you, see, this is a prime example why presidents need to do their own thing and not listen to the people. Should have been Donald Trump. Nah, for real. On the real tip, make sure y'all support my boy Sharon. Sharon is working hard. He's literally having all the conversations y'all quote unquote say y'all want to have. Y'all don't want to talk about dick and pussy no more. But when dick and pussy start, y'all start tricking. I'm just trying to figure out why y'all don't support the good conversation that my boy Sharon is having. So support my boy. You say support us, but it ain't us no more. Support my boy Sharon. Make sure y'all send some cash apps, some Apple Pay, some Zelles, $2. Send them something. Don't send them $20 because they ain't the vice president more. Matter of
Food
fact,
stamp.
but send them $2, $5. Yeah, let's stop at $5. $5.
What'd you say? No blue? No, wait, what color is the $10? That green or yellow?
No blue. I know.
No blue, no pink, no orange.
But I'll go to
chill out,
size.
Nah, the blues is the hundreds, the pinks the 50s.
Respect the stamp. But I mean, what was
Wait, is
getting
Woody
back to
up?
the conversation about white
Wait,
women
is
who
Woody
are
up?
teaching black kids, telling them they see something great in that? Is that problematic? Because I can say I did have that experience, right? And I'm in Harlem, so I'm surrounded by black kids. And most people from Harlem know St. Aloysius. They know Miss Pettit. This was a white woman that worked on creating a pipeline to get kids out of lower funded schools into those specialized high schools in New York that I know Bracy knows. You know what I mean? I'm a product
Yeah,
of
yeah.
that. So
You always have an exception to the rule, but most of these white people ain't care about no black kid. I think
because
that's the point that we're saying.
And
I
I
wouldn't
want to
disagree
double
with that.
down on what Edom had said. I had 2 good white teachers out of my whole school experience. One was an English teacher and one was a math teacher. Otherwise than that, they always like, hey, take your ass outside. You know that's the only thing you good for. I was like, all right.
Like 7. Oh, shit.
And I
You
was
know
good
what
at it.
though? I want to add to this too. This time I want to add Diva. Diva, thank you for putting this up because I'm definitely going to write about this later on when it comes to identity and how that impacts us in a way of making decisions and our interests. That right there, I'm gonna really rest on that all night. I'm just saying, I really appreciate that. Going back to the topic though, what was it? Willie that proposed something earlier. Basically, it's not that can a white teacher teach a black man or a black boy how to be better or invest in his blackness, thing like that. It's more of the interest of the child and the interest of the teacher. Those two things have to be aligned. So if I don't know, let's say for instance, I want to be the best basketball player. My interest is in basketball. This is a identity issue I'm talking about. I identify as a basketball player. So I only want to identify with those who are basketball players. That's our interests. I'm going to compete. I'm going to get recognition. I'm going to get all this encouragement and reinforcement from those who play the game. The same thing with education. What are you hitting there, Shadow? My God, was that a curb?
No, it's a speed bump. I don't slow down for those.
Where I disagree, Marvelous, I don't think it's about the teacher and the student. I think
yes,
it's about
that's what I'm saying.
teacher
It depends on what your interest is. But to Diva's point, there is another kind of a boost you would get if you have not just your interests, but you're aligned with your expression as well. It does something to the person.
I don't even know what we're talking about now.
I'm talking about
the research is clear.
I'm saying if you were
the
to
children perform better when they are taught by people who look like them, and when they are being educated with children who look like them. That's just the long and the short of it.
Yes,
very much
Just because there's good white teachers doesn't mean that white teachers are good for black kids. Just again,
that's not the argument.
That's not what we're
like
saying.
A white doctor can be good, but it's understood. Black doctors.
I'm agreeing with
cater
Diva.
to black women better in terms of pregnancy, right? That's just understood. So with education,
Diva, to be more clear, you're right.
So with education is very similar, right? When it's a
Wait a
black
minute. I know
teacher
how to fix
dealing with a
one.
black student, it usually has more benefit.
Look, they want to fight for their white teacher so badly. Even though it might be just a few of y'all who had that, y'all just like, oh yeah, Miss Sharon Pissy, and smell like with her hair. You gonna take up for her? Yeah.
But Bomb, here's where I disagree.
That's the indoctrination, though,
back to
right?
the
Part of the
original-
indoctrination is making them think that, you know, their system is better, or somehow we got to be getting some type of intangible benefit from just being around them. But that's part of the indoctrination.
Wait. So question, Miss Diva, I got one question then to test your theory. All right. This is
Dr.
one
Diva.
person's example. Is Mike Tyson, in terms of boxing, would he have been better off if it wasn't Cuss?
Yeah, Customato.
Teaching him how to box. And it was a black man who taught him how to box instead. Would he be even better than what he is if it wasn't for the white dude that taught him how to box and stuff?
I don't know. Like, that's a bizarre question to ask me. I don't know enough about Mike Tyson.
You do know that
how you
Customato
invest
made
in
him
people.
great.
You're saying
That
that
white
the best
coach made
investment
him
I can
great.
get is from people who like me,
As a
rather
quarter?
than other groups of people.
So hold on, let me make
again,
an understanding. You comparing teaching sports to teaching academics in the same
Well,
level.
no. What I'm saying is the investment part. I'm saying, like, is it better to be invested by your own people in general? That's what I'm saying. Like, in general speaking. So I use Mike Tyson as an example to invest.
But you can't use one specific individual and then say in general, right?
Well, I'm saying the application of investment. That's the general part. I'm just taking this as an example of me investing into this sport rather than education, as we kept on top. The top is education.
All right, so hold on, so we can break it down. So what really happened, what got Mike Tyson in boxing in the first place? What happened? How he got in boxing in the first place?
He was found apparently age 13. He was mom was on drugs, something like that, and the white guy.
Hold on. No. So what happened was he went to prison, and Muhammad Ali told him, "You could be great, kid."
Oh.
And then he seen Ali on TV, and he's like, "Oh shit, that man said I could be great." So a black man invested in him and told him that, "Hey, he could be great." Hold on. And then after that happened, he was boxing with a black CO that punched him in the stomach, and he said, "Hey, that black man took him to Casamance, said this kid could be great." And that is the beginning of Mike Tyson. So with two different black men that seen the potential in him, and those black men gave him the willpower to keep on moving because, like Diva said, because another person that looked like him was invested in him.
Somebody
that was in
I'm just
jail.
curious, who's arguing against this point?
To a young kid that was in jail that didn't see nothing.
No, it was more of a
somebody great came to him and said, "You can be great.
You could be
wasn't-
great in that.
wasn't to
Just
disagree with you.
think about the impact that he still brings that story up today when he was 12, 13 years old. Muhammad Ali told me I could be great. That is the point that Diva is trying to try to understand. So when we believe in our people as in our children, I believe the children is our future. Teacher will.
Who's arguing against this point?
Wait, Sharon. So that's
Hey,
basically
we
what
all
you're doing right now. Saying that was a poor example. I'm following what you're saying. I try to use a real life thing to stress test her theory to see if it holds up. But he's not a good example because see what you just said historically, because I didn't know that much context. I only knew the fact that he was troubled in life and he got picked up by this guy named Cuss. Right. And was how to talk, how to fight.
I mean, to be fair, he lived right across the street from me. So I'm from Brownsville, he's from Brownsville, and
But Sharon, even in that story, you don't disagree. That black man aligned him with a white man that helped facilitate his greatness.
No, you missed the part. No. You missed it. He said that his archetype was Muhammad Ali. His whole structure, the thing that inspired him was Muhammad Ali. That's who he embodied. That's who his, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, his teacher was Gus to a point, you know what I'm saying? Fundamentals. But the person that was in his heart that he wanted to move like was Ali.
Right.
But
and for the words that he put into his own head to say that you could be great, and he took that and ran with it.
Yes.
That was after he met Customato, though.
No, it wasn't.
There's some parts that came after, but there's something that Sharon hit on earlier that happened before he met Gus. I didn't know that context.
Right. He fought a black CEO, and he put him in the care of Customato. He was like, this kid can be a great fighter.
So now it goes back to what Diva was saying. So the original person that believed in him was a black man. And so when he's seen that person invest that much thought into seeing him being great, especially him being at a Dow trying to say in jail, that produce this great person that we see as a boxer today.
Right, but we can't separate the fact that it was Customato's.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. We're not arguing that other people can push you into other. We're not arguing that.
That's the conversation, though.
No, it's not.
That black CO knew where to put him where he would be
hold
great.
on. See, this is the problem when y'all be missing. Right? Diva said, right, that a black person teaching another black kid is gonna invest in them in a way where they believe in that kid. So that me being the teacher, believing in this kid that might not believe in themselves is what's going to propel them to believe in themselves and get shit right. And so you cannot negate the fact that Ali believed in him and that black CEO believed in him, and every other challenge after that didn't matter.
No, because he was already on his route.
Hold on.
Right, he was already on the route. He was already on the path.
That's where it
once
made a
he
left.
met that white man.
No, he was not being coached. He was not fighting amateur. Right, that black CEO.
We understand, so we're not disagreeing. We're not disagreeing. Hold on. Again, we are not disagreeing that Customato is very important with getting his skills down pat. So I think that nobody's arguing that point.
Here's the point.
I don't know why y'all be missing the overarching point so badly. It's crazy.
I'm with you.
No, you're not.
I'm with you.
Hey, Willie, are you getting tired?
That
hey, Willie,
CEO.
you getting tired? Hey, Willie, I think you're getting tired.
Nah, chill out, Shadow. The point is that black CO understood where he needed to be to capitalize.
No.
Bye-bye, y'all.
This was a difficult one today, Diva. Lord.
Yeah.
Sometimes it be that way, though, right? Gotta love our people. You got any final words, Diva?
Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being.
Let me up.
Let me.